We are live from the beautiful city of Stavanger in Norway to share with you all the excitement of top-level chess, as well as to help you learn this wonderful game, how the pieces move, how to checkmate your opponent. We will teach you everything you need to know in order to pick up the game if you are interested. I am your host, International Master Anand Rudolf, and I'm thrilled to be joined by a wonderful team of experts, pundits, world-class commentator, and coach, Grandmaster Christian Chirila with us.
Great to see you, Anna.
Always great to see you, Christian. Our special guest of the day, chess journalist, lecturer, and columnist of El País, Leoncho Garcia.
It's a real pleasure, Anna and Christian, joining such very good commentators for some hours.
We're missing one of them, though.
We do have an empty chair. That is chess legend and five-time world chess champion Viswanathan Anand. He's missing today, and he's clearly missing us too. He has sent us some pictures. We have a WhatsApp group for the broadcast, and he's just spamming us with these beautiful photos from Italy.
Oh, I'm sure he misses us a lot.
He's so missing us.
Sure
he's so sad. You can see the pain in his eyes. He is so wishing he could be here, but instead, oh well, he had to go to Italy. He'll be back tomorrow, and we will tell you shortly the special occasion why Vichy is in Italy today. But what we have for now is a very exciting day 6 to look forward to here in Stavanger. Before we break it down, though, let's remind our viewers, Christian, of what happened yesterday.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the highlights. And of course, one of the big ones was the game between world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, and what used to be world number 2 for a very long time and still could be Fabiano Caruana. And at this point, Fabi with the white pieces, in fact, had a winning position after this specific move, g5. What he had to do was bring the king to the center and drop back with the knight. He dropped back with the knight, but unfortunately not before he brought the king to the center. That was a mistake and let Magnus back in the game. And Magnus, of course, took the opportunity immediately, and that's, you're seeing the final moments of the classical game right there. King versus king, and they shake hands for a draw. That means they're going straight into the Armageddon. Fabiano had a chance in the middle of the game, but Magnus was simply clinical in this one, and he takes the victory with that final move, king to h1. That means he defeats Fabiano, and he gets 1.5 points. And in fact, let's take a look at the results of round 5. Arjun Erigaisi defended very well in the classical encounter against Nakamura and defeated him with some luck in Armageddon. 1.5 points for Arjun, only 1 for Hikaru. Wei defeated Gukesh in Armageddon as well. And the result that we just saw, Magnus Carlsen defeating Fabiano in the Armageddon.
This was the only day where all games went into Armageddon at Norway Chess, meaning Magnus Carlsen with his Armageddon win is still the sole leader, 1.5 points ahead of Fabiano Caruana. And also Hikaru Nakamura there in third place, 1.5 points behind Fabiano. Anyone can still win this tournament, and that is thanks to the very special and exciting format here at Norway Chess. But before we go into the details of the format, let's remind everyone about some of the most dramatic moments of Norway Chess Women as well from yesterday.
And I have to say, Anna, it was the classical victory of Vaishali with the black pieces that somewhat surprised me. But I was expecting Vaishali to start tuning up her game. We've seen her start slowly, but then she picks up her game and she starts scoring important victories. And that was one of them with the black pieces against Sarah Sadat. Sarah, just incredible victory with the black pieces the round previous against Lei Ting-je, but unfortunately with the white pieces, she couldn't handle Vaishali's King's Indian approach. Not a King's Indian, but those type of attacks on the king side, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. And her final moments, she softens up the king side for white. She forces g3, and then unfortunately, all of her pieces, unfortunately for Sarah, of course, all of Vaishali's pieces just started roaming around the board and delivered the checkmate. So Vaishali picks up her first classical victory and, in fact, gets up the standings as well, as we will see. 3-0 for Vaishali. Ju Wenjun defeated the world champion, defeated Anna Muschuk 1.5 to 1 point in the Armageddon, and Koneru Humpy got the Armageddon victory against Lei Ting-je.
And with that very important Armageddon win, Humpy Koneru is the sole leader of Norway Chess Women after 5 rounds, half a point ahead of Anand Muschuk and Ju Wenjun, the reigning women's world champion, in third place. we have mentioned that anyone can still win the tournament, both at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and that is thanks to this very special format.
Absolutely, it's a trend-setting format here at Norway Chess. It's a double round-robin tournament, meaning everybody plays everybody twice with the white pieces and the black pieces. The time control is 120 minutes plus 10 seconds bonus starting from move 41. That means you don't have the usual 30 seconds increment. You have to play fast. If the game is drawn, then we go straight into an Armageddon. The scoring system is as follows. For a classical victory, you get 3 points. That's very, very powerful 3 points right there. For a classical loss, no points. Armageddon victory gets you 1.5 points, and an Armageddon loss gets you 1 point.
And there is so much at stake, as much as 1,619,000 Norwegian crowns in each tournament. That is Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women with the exact same prize fund. 2 tournaments in the same venue, same format, and same prize fund. This is a groundbreaking initiative of Norway Chess to promote women in chess and to set a standard for the future of chess and equality in the sport. Norway Chess Women, Leoncho, we have highlighted how unique it is that they are promoting gender equality in the sport. We do have so much to talk about. This and many other very important topics today. But before we get into the details, I do want to ask you about today's pairings and what game are you most looking forward to?
Well, first of all, with this very special Norway chess format, that is a guarantee of you will never get bored in this tournament any day. But if this is not enough, just in case, well, today we have #1 against the world champion. What else can you ask for?
That is true. That is Norway Chess with GUKESH against Magnus Carlsen. And in Norway Chess Women, we have a similar pairing when it comes to the reigning world champion, Ju Wen-jun, facing her compatriot and world #3, Lei Tingjie. And if we don't count the #1 being Hu Yifan, she still plays, but she's semi-retired. So if we only look at the active players in the women's field, we do have world #1 against world #2 today.
And from the psychological point of view, both of them know each other so well that this is a plus. I mean, it's not only difficult to beat the other one because he's very strong, it's also because he's almost your friend. So you have to try to beat your friend. Psychologically, this is not so easy.
It's not easy at all, and that will be the case also in the match between Humpy, Koneru and Vaishali. They are teammates from the Olympic gold-winning team of India, and we do have an interview with both players heading into this crucial game.
Do you think the style of your opponent changes the way you prepare?
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes it depends. I think here, like every round is quite crucial.
And from the first round, where you managed to win against Vaishali, Vaishali managed to stabilize and she scored some victories. How would you evaluate your chances for today?
Today I'm playing with black pieces, so it's going to be quite a tough game. It will be a fight.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Vaishali, Humpy is a top-ranked Indian female player for many years already. How difficult it is to challenge someone with so much experience?
Yeah, it's nice that I get to play against her. She has a lot of experience. Of course, I also grew up watching her. I'm excited for today's game.
It seems like your time management has improved throughout the tournament. How would you evaluate so much for today, your chances?
I'm playing white. I hope to put some pressure. Let's see. As you mentioned, I think my time management is much better.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
So much to look forward to today also at Norway Chess. We already highlighted the blockbuster matchup, the rematch between reigning world chess champion GUKESH Domaraju and world #1 and tournament leader Magnus Carlsen. But the rest of the pairings are also pretty exciting. Christian, break it down to us.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, Arjun Erigaisi and Wei, I had no idea they never met in Classical. So this one is going to be their first encounter. 0-0, somebody is going to break that tie, or maybe we're going to continue having draws. Hikaru Nakamura versus Fabiano Caruana. That's a huge matchup because Fabiano lost in the first round against Hikaru with the white pieces. Fabiano has been losing against Hikaru quite often in the last few years. So this is one moment for him to potentially shine and defend with the black pieces, maybe even get a victory. We saw him being able to do that with the black pieces against Wei. So definitely with sharp openings, Fabiano can maybe even try to get a victory in this one. And of course, the big matchup that everybody is waiting for, Gukesh versus Magnus.
And we do have the two of them arriving at the playing venue. Magnus Carlsen has come walking. The hotel where the players and ourselves are staying at is about an hour away from the headquarters of the bank where the tournament is hosted. But today there is a bike competition. The roads are shut and the world number one decided to walk approximately an hour of walk to make it to his game. I mean, that's new. He went biking to one of his games at the Chess Olympiad. Leoncio, how do you see his physical shape? Walking for an hour before the game, that's a good training, good practice.
Yes, of course. Last year, I remember that he was playing the 18-hole golf course in the mornings, but then he realized that that was too much. Then I think he reduced the number of holes. Yeah.
Half of it, just 9-hole golf.
Right,
9-hole golf, a bit of padel, walking for an hour. He's clearly in very good shape, both physically and chess-wise, and he is the 5-time classical world chess champion. He gave up his title, but he's still the world number one, and he has won a world title in all formats 17 times in his career. He's also the defending champion here in Stavanger. He won Norway Chess 6 times already, and he's hungry for the 7th title. His opponent?
I wonder, I was observing that in every round, Magnus is arriving to his table just half a minute before the starting of the game. No 1 minute, 2, 3.
He's the last one.
Half a minute.
He's the last one. Yes.
Why does he need to be so precise?
Good question. Today he's early. He was
Maybe
here.
we can ask him. Maybe we can ask him.
Today is an exception, I think, because of the bike race.
Exactly.
He was told he needs to leave earlier, so he was here even 5 minutes earlier than the game. It's crazy.
It's unbelievable, yes.
Christian, tell us about Magnus's opponent.
Well, there's so much to say at such a young age, only 19 years of age, and that happened just a few days before. We used to see 18 next to his name. He's the youngest undisputed world chess champion. He became that at 18 years of age in Singapore, defeating Ding Liren. He's a 2-time Olympiad gold medal, just an incredible 2024 for this young man, and he tied for first in the last Norway Chess. Take a look at this one. Magnus Carlsen defeated him twice, 3 draws. But look at the discrepancy in the age compartment. 34 years of age for Magnus and only 19. The ceiling is so high for the world champion right now. This is going to be a barn burner.
Which means that when they started to meet each other on the board, Gukesh was only 15. So we have to have this in mind in order to understand the score.
Correct. A very important detail about their head-to-head score. You are right. And Gukesh is already at the board. You mentioned, Leoncio, that Magnus likes to make it to the playing hall as the last player, just half a minute before the game starts. And how adorable, the young lady that will make the ceremonial first move for Gukesh.
She's probably getting already frustrated because she thinks that the number one is not coming, you know? But he will come. Don't worry. He will come at the very last.
There it is. There it is. Makes his way 59 and 30 seconds, as you predicted, Leoncio. And he does have a different attire today, right? No long sleeves. He just walked for an hour. Perhaps he's just trying to cool down a little bit in the first few minutes.
That makes a lot of sense. After an hour of walk, I mean, I'm happy to see that he's not wearing a full suit and tie attire for today, especially if we take into account that he has been walking for so long. Also, it's a lot better, the weather. We had some rough times here weather-wise in Stavanger, but today it's sunny and a bit warmer than before.
Do you know that Gukesh is one of the very few top players who is working all the time with a professional high-level psychologist?
Really?
Yeah.
I knew he does that. I didn't know that he's full-time. I knew he did that for the World Championship match.
He's not working now so frequently as during the World Championship, but at least every week they are talking to each other.
Yes, yes. And he's a very famous, I believe, from Australia, if I'm not mistaken.
He became famous because he was working with the cricket national teams of India and South Africa.
So he's from South Africa, this gentleman, or is he from Australia?
Could be from Australia. I'm not sure about that.
Let's. What do we predict, by the way, in this one? Do we predict E4, D4? Leoncho, you're the guest today. Tell us.
I'm very bad about that, especially now when the top players are trying to go out of the well-known theory as soon as possible. So trying always to surprise the opponent.
Yes.
And
yes.
then
Magnus is having some good time.
And the smile on his face, I think he said something to the young lady. It's so nice to see when they interact with the fans and the children here. All the players are so down to earth and approachable. They give a lot of signatures, take selfies, especially with the children that come here to see them. It's just heartwarming to see.
And we have E4, by the way, on the board. He's testing Magnus in what Fabiano played yesterday as well, or something along those lines, because it did feel like Fabi got an advantage out of the opening. And Magnus did say, hey, I forgot to look at this line, this particular line. So there are some holes in his preparation, and right now Gukesh will try to exploit them. Let's see, bishop to b5 or bishop c4? Bishop b5, okay. Following exactly what Fabiano played yesterday, the Ruy Lopez, the Spanish. Well,
so Magnus had one night to prepare for something that a lot of the other players have probably prepared for a few months, several months, long preparations. Top chess level players train a lot and they prepare a lot this first stage of the game. We call this the opening. This is the beginning in chess when you aim to develop your pieces, castle your king so that it's safer, and you're also trying to fight for the center. And by the way, when we say develop your pieces, I think it's important to highlight we are developing the knights, the bishops, and we don't want to bring the queen out early because the queen is the most valuable piece other than the king. So you gotta protect Her Majesty. Don't bring it out soon. It will be in danger.
It's all about, and I sort of expected this. We have a Berlin on the board. Magnus really didn't like what happened yesterday against Fabiano. He wanted to change something and he wanted to surprise first, I think.
Actually, last evening, Magnus said he admitted that he was surprised by Fabi during the opening because as he's playing so few classical chess tournaments and playing more freestyle, rapid, and so on, he's not paying so much attention, not dedicating so much time to opening preparation. So now is, let's say, easier than before to surprise the number one in the opening.
Easier, but it's still extremely difficult.
Of course.
This is the misconception that we're seeing during the last many years. People believe that Magnus is not well prepared in the opening. That's not the case. He's one of the best prepared players in the opening. Of course, right now he's facing Gukesh. Gukesh just played a World Championship match. We know the residual preparation that you get from the preparation, the months, maybe close to a year of preparation that you do before a World Championship match in every single line. So right now we're seeing Gukesh using that in classical to try to get an edge against Magnus Carlsen. C3, and we're starting to look already at ideas of breaking in the center and putting a lot of pressure out of the opening on Magnus. It's all about the opening right now and the knowledge that these players are bringing to the table, the amount of preparation, the hours that they have spent, as well as their coaches at home.
This game, Anna, is very good for us as commentators because everybody can see that they are fighting for the center.
Yes.
In chess, in football, and in a battle, in a military battle, in a war, controlling the center is always very important. Because
it's
from
so
the
important.
center, you can decide where are you going to attack. Left side, right side, etc.
Exactly, and it is a great example, as you're saying, Leoncho, that they're doing it because other times what we see on top level chess is that they're doing what you shouldn't do at home. But you need to know the rules to break the rules. Today's game, I like it too, that it's going in the instructive way that we would teach to our students as well. And we want to teach you, our dear viewers, how to fight for the center. So that pawn push that Gukesh made is preparing his other pawn to be pushed, the other central pawn. He's trying to get a bigger control of the center. Now, after castling, both have castled, and I think we gotta show this move because it's this special move in chess. The only time you move two pieces at the same time, the king goes two squares. The king normally can only move one square. That's the distance, and that's how slow it is as a piece. But in castling, it goes two squares to the right or to the left. You need to vacate the squares in between the king and the rook to do this. But once it is vacated, the squares, you can move the king 2 squares, and the rook jumps ahead, jumps to the other side of the king. This is castling. You can castle on both sides, and this is what the players have done. The reason for castling is that the objective in chess is to checkmate the opponent's king. So you gotta protect your king at all costs. And those pawns that Christian has beautifully painted are your bodyguards. Keep them close to your king.
Absolutely. It's like a fortress in front of your king. And we're seeing both of the players commit early on to their respective castles. Sometimes we see them stay in the center and only commit after the opponent commits to one or the other side. And sometimes we see castles on opposite sides. This is not the case. They're both on the same side. If they would be on the opposite sides, then we could see some king side or queen side attacks as well, flank attacks coming from both of these players. You might be wondering, what is this little KG move, right? H3. It doesn't look... Anna, you just told us you should not move the pawns in front of your king. Why is he doing this? Well, there is a very specific reason, and that is this pawn controls a very important square, and that is this square G4. What black would like to do is set up what we call a pin with the move bishop to G4, maybe even knight to G4 at times, but mostly the pin with the move bishop to G4. And white is saying, you know what? Nope, you're not getting that at any moment in this game. We might even see H6 come from black as well to sort of mirror what white is doing. If he's not doing that, then the next move, I have a feeling, is going to be this move, a bishop to G5. So for example, I'm just going to make a very soft move in this position. Let's say rook to E8. Now you will be able to go bishop to G5. And this is quite an important move because you set up this very important pin. What do I mean by pin? This knight is pinned, meaning that if it moves, you're going to lose a major piece. You're going to lose the queen, which is extremely expensive for black's accounting right now. You take the bishop back, but of course, you're going to be down 7 points, 6, 7 points, depending on how much you attribute to the queen. So this pin is very annoying to deal with. You could try to break it with something like this, but this is a bit dangerous, right? Especially after you castle. That's why we don't want to see this. Let's wait and see what Magnus is going to choose.
By the way, regarding H3,
yes,
it is a flank move, but however, is also fighting for the center, as Christian explained very well, because bishop G4 for black will be a move which is also fighting for the center.
Very true. It's all about the control of the center. You are right, even when it's a flank pawn push,
and
Leoncho.
What you mean by that, just to kind of make sure that everybody understands that, it indirectly fights for the center by pinning this knight. This knight is controlling very nice these 2 squares in the center. And not only that, it supports the move D4. This is what white, the whole tactic of white for the past few moves, it's aimed at playing this move D4 later on in the game. And bishop to G4 is a very powerful move to stop that, because the knight is no longer going to be able to support that. So we have a few moves. Let's see what happened. A6, bishop to A4. I just want to let everybody know Gukesh is blitzing out his moves right now. Gukesh is really putting some pressure on Magnus. It does seem like he knows what he's doing. He perhaps prepared alongside Gregors Gajewski. He prepared this line specifically. Let's see what Magnus brings to the table.
Speaking of Gregors, he has just passed by our studio and he looked confident. I think this is still clearly their preparation. The players are here. Many of them are here with their seconds or trainers. And in case of Gukesh, it is a very strong Polish grandmaster, Gregors Gajewski, who was also the second before of our co-host, Viswanathan Anand, who is enjoying the sunny Italy while we are here in the studio, missing him a lot, but wish he will be back tomorrow. And we do want to talk about, of course, these 2 players and, well, empty chair. Speaking of which, Magnus Carlsen does like to take a stroll during his games. Leoncio, you know Magnus so well. You have been following his career for a long, long time. Please tell us about everything that you have learned about the prodigy at the time, Norwegian prodigy, now world #1.
Well, everything will take us about 5 hours or so, but
The highlight.
just a few ideas. Magnus Carlsen is a fantastic example to discuss about the eternal dilemma, nature or nurture.
Leoncho, sorry, I need to interrupt you for a second because Magnus is interrupting us. He is in the confessional. Then we'll discuss what he said and his career. Sorry about that.
Please go.
So yesterday I went for the what I called Berlin regret line, where I tried to. I first went for sort of the regular Ruy Lopez, and then tried to go back to Berlin types of positions without a lot of success. Today I'm trying the opposite, starting out with a Berlin, and then with the move A6, actually getting it back to sort of D3 Spanish territory. So we'll see how that works out.
Wow, he did sum up what we have analyzed earlier about the opening, Christian. Any thoughts to that before we go back to our discussion with Leoncho about Magnus's career?
I think
He seems happy, though.
Yeah, I think it will be extremely interesting to see his brain now, what is he thinking about, because we know that his memory is terrific. So which positions or games is he trying to remember, while Gukesh is trying to drive him to some territory?
Is definitely not something that he prepared yesterday, because yesterday he prepared something with a bishop on e7. Now we already know his bishop is out, so he's trying to combine his ideas. The Berlin, he's not really a Berlin player. Whenever he plays the Berlin, well, he played it, I remember, once against MVL, and he had some difficulties long time ago, and since then he hasn't touched it that many times. Now we're seeing him go back to the Berlin. I think, Leoncho, what he's trying to do is stir the game into a much more strategical avenue compared to yesterday. Yesterday, it became too much of a mess with that center, very flexible center for white. He does not want to get one of those positions against Gukesh today. He wants to keep it slow and steady, make small little moves, incremental improvements, such as h6. This is the type of game that Magnus wants to get. And he seems like he got what he wanted. And he was very happy as well. He was smiling, definitely not the Magnus that we've seen yesterday in the confessional, sort of amused by the fact that he had to play this regret Berlin, the way he called it yesterday. Now he's feeling much better.
He seems to be feeling a lot better. And apologies, Leoncho, that Magnus showed up at the confessional right in the moment.
First priority.
He knew that he was on the spotlight. He wanted to steal the thunder. Please tell us about how you have been following Magnus's career for so long already.
Well, first of all, nature or nurture. I think Magnus Carlsen is the perfect example to discuss about this. Because in his case, of course, genetics are awesome. Because at 5 years old, he was able to memorize all the countries in the world with their capitals, flags, number of inhabitants, and area. But, and this but is with capital letters. I know because I have interviewed his father many times, and I have a lot of information. Both Henrik, the father, and the mother, who unfortunately died recently, they stimulate all their children since they were babies from the intellectual point of view.
And how did they do that? Give us the secret. How can we make our children very smart?
Puzzles, Legos, and things like that. Always incentivize them intellectually, suggesting them to think about intellectual games and so on. So in the case of Magnus, the answer to that question, nature or nurture, is both. Both. He is genetically gifted, and he was intellectually very stimulated since the very beginning.
And it's thanks to his parents supporting all of the children from the very beginning, as you have mentioned. We have so many memories from your work and from your career, featuring, of course, Magnus Carlsen and also our co-host, Viswanathan. Please tell us about some of these occasions.
Well, this photo with Magnus on the left is very close to my first interview with him. He was 16, playing in Linares. Linares was the old Wimbledon of chess. Now it's vacancy. Then it was Linares. He was extremely shy. Very difficult to get an answer from him. That was a very special tournament. First half was in Mexico, second half in Linares. Then in Mexico, I was working with Henrik and Magnus in order to get their confidence. And because it was very, very difficult talking to him. Then when we were in Linares already, I suggested, okay, in a free day, maybe we can make an interview. And he said, okay, let's try it. Then he came to my room and I started talking about traveling because he liked it already very much, traveling a lot and so on. Then we talk about football. And then finally I said, do you mind if I push this button, I mean the recording? I said, no, okay. And then we start the real interview. But then the editing was really hard. I mean, after the interview was published in a whole page in El País, and many readers say, oh, this Norwegian boy is fantastic. And I say, yes, he is, but you don't know how much editing I had to make. And I think the crucial point that he switched to become very open when talking to journalists and so on, was the two contracts with the G-Star company, the young fashion company, because that forced him to be practically every day in front of cameras, lights, photographers, parties in Hollywood, in New York, in Los Angeles, I don't know where. So it was, on daily basis, he had to do this. And then he became much more open, and it was much easier to talking to him.
And to be honest, whenever you're 16, you're a bit introverted, no matter who you are, right? But he indeed, as you just painted out, opened up quite early on in his career. Now, what was your impression from that interview? Did you understand that you're talking to a future great at that point?
It was very clear that he was a genius with capital letters. I mean, but not only about chess. He was able to talk about many other subjects, which it is very difficult to find a similar case among chess players. I remember Radjabov. Radjabov at 16 years old was also amazing, but it's very rare. Normally at that age, they are talking about chess and very few other subjects. But Magnus was really able to talk about many things.
Somehow it's interesting because whenever you have all those interests, sometimes they take away from your chess, or at least this is the perception. For Magnus, that's not the case. He uses all of these other things as an anchor to sort of stay present, right?
Especially, I want to underline something. He was suffering bullying in school. Then the parents were very clever. When he was 12, they decided to take a sabbatic year for the whole family. They organized everything to go traveling, especially around Europe, also to Dubai and some other places. The sportive goal was Magnus becoming grandmaster as soon as possible, but it was a combination of tournaments for Magnus and culture visits and tourism in general and so on. And during my interview, my first interview with him, he told me textually, that was the best year of my life so far.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how sad that that happens to children in present day as well, the bullying, and how it can have, unfortunately, sadly, a very negative impact at a very early age of children, and we should do everything we can to prevent it. In this case, the parents took out the kids from school and they went traveling with them, quite an extreme in a way. Not everyone would be able to do that, but it goes to show that sometimes you need to go to extremes to raise a genius, a world champion. Speaking of world champions, how many world chess champions have you interviewed, Leoncho?
Well, I don't remember the exact number, but I can tell you that I think all of them since Botvinnik, who was world champion in the middle of the last century, until Gukesh, with I think only one exception, which is Petrosian. I was with Petrosian somewhere, but I couldn't interview him.
That's a lot of world chess champions and a lot of decades, and we do have some more photos to show from your career. Please tell us about some of these highlights.
Well, Judith. Judith for me is a very special person. I think is one of the most intelligent human beings I ever met, not only in chess, in general. And she's extremely interesting from many points of view. For instance, the way that Judith and her sisters, Sophie and Susan, were educated is very interesting beyond the field of chess, because they never went to school, only for exams. But we have to underline something, otherwise we could be misunderstood. Both parents are professionals of pedagogy, so they knew what they were doing. Mm-hmm. So it was a pedagogical experiment. The goal was to demonstrate that geniuses are not born, but done with education and good atmosphere. And also, the second goal was to demonstrate that, of course, women can play chess as well as men. And I think the experiment was extremely successful, but I do not recommend anybody to try to repeat that experiment, because the conditions around were very special.
Very special, indeed.
Hungary, as you know very well, is a country where chess was quite popular, and both the mother and the father were professionals of pedagogy. Before getting married, they were already thinking about the experiment, so everything was very well programmed. And that's very difficult to repeat.
It also very much worked out with them because they all loved chess very early on. Exactly. They stumbled upon chess and they loved it at first sight. Exactly. So, yeah, also very successful experiment, of course. Mm-hmm.
And that's so crucial, what you added, Christian, that you gotta love what you do. You cannot force a child to become a professional of this or that. You cannot force it onto anyone. It has to be pure passion, true love, motivation coming from deep within.
This is all they did.
And then you can nurture.
All they did.
Yes.
Every single day, this is all they did. And not because their parents were asking them, hey, you need to put in 8 hours of chess, but just because they were simply obsessed. And in a good way, obsessed with chess in a good way. And obsessed with the process as well, going to the club, playing against maybe even older people as well. I think this was some of that ignited their passion, all of the three sisters. Mm-hmm. Just an incredible project.
There is a very interesting point of connection between the Polgar sisters and Carlsen, the way they were educated. Because, well, what was the main problem with the Polgar sisters? Lack of social life. But I think, after visiting 111 countries, I think that traveling is the best school of life. So the Polgar family understood that traveling as much as possible from the very beginning was a good thing to do. And Judith told me many times that was crucial for us to be balanced on our education.
Yes, and as you mentioned, to have the social life for children that they didn't have in school, but they did get it from traveling and meeting other chess players and going to chess clubs. That's so important.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Do you think this is still doable nowadays? Society is much different than it used to be. It's much more rapid right now. You have the social media influence as well. Do you think it is still possible to find something at an early age and just simply focus all your efforts on that? Well, both from a parenting perspective as well as from a pupil's perspective.
First of all, I think this is dangerous. I mean, in chess, in the history of chess, we have a very clear example which I know very well because I had 3 secret meetings with Bobby Fischer. And Bobby Fischer was, of course, a genius, one of the best players in history. He made a lot for chess, his charisma and so on, but he had a mental illness. And according to 5 or 6 psychiatrists I have talked with about, they think that the key point was his childhood. His childhood was, he became obsessed with chess, just answering Christian's question. So his life for many years was only chess. Then Fischer is also the example of what we should not do with a boy or a girl with a special talent for chess or for piano or for football or whatever. I mean, we have to make a big effort to guarantee that the education is an integral one, is a level education.
But for Bobby, this was the trajectory, the path that he decided on. It almost like he didn't have too much influence from his parents. This is something that he decided on very early on.
Well, but he was spending a lot of time alone at home.
Exactly.
Because his mother had several jobs. She was forced to have several jobs, actually. She was coming home very late in the evening, and then somehow chess was the shelter for Bobby during his childhood.
A bit similar to the fictional character of Beth Harmon and how she also didn't have that nurturing family that she would have needed. In Queen's Gambit, it's a happy ending, but it also goes to show it is fiction, first of all, but there's so much parallel between Bobby Fischer and Beth Harmon. And we know how Bobby Fischer was the only world champion who dethroned a Soviet world chess champion, kind of hinting at Beth Harmon's character being based on Bobby Fischer, even if it's not the same gender.
According to several sources, Fischer's IQ was bigger than Einstein's.
Wow.
So he could have been a genius also in other fields, most likely. But for some circumstances, it was chess.
It was chess. And it is chess for our reigning world chess champion. We have missed, I think, the last few moves. So if we catch up with our big clash of the day, reigning world chess champion Gukesh Domrajo trying to get a revenge here. A rematch is what we are seeing. He's got the white pieces today. They were also each other's opponents on day one here in Stavanger. Magnus won that game. So it is rematch time and revenge time for Gukesh. So far, what have we missed, Christian? What are the latest developments?
Again, it's exactly what we sort of expected from the beginning of the game. It's going to be a slow maneuvering game, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Not a lot of things. Rook to e1 was, I think, where we left it after h6. Rook to e1, and this, we've been discussing about it. It's all about the fight for the center. It looks like you're not fighting for any center, but what you are doing is supporting this pawn e4, and then later on, you will play the move d4. Again, it all comes down to this idea of breaking the structure in the center with a move d4. b5 was Magnus's response. At some point, you have to start expanding on the left side of the board. Bishop to c2 immediately played, so at least Gukesh at this point was signaling the fact that he still knows exactly what he's doing. He was playing very fast. But then came this move, bishop to b6. A bit of an awkward move, because that bishop was not under attack. But what you're doing is saying, you know what? I'm going to wait to commit any other piece until you play the move d4. d4 is probably what we're going to see later on in the game. Maybe not right now, not d4 right now. Maybe he's going to start attacking on the left side with a move a4 and try to provoke a reaction like that. Maybe you're going to even start looking at ideas of exchanging that bishop on b6. Since you already played bishop to b6, you lost the tempo, and you might as well try to lose another one if you do decide to exchange on a3. So there's a lot of ideas for white. Gukesh is sort of trying to react, trying to understand exactly what's happening. And of course, there's the very typical plan in the position, and that is to maneuver this knight all the way to the other side of the board. With a move knight to d2, knight to f1, knight to g3, you might be wondering, hey, why am I going there? Well, for multiple reasons. First of all, with this pawn on c3, you cannot really go to the very natural square, knight to c3. So you have to find a different square. The best square to go via f1 is g3. g3, not only that you're looking towards the king side, but once again, you're also supporting this push d4 by protecting the pawn on e4. So there's a lot of ideas, a lot of plans that both of these players are going to be engaged for the next few moves. Again, Magnus got exactly what he wanted. We'll see if Gukesh will be able to match the energy of Magnus strategically in this game.
I think, Christian and Anna, that many viewers can be wondering, okay, but if d4 is the move, the natural one, why don't play now d4? Probably the answer is because it is better to develop first the pieces and only after.
Yes,
d4, right?
yes. The thing is, you're not in a hurry right now. Nothing big is going to happen tactically right now. It's a very closed position. Things are going to happen in a slow mode, very, very slow mode. And so you have to play according to the principles and the demands of the position. And that means that you have to improve all of your pieces first. Get the knight out, get it on the other side of the board, maybe even move this bishop away, make the connection between the rooks perhaps. We're being told that this is, at least these are the principles of the opening phase, and only then play the move d4. The thing is, once you establish this connection, this tension between these two pawns, black has the option of breaking that tension. So you don't want to give black that option, at least not before you find the ideal square for the other pieces.
That's so well put, Christian. And this is going to be a long strategic battle. It's exactly what Magnus Carlsen wanted and explains why he's happy about the outcome of the opening. We see the reigning world chess champion GUKESH deep in thought. We are going to let him think it through. And I would love to switch to his compatriots game. In Norway Chess Women, we do have the clash between tournament leader Humpy Koneru against Vaishali. Vaishali with the white pieces. Both of them are from the Olympic gold winning team of India. Very, very good friends and teammates. How hard it is, Leoncho, you think, both in this game and in the game of Ju Wenjun against Lei Tingjie? Teammates, friends, but they are rivals on the chessboard.
Well, that's connected, in my opinion, with how important psychological preparation is in chess. And you know what? Most of top players disagree with me on that.
They do?
But I think they are wrong. But, I had, for instance, a big discussion with Nepomniachtchi, twice vice world champion. And once off the record, I explained to him, okay, Ian, I have covered all the Olympic Games as a journalist. And I can tell you that practically in all of them, most of the big stars are working with a psychologist. Why not in chess if chess is the mental game? And he said, okay, I understand your point. But I think it will be very difficult for a psychologist to understand how I think during a game and so on. But I disagree with him, and actually GUKESH is the world champion, and he recognizes that working with a professional psychologist has helped him a lot. So in your, coming back to your question, in these cases, of course, it is very important your psychological preparation. Because, okay, suppose that your opponent is your friend, but it will not be your friend in the next 4 or 5 hours. It will be your friend again when you go to the hotel, not now. And you have to prepare yourself for that.
Very true. That is so true. I'm curious if any of the ladies are working with a psychologist. The Hungarian Olympic team, they try to work with a coach or psychologist for a little bit. I wish it was a longer time, because I do think that there's a lot of benefits. I myself work with a psychologist on an individual level, but when I competed, we didn't have this support. And I agree with you that there is so much psychology in chess. There's the chess knowledge, the skills. But if you are not mentally strong and ready to perform well under pressure, under tension, and also to be able to pull yourself together immediately, if you make a mistake, recover in the spur of the moment during a game. There's so many mental factors in chess. So I feel like it's almost a 50-50 with chess skills and knowledge, and how you need to be a warrior who can recover immediately and be very strong mentally. So I'm surprised that actually not more of them work with psychologists.
At this level, I mean, top world level, chess is not only science and art, it's mental boxing. And Kasparov likes to say that chess is the most violent sport. Because in football, In football, you can take out your tension by kicking the ball, by running, by protesting to the arbiter, I don't know. But in chess, all you can do is just walk like in a jail at the States, or go into the bathroom, or practically anything else. And the tension is inside yourself for 4, 5, 6 hours. So if you are not psychologically prepared, you have a black hole there.
Christian, what are your thoughts on this? And you work so closely with Fabiano as his second. Just a quick reminder to our viewers, our co-host here was a long-time second of Fabiano Caruana and still is a very good friend of Fabiano. You have your podcast together with Fabi. Yes. Shout out to the C-Squared podcast, always, of course. But I'm so curious, how was it for you working with Fabi so closely during the World Championship match? And then, of course, we will analyze the game on hand. But I feel like this is such an important topic for both Norway Chess Women and Norway Chess, the psychological battle. So how did you see Fabi's preparation? And what can a coach do, a second do, when it comes to the mental preparation?
Yeah, it's a very difficult question, I have to say, and we've been sort of trying to find the balance and trying to find the right answer with Fabiano as well, specifically during the 2018 match with Magnus Carlsen. We try to leave no stones unturned, as they say, and we did consider going with a psychologist also, and I do believe that Fabiano even took maybe a session or two, but in the end we decided that it just simply wasn't for him. And I think it's a very individual decision. Some players might like it, some players really might dislike just sharing all this information, all this very delicate information with a psychologist. You do share those type of informations with your team, with the players that you're working with your seconds. So already you're somehow having an untrained psychologist eye. Obviously, I'm not trained as a psychologist. Rustam Kasimjanov was not trained either. We were both in London during that match. So it's a very, very private matter. It's a very individual matter. And I truly believe that it has to come from the player. It cannot be forced. Like if the player, and sometimes it's a cultural thing as well. If the player goes for those type of, let's say, more spiritual approaches to the game of chess, more psychological approaches to the game of chess, then go for it, go for it and hire a psychologist.
But somehow, Christian, you are mentioning a very interesting subject. You yourself, as a second, one of your roles is a psychologist.
One of the biggest roles, yes, of course. Yeah, I mean, you're surrounding yourself with a team of players and of people in general that you can spend months at a time, not run out of conversation, and even if you do, not hate each other too much, right? So that's, you become quite friendly with the people that you're surrounding yourself with, especially in a match setting. But again, even if you're not talking about that high of a level, you should still be at least experimenting with this option. As a chess player, as a professional, if you are achieving those heights, you should definitely, given that chess is such a psychological battle, as we just uncovered, you should definitely consider a psychologist. If it's for you, good. If it's not for you, good as well.
I believe, by the way, I'm not sure if Gukesh was part of the team, but I know that a couple of the players from the Olympic team of India, both the Open and the women's team, a couple of them have worked with a yogi or several yogis, working on mindfulness and working on that inner peace that you need in critical moments of a chess game. There is a clip on YouTube with Pragnananda asking how to deal with tension during a chess game, and they were at a yoga camp, at a retreat with a yogi. I think these are especially important topics, and it's great to see how a lot of the young players from the Indian Olympic team have been training in mindfulness as well, and whether it's a psychologist, whether it's a yogi, whether it's a mindfulness session, there's so many ways in which one can and probably should work on that mental strength.
Exactly. Before this tournament, I was told that Eric Gacy was one of the Indian players doing this kind of preparation with yogis and so on. And here I double-checked. And precisely, he's coming to the States maybe 10 minutes, even 15. The first round was 15 minutes before the round, and he's clearly making a concentration exercise in front of the board before the game.
Very true, and you can see that with Gukesh as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if Humpy and Vaishali also meditate and take into practice some of the exercises that they learn from yogis. It is so beneficial. I do it myself. I would highly recommend it, and it clearly helps, I think, a lot of the players. When it comes to the position, we have talked so much about the mental aspect and psychology. When it comes to their position on the board, Christian, let's go into the moves and also highlight that the opening battle was won by Vaishali. I can tell that by the clock. You can see that she has a lot more time than Humpy, meaning that Vaishali came with a preparation that Humpy didn't expect, so she spent way more time for the first couple of moves than her opponent. Let's break it down.
100%, as you just mentioned, and it's we actually discussed about this at the beginning of the show. With Magnus's game, that was a very typical way of teaching kids how to play the opening phase and apply the basic principles. This is a completely different affair. We're having a very imbalanced situation, which is one of those moments when, as a very good, very strong chess player, you're going to be breaking the rules because you know the rules so well, you can afford to break them occasionally. Now, let's see what happened. We're going to start it from the beginning. d4, knight f6, c4. We do see the battle for the center somewhat, obviously e6. And we have the g3. We've talked about it. This is going to start opening towards the Catalan opening. d5, bishop to g2, and offering this potential gambit on c4. You can take that pawn for free, at least for the moment, of course. If you do decide to take it, white even has the option of immediately recapturing it via queen to a4. That would be a check. Usually white does not do this, but you have this option of giving the check immediately and capturing it on c4. What you do with this setup is set up this beautiful bishop on this long diagonal. And what you're trying to fight against is this bishop on c8. So black, that is the problem piece for black, because you're sort of fighting and you're biting on granite here with this pawn on e6. Bishop to e7 was the decision for Humpy. Knight to f3, castle, and queen to c2, defending the pawn on c4. You might be wondering why not castle first. That is a bit of a more distinct conversation, because after castle I can take, and then I have ideas to immediately, since you don't have this queen to a4 check, I have ideas of immediately stopping with b5 later on in the game. So she played the move queen to c2 first, also just delaying the move castle. c5, immediate clash in the center, as we can see, in the center and a bit on the left side as well. Take on c5 and d4. And Vaishali said, you know what? I took that pawn. I want to maintain it. I want to maintain that extra pawn. So you have to be careful right now. Give me one more move. For example, let's say you go something like knight to d7. I'm going to go a3, and once you play a5, I'm going to have enough time to play this move bishop to b2. Now you no longer are able to get your pawn back on c5. You take, and with a bishop on d2, my rook on a1 is protected. Whenever these two meet each other, my rook on a1 is protected. So you have to do something really quick, and that's why she played the move a5 first. Now, if you go a3, you might be wondering, hey, I'm defending this pawn chain. No, you're not, because I'm going to take. You cannot touch. You know, I've seen this happen at the grandmaster level. I've seen a grandmaster recapture like this and just resign immediately after losing the rook, quite recently, in fact. I don't know what happened the night.
Don't say the name.
I don't. I will not. I will not. And I will not say probably what happened the night before that he.
Exactly. that was what I was thinking about. Yeah.
He managed to do this. Bishop takes c5. Knight to d2. Of course, the knight is coming towards b3. Attack that bishop on c5, and it's all about this pawn in the center. What you're trying as white is disrupt what black is trying to build, and that is a very, very unpleasant presence in the center with a pawn on e5. Knight to b3, e5, a4, queen to c7. This is where we stand right now. Humpy has been spending a lot of time to get to this point, but she's playing a very classical game of chess. I mean, this is what you want to see. Just stabilize the position as is. Put the pawn in the center, stabilize the center if you can, and take it from there. And Vaishali right now will have to prove that you're allowed to push your pawns like this in the center. How are you going to tackle that? How are you going to tackle that problem? This is the big question that Vaishali will have to answer in the next few moves.
And she will first need to return to the board. Since she had the time to walk around, she might have gone to the players' area. There are snacks and beverages for the players in the backstage room. Vishy was also telling us how the lounge chairs are very comfortable, and you can see your boards from there. They have screens, and they can look at their positions in the lounge area. So that might be where Vaishali is, or maybe in the confessional. I am rooting for her to make her first appearance in the confessional. In terms of the All India Derby, we also have an All America Derby. The 5-time US chess champion against the 4-time US chess champion, current world number 2 against current world number 3 on the live rating list, Hikaru Nakamura against Fabiano Caruana. Their first encounter on day 1 was won by Hikaru with the black pieces. And today it's rematch time with Hikaru having the white pieces. So you could think that this is a pretty tough situation for Fabiano, wouldn't you say, Leoncio? If you lost with the white pieces and now you gotta play again against the same guy with the black pieces.
Those two players are fascinating for very different reasons. But for a journalist like me, Hikaru Nakamura is especially fascinating because, well, he is number 2 in the world. At the same time, we know he is spending much more time on streaming and much more energy, not only time, on streaming than on training and playing. So then the logical question will be, if he dedicates 100% of his time only to top chess, will he be number 1? But maybe the answer is no.
I think the answer is no.
His character is forcing him to do both.
It could be his character. It could be also us just having a misunderstanding of what's needed to train. Maybe just spending countless of hours of looking at openings and pressing the space bar and just trying to get the engine's input. Maybe that's not as valuable. Hikaru is still spending a lot of time on chess. It's just a different type of training. He's playing a lot of games. And that, in fact, especially with this format right now, the practicality towards those last few moves, those last few minutes, it matters a lot. And that's exactly what he's training whenever he plays 8 hours of chess online with 3 minutes on his clock and chatting while being distracted by the chat and whatnot. So he has a different type of training. And it works for him. I think it just simply ticks for him. And that's exactly what we're seeing. And it's a battle of clashes as well, because Fabiano somewhat is completely different. It's very much geared towards looking at chess much more than Hikaru, playing a little bit here and there online, but not streaming as much. Now we have the podcast, and he's opening up as well, but it's still not at the level of Hikaru, of course. It's a clash of styles, very much so, in this game.
And regarding Caruana, Anna, let's take this goal opportunity we have to ask Christian about Caruana. Because
Definitely.
you have worked a lot with him. And I remember I was there, London 2018, World Championship match, Carlsen Caruana. All 12 games were drawn. And then Carlsen won the tiebreak, rapid tiebreak and so on. Why Fabi was not the world champion? Why he was so close, but he didn't become world champion?
That's a very difficult question, and I wish I had an easy answer to you. We still don't know. It was a very tough match. Both players had their respective chances, and Fabi did come into that match with a lot of confidence. It just so happened that it feels once it reached the tiebreaks, and we sort of understood that Magnus will have a better chance in the tiebreaks. We were really trying to finish the matches in classical. But once we reached the tiebreaks, we understood that Magnus will probably have at least a psychological edge, because he really enjoys playing this type of 4-game mini matches whenever, maybe he makes a mistake, but he's not going to get immediately punished for it. And he did feel in the classical encounter that if he makes a mistake, both of the players felt that if they make a mistake, they're going to get punished immediately by it. We've seen very few mistakes in that one. So yeah, I mean, I don't think I have a clear answer as to why he lost. In that match, it just seems like Magnus was the better player.
Mm-hmm. Which style do you prefer, Nakamura's or Caruana's?
Great question. I like being the host and not being put on the spot. I ask the questions and I let you guys give me the opinions. I think, me personally, I prefer the playing style of Caruana, but I'm fascinated by watching Hikaru's game. So as from the strategic point of view and what I learned from, I would pick Caruana. But when it comes to entertainment and especially the streams, Hikaru. I mean, the guy plays the bomb cloud. He places the king on e2. He moves the king. What we tell all the viewers not to do, please do not. Please do not copy Hikaru's openings during his streams, because that is starting with a big disadvantage. But the guy can do it because he's so strong. And he's also so strong at confessional presence. He is streaming while playing this tournament, virtually streaming. He's using the confessional as his platform to talk to his viewers and to talk to you guys, to talk to our viewers. So let's listen to Hikaru Nakamura about his current game.
Okay, everyone. So back again, new day, new opponent. Today, of course, the second half of the tournament begins, and I'm playing against Fabiano with the white pieces. I kind of expected Fabiano to be a little bit aggressive in this game, so I wasn't surprised by the Sicilian, but he played this knight c6, d6, specifically with e5, which didn't look at, I will confess, to use the confessional term, that I did not look this before the game. Now, I had a big moment when I played the move d takes e5. Of course, d5, knight d4, bishop e3 is the main line. It goes on and on and on forever. But one thing that perhaps the viewers don't know is that Fabiano is somebody who's very renowned for his preparation. Everybody knows that Fabiano is all prep and nothing else, to use the classic joke. So I kind of was thinking about whether to go into one of these main lines or not. But then, you know, seeing how excited Fabiano is, he's really amped up. He's focused, motivated to play something really dry and boring with this d takes e5. I can tell already he's a little bit disinterested. I mean, it's kind of a letdown in a sense. I don't want to go too far into the memes of Twitch and online content, but you know, it's like total mental letdown, as they like to say. So. Game's very boring. I think it's a question of whether Fabiano tries to be creative to create a game, or else it's just going to be a very boring draw with nothing happening for either side, which is what it is. I'm not necessarily thrilled by it, but on the other hand, you know, what to do sometimes. So I'm not really happy, unhappy, or anything in between, but I can tell that Fabiano, I get the sense he's looking for some way to try to keep the game going versus just making a draw, which actually is not too different from the first game we played, where at some point Fabiano should have made the draw, and then he just kept playing, I think because he felt some, I don't know if it's like principles or obligation to the fans, that he had to try and not just make a boring draw within the first 2 hours. So it's kind of reminiscent of the first game we played. I don't really expect Fabiano to go crazy, but you never know. And if he does, then maybe it will still become a game. But it's very unlikely that I'll have an exciting day today. So that's that.
Hikaru Nakamura not being very thrilled about the current position and calling it boring. A good thing about boring draws in this tournament, that then we get even more chess. That will mean Armageddon. That will mean even more excitement. And maybe so, he's hoping that Fabiano doesn't want to be going for drawish lines, that he wants a fight and that he will find ways to continue the game. And in a way, he did say that that's pretty much the story of their first game on day one. Hikaru even offered a draw in that game. Fabiano refused, and a few moves later, Fabiano made a mistake. So when it comes to that, Christian, I think you're the best person to ask.
I also need to be careful how much I'm saying. You know,
Hikaru was saying maybe he feels this is the expectation, the fans, the pressure. What is it? Why do you think that Fabiano felt the need during that game one to continue and maybe push too far? And will he feel that same pressure today?
I mean, I think he himself called it a silly decision to continue that game, because he knew that he didn't get anything out of the opening. Hikaru equalized, and probably the clearest outcome of the game should be a draw. But Fabiano is a fighter. that's the way it goes. He's a very ambitious player. He just wants to keep the game going in every single situation. He does not care who he plays against, whether it's Magnus, whether it's Hikaru, or anybody else in the world. He will just try to keep the game going and put as much pressure as possible. And I do think that a lot of the players, and Fabiano as well, have gotten inspired by the way Magnus plays like that as well. This was one of Magnus's biggest trademark. He kept the game going. I remember Magnus winning against very strong, established grandmasters, rook endgames, which players would have agreed to a draw 20 moves ago, 4 versus 3, very simple technical endgames that he just wins through sheer will. And that is exactly what Fabi is trying to do as well. He's one of those guys. He's an ambitious player. He has been number 2 in the world for a very long time. And he's trying to beat everybody and try to keep the game going for as long as possible, which means that sometimes that can be used against him as well. As we're seeing, perhaps this is a clear strategy from Hikaru. Maybe he just simply wants to make the game as boring as possible and then say, okay, Fabi, now you find a way to create the imbalance. And when you do that, well, that creates an imbalance, but maybe gives your opponent some opportunities as well.
I think, it will be very convenient to underline that Hikaru was joking when he said that Caruana is just preparation and nothing else. Probably both of you can help me to remember the numbers, because I don't remember the numbers exactly. About 8 or 10 years ago, I think it was in St. Louis in the USA.
The 7 out of 7, Fabiano winning game after game.
2014.
That was one of the best performances in the history of chess,
Yes.
right?
Yes. 2014, one
And
of
that
the
was
best
against
ones.
the world's top players, including Magnus Carlsen. Fabiano winning a super tournament in St. Louis in 2014. Beating every single top chess player and not losing a single game, or not even making a draw, because draw in chess is a likely result when 2 very strong players face each other, and especially when you have the black pieces. But he was just winning game after game, no matter what color he had. That was the best tournament of his life.
Oh, by far. Yeah, by far. And one of the best performances ever by any player. And we've seen Magnus do 9 out of 9, even recently, but that was in freestyle chess. We've seen him do 9 out of 9, or maybe it was even, no, I think it was 9 out of 9 against the best players in regular chess, but in Blitz. That was in Croatia a couple of years ago. But we haven't seen in classical this type of performances in a long time.
Maybe it will be Norway Chess. We will need to figure that out. I think we're going to let Hikaru think it through. He has analyzed the position for us in the confessional, and we shall see what he will do about this knight jump, whether to take, whether to move the queen. And while he's thinking, we do have the top clash in Norway Chess Women between the reigning 5-time women's world champion, Ju Wen-jun, and her teammate and compatriot, Lei Tingjie. This is world number 1 and world number 2 against each other when it comes to active players in the world of women's chess. Let's take a look at what we have on the board. Christian.
Absolutely. So we did have the same, the Rui Lopez. Actually, no, the Gioco Piano, where the Italian, where Vichy is today. You might be wondering, where is Vichy? Well, he's in Italy enjoying himself. We'll be telling you all about that later on. Knight to f6, d3. It's all about the fight for the center. Once again, bishop to e7, castle, castle, putting the king to safety, rook to e1. We're seeing these type of ideas even in Magnus's game against Gukesh, with a rook coming to e1, c3, followed by d4. This one with just a different setting of the bishop. The bishop is not on b5 or a4, is on c4 right now for white. d6, and we're storming on the other side. We're trying to get more space on the left side, white that is. Sometimes black matches that energy with a move a5. In this case, she decided against it. And, well, Ju Wen-jun said, you know what? If you give me the opportunity, I'm going to follow up and I'm going to try to take even more space. At the same time, whenever you do this, that could become a liability because the pawn on a5 is already attacked by the knight on c6, which means the rook has to stay to the defense, at least for the moment, of that pawn on a5. So it's a trade-off. You get more space, but maybe you're creating some weaknesses for yourself. Queen to d7, and we're getting some trades on b3. Don't touch that pawn. That is what we call a poison pawn in this position, because after take, this would mean after rook to b8, you're just simply losing that queen. That's it, game over. The queen is trapped. Don't touch that, of course. The players know that this is the position that we have. What black is trying to do is at the right moment, play the move d5, open up in the center and get to this pawn on d3. That's why you're seeing this queen and the rook behind it on a closed file, because what she's doing, she's anticipating the opening of that file after the move d5. It's an interesting battle. Leoncio, what do you see in this one?
Well, I was thinking about something completely out of the chess technique.
No chess, yes.
That right now, the top 4 female players in the world are from China. And very soon, probably the top 5, because the 5th one is Zhu Jiner, who is now here in Stavanger playing the Open tournament. And she is very young and very close to the 5th place. But do you know that during the big communist leader Mao Zedong, chess was forbidden in China?
I did not know that.
Yeah. People playing chess in the streets were arrested by the police and they were fined. But then when he died, the next leader, Deng Xiaoping, decided that chess could give a very interesting, positive image to the country. And they had many millions of Chinese chess players, so they decided to convert as many as possible to international chess. And about only 20 years later, China had their first women world champion, Xi Jun, in 1992, 91, something like this. So I think that's an interesting story.
And soon after, they had the Olympic champions, and now they had, for a brief period of time, both world champions, Ding Liren and Zhu and Jun. Yeah, right now they're dominant, especially in the women's category, completely dominant. But a lot of these players also go and get their university degrees. And this is something that I've noticed also mostly with Chinese players. What's up with that? Wei, for example.
Exactly.
He just finished university. I didn't even know that. Now I'm finding out that he actually finished university. He was one of those players that generally, whenever he reaches that level, they say no more university. I'm not going to university. I'm not going to spend that time to try to study and get a degree. I'm going to focus solely on chess. Is it a cultural thing? Because you seem to know their culture quite intimately.
It's a very deep culture thing. Wei Yi had to accept a big pressure from his family to give priority to the university, despite of being already at world top chess player. When he was 15, 16, he was already extremely strong.
Yeah,
but
he was the youngest to break the 2,700 barrier, which in chess is a very strong level. He was only 17 when he reached it.
Exactly. However, he was more or less forced to go to the university, because in China, this is extremely important. And then now, he's out of the university, he has done his studies and so on, but now he's complaining that the Chinese government doesn't help him enough to get a good team of coaches.
The same with Hu Yifan. Yeah. She also was at the top. Exactly. She was the world champion, and then she went and studied
in Oxford.
I think at Oxford.
Exactly. Yeah.
She was considering coming to the United States and studying.
International relations.
Then she went to Oxford, just an incredible university. Yeah. And right now she's, in fact, a professor, if I'm not mistaken, at the Chinese university. So they're taking very unusual paths, Chinese players in particular, whenever they reach those high altitudes in chess.
Exactly.
Very interesting, certainly. And mentioning Hu Yifan, when we say Zhu Wenjun is world number 2 and Lei Tingjie is world number 3, it's because Hu Yifan is the number 1 player on the women's ranking list, but she is semi-retired. So when it comes to active players, Zhu Wenjun is world number 1, Lei Tingjie is world number 2, and Hu Yifan works as a professor. She's extremely strong. She's the number 1 on the world ranking among women, but she nowadays dedicates more time to teaching.
Yeah, and from the chess lovers' point of view, this is a pity because Hu Yifan was the only one capable, I mean, with potential to equalize or even to beat Judith Polgar's record. But she chose another way.
She chose a different path. And all of the players and, of course, top athletes and academics in the world, they make their own path and choose their own path. I think what the most important is that I think Yifan is happy with her decision and pursuing her academic career and being a professor. We will see if Yifan's teammates, Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie, will go to an Armageddon or will have a decisive result in this battle on day 6. And until then, let's take a short break. And when we are back, there's so much more to break down from day 6 here in Stavanger, Norway.
Along Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, we do have Norway Chess Open Tournament, where we have actually very special participants. We have siblings, and girls, can you please tell me, first of all, your names, and then where are you from?
My name is Carlsen. I'm from Latvia.
What about you? What's your name?
My name is Grace.
And
My name is Tiffany.
and how old are you?
11 years old.
You are all
Yes.
triples. That's very cute. You have these sister powers. And tell me how the tournament is going for you here in Norway. Do you enjoy and do you win chess games?
Yes, I like play chess and
Did you win today?
not. I'm not win.
Okay, maybe tomorrow. What about you?
But I win.
You won. Okay,
Yes.
okay. What about your result today?
They were good, but I don't win.
Okay, maybe next time. Yeah, she won. Okay, okay, that's very nice. Can you please tell me who is your favorite chess player?
My favorite chess player, woman, Humpy, and man, Gukesh.
Oh, he's just walking right now.
Yes.
He's here. I
Yes.
think he heard you. What about you? Who's your favorite chess player?
My favorite chess player, woman, is Humpy, and man is Gukesh.
Oh, we have here the same taste as I see. What about you?
My favorite woman player is Sarah,
Okay.
and man is Magnus and Gukesh.
Oh, fantastic. That's so nice. You must be very happy to see all of them here at this tournament, right? I see you coming here every day after your games are done. I see you're looking at the matches, and that's very, very sweet. The final question what I have to you, I want to know what you want to become in the future. Let's start from you.
I come in Norway chess because I like play chess, and I like watch the games who plays the grandmasters.
Yeah. Do you want to become yourself a grandmaster or the world champion?
World champion.
Okay. What about you? What's your goal in chess?
I come to the Norway chess because yes, I like playing chess and I like watching to play grandmaster, and I'm like watching these.
Do you want to be a professional chess player as well?
Yes.
Okay, what about you?
I come to Norway Chess because I like playing chess. And I like watching games grandmasters.
Okay. I hope you girls gonna be one day the participant of Norway Chess Women, and I will interview you. Okay. And before that, I wish you best of the luck at the Open tournament.
Thank you.
We have very special guests with us. We have Gauri and Deb, and in fact, we met last year. We had an interview last year, and it was really fun. So we have you come back. First of all, tell me, how are you?
I'm fine. And recently I got a blitz rating in February of 1404, and I participated in the Norway Chess Open Blitz. And I guess it should have changed by the 31st of June.
Oh my goodness, that's a huge news. It's actually bigger news than Gukesh becoming world champion. Remember, we talked about that last year. And I asked you, who do you think gonna be world champion? And you guessed it correctly. So what is your new guess now? Let me ask you a question. Who gonna be the champion of Norway Chess 2025?
Well, I didn't watch as many games, but for the women, I have a feeling that Humpy Koneru might get a place on the podium.
Okay. What about in the other event, the men event?
Well, I can see that Magnus Carlsen, he's playing pretty well, so usually I would just say Magnus Carlsen.
Okay.
Yeah, usually I would root for Gukesh as well, but I'm not sure Gukesh might be able to win this one completely, as I noticed that he did lose a few games. But yeah, I root for Gukesh as well.
Okay. What about you, Gary? Do you also support Gukesh, or do you have another favorite chess player? Maybe you can tell to your brother, and he can tell me.
She said you.
Yeah, I heard you are her favorite chess player. That makes actually sense. That makes sense.
Okay, but what about your favorite chess player that is playing in this Norway chess tournament? She said Magnus.
Okay, we have Magnus here and Gukesh here. Okay, just tell us a few things about yourself, because you are a star for Norway Chess already. Second time being interviewed here, and you look very smart. You are dressed very smart and everything, and your sister is also dressed very nicely. Just tell me about yourself. Where do you study? What is your hobby? And just everyday life.
Well, I live in the southern part of Norway, so from Stavanger, which is where I'm sitting right now. I'm sitting here in Stavanger. I guess it's like a few hours drive. Yeah, and yeah, we came here for a bunch of fun, yes. Yeah. So I guess it was worth the time that it took to reach here. Yeah, and
what do you study, or do maybe some sports?
Well, I play quite a bit of badminton. I play badminton when I have to do some exercise, and math, and science, and a bunch of other academic stuff.
Oh, wow, so smart. Well, this is so nice to have you here, actually. I hope that we're going to meet every single year, three of us here on these stairs in Stavanger for Norway Chess. And do you have anything to tell some kids at your age who are watching right now on TVs? Like, do you want to invite them to play chess?
Well, yeah. It would be nice for more people to start playing chess, as it's a mind game, and better mind means like smarter people.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
so well said.
like more people to play chess.
Yeah. And okay, this is the final question, I promise you. So, can you update me? What is your new chess goal now? Is it becoming grandmaster or become the world champion?
Well, yeah, world champion is of course the the long away sort of goal. But my immediate goal, the one that I'm trying to reach at the very moment, is to get a higher rating and not to lose it on Blitz and try to get a rapid and classic as well. So that's my current, what I want to do.
Very, very nice. Step by step. Well, best of the luck then.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Like we keep it.
E7 that can be rerouted.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is the second half of the event already, and the players are facing each other again, once more time, but now with colors reversed. We do have a moment that we all love here in the show. Our viewers, us here in the studio, we always love to hear from the players. And it is the world number one, Magnus Carlsen, who did visit the confessional booth.
I honestly just wanted to give the game like a little bit of a different flavor with these two captures, but it seems quite all right for me. If he goes bishop takes a4, then I play bishop b7, putting some pressure on e4, and I think whenever he has to go for d5, with the beautiful bishop that I have on b6, the bishop on b7 that can be rerouted either to c8 or a6 after a5. It seems to me that it's completely fine for black. I think if rook takes a4, rook e8, more or less same thing should be okay. Apart from that, I wanted to give a shout out to Arian, Fabiano's second. I don't know what Arian is doing, like working on day and night, but it seems that he's in a very inspired mood because Fabi seems to have some very interesting ideas in these games. So that's cool to see.
Wow, that couldn't have been better timing. We have just recruited in our studio the second of Fabiano Caruana that Magnus Carlsen has been talking about in his confession, Grandmaster Arian Tari. Arian, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here.
How did you do this? Perfect Grandmaster timing, calculation, precision.
Magic.
That you are here when he is mentioning that he's impressed with these interesting ideas that you and Fabiano are preparing. What's the secret?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just doing my best. I'm very happy for the opportunity to work with such a strong player like Fabiano. He's also a really nice guy, so I've been enjoying this event a lot.
It's great to have you, and we, of course, are hoping that you will spill the beans and give us a bit of an insider information. We also have, I think, a picture of you competing here at Norway Chess. Can you tell us about that experience as well? You are here as a second this year as a coach, but you were a competitor and you are a strong grandmaster yourself. So how was it to play, and do you prefer the player side of Norway Chess, or are you happy with your coach role this year?
It's a good question. It feels a bit strange to be here and not play, because I've been playing four times in Norway Chess. I played 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. And as you can see, that picture, I am playing against Magnus, and I played against him quite a few times here. That game is from 2020. I lost that one, but in 2022, we drew the classical game, and I beat him in Armageddon.
Wow, congratulations.
Thanks. I also won against him in the Blitz in 2023. So I have some success, but of course I don't have a better score than he has. So, but it's been very fun taking part in these events. It's very stressful, of course, to play these guys. So now it's more of a relaxed role when they are playing. I don't have to stress in the same way, but of course I'm stressed when Fabiano is playing. So it's a bit different.
Launch, I see that you have a question already on mind.
But does it mean that coaching Caruana is not stressing? It's not demanding?
It is stressful, but not to the same degree as playing. When you're sitting there, you are more nervous because if you make one small inaccuracy, you lose. It's so much responsibility. But now when Fabiano is playing, of course, I'm watching the game, and I'm like yesterday when he was playing Magnus, I was super stressed in the time trouble. But it's not to the same degree, I would say. You're stressed at a few times during the game, but mostly not like playing. Then you're stressed all the time.
I see.
How did it feel in that moment, if you already brought up that game? And then we will analyze, of course, Magnus's game and Fabiano's and today's round. But that moment when Fabiano yesterday had a winning opportunity against Magnus in the classical game, and then he missed it.
Yeah, I was super thrilled. It was such an exciting game. Fabiano was playing really accurate and was putting pressure on Magnus from the start. Actually, our opening preparation worked out in that game. He got a good advantage, and he was putting more and more pressure. But Magnus, as we know, it's such a good defender. But like at some point, Fabiano had 4 minutes left on his clock after move 30. So I was afraid he would lose on time, but he managed to speed up. And in the end, it was just both players had 1 minute, and the moves were being played very, very fast. So he had this one moment where he could win, but it was really not easy with 1 minute left on the clock.
Now that we're getting the inside information, what was Fabi's reaction when he got back and you showed him that he was perhaps winning? Was he upset? Was he just trying to take it one step at a time and play the Armageddon? What was his reaction?
He was surprised that it was that moment that he was winning. He did think he had a big advantage, but he didn't. He thought it was much earlier than the end game. That being said, these players have a good mentality, and they're good at resetting. So for Armageddon game, I would say he reset it, but unfortunately that didn't go his way. But in general, he's playing really strong chess, so I'm happy.
And I think Magnus was mentioning this one as well. He was giving you a shout-out, but also sort of inquiring, what are you doing during the night? What are you doing during the day to get him prepared to this level, to get Fabi prepared to this level? Because obviously, during the night, of course, I'm not talking about anything crazy. I'm just talking about preparation.
Yeah, of course. It's only preparation here, nothing else really. So yeah, I mean, the social part is of course important as well. Like
I was just gonna say, I heard there's some Avalon games going every night until 2 a.m. So I think there is some social life to it.
Maybe some opening preparation combined with the Avalon. Yes.
I mean, playing a 2-week classical tournament is of course really tiring, and like, it can be very lonely. So it's important to have good company, I think. And so yeah, we're going on walks. We're playing some games. We're playing some blitz. Chatting, so it's a good balance. And then we usually prepare before. I mean, it starts at 5 p.m., so we have time before the game. But yeah, it's important to enjoy a bit as well.
Makes sense, and to rest and switch off. It's hard, I think, for the brain to switch off. It helps when there's company and fun activities like that game that I always lose at. I'm terrible at Avalon, but it's a fun game. It's been a tradition of Norway chess for so many years now. When it comes to Magnus Carlsen, you are here as Fabiano's second, but you are also teammates with Magnus, and you've known him for so long, and you are friends with Magnus. How much does that help when you prepare against Magnus?
It certainly helps a bit. Like I know Magnus really well. I played against him a lot. Of course, I mean, it did feel a bit strange to like come here and in the country of Norway and helping his main rival, let's say. But I actually asked him, and he said it was completely fine. And I think he wants the best for me. So he was happy for my opportunity. He said it was okay that I come and help Fabiano, and yeah, I think yesterday it worked out well. So looking forward to the next game he's going to play against Magnus.
That's great to hear that you have Magnus's full support. And do we have your full support and his game? Let's take a look at the most recent developments between GUKESH and Magnus Carlsen. This is the reigning world champion here with the white pieces, trying to get a rematch, revenge. Can he get that revenge today against Magnus? We saw GUKESH with the black pieces against Magnus on day 1 of Norway Chess, and Magnus won that game. So this is now the second chance for GUKESH to try to score against the world number 1. How are we looking? And let's catch up on the latest moves. Christian, what have we missed?
Well, basically, this is exactly what he was talking about in his confessional. He was describing this position, quite happy about it. Obviously, the two bishops are doing a tremendous job. And he was saying that he was trying to get a more dynamic game with the last couple of captures. Let's just go back a little bit with c takes d4, followed by b takes a4. But he did say that after bishop takes a4, bishop b7, most likely, after we're going to see d takes e5, followed by queen takes d8, and perhaps entering that endgame. He didn't believe he has enough, but he does seem to be quite happy with his position, with his play, and it seems like he got exactly what he wanted from the beginning of the game. A position in which he equalizes, neutralized the opening preparation that GUKESH brought to the table, and right now he's feeling good about his position, it seems. I'm seeing some numbers on my screen, which is a bit surprising. Right now, as you can see, for a second, it was right in the middle. Right now, I'm seeing some numbers, specifically with this move, rook to a3. And what do I mean by numbers? I mean that this move, rook to a3, seems to be giving white a slight advantage. Not an easy move to see, but it does make a lot of sense if you think about it. You are potentially trying to swing that rook all the way to g3 if you manage to empty those two knights, but also maybe rook to b3, maybe even rook to d3 to put some pressure on the d file. Arian, what's happening? What's this rook to a3 all about?
I think in general, Magnus is happy with his position. It looks he has a solid position. His pieces are on decent squares. He has developed his pieces. The bishop standing there looks quite good. But at the same time, White also has his pieces on good squares. I mean, this rook to a3 is seems like a quite interesting move, as you said, swinging the rook over to the d3 square, the square in the center there, pointing towards Black's queen. And
only after maybe taking on e5 and trying to invade with the rook, yeah, maybe to d6, maybe obviously to force that queen to relocate as well.
So if GUKESH finds that move, has he played it?
He did not.
Still thinking.
He's still thinking right now.
That's definitely going to be a very testing move for Magnus. I would expect him to put his queen. Magnus probably has to move his queen out from that diagonal if the rook gets to that square. But it's not clear where the queen should go, because let's say if it goes one square up to e7, then suddenly White's knight from the g3 square can come up to f5 and attack it.
That would be quite unpleasant.
So it looks like White is on the good side here. But at the same time, I don't think Magnus is too unhappy. He has a quite solid position, but I believe it's going to be a lot of fight ahead.
Speaking of Magnus, obviously everybody wants to know what type of person is he? You know him very well as a teammate as well. You've participated at many Olympiads alongside Magnus. How is he as a teammate, a leader of Norwegian chess?
He's a very chill guy, I would say. He sometimes when you're his teammate and friend, you forget that he's such a good player. Like he's very laid back and he doesn't necessarily like prepare too much when he's playing the tournament. He's very social during the event and so on. As a person, he's funny. I like his jokes. He has good sense of humor. He's quite social guy, I would say, in the team events, but actually in the individual events, he's usually in his own bubble. So in the team events, he's different than he is in the individual events. Like I've been to, for instance, Vike. I've seen that there's this Vike on Z tournament in the Netherlands, which is 3 weeks in January. And I remember I was there. I barely saw him once come out of his room. So some tournaments he's just in his bubble and taking it extremely seriously. But in some events, I see him socialize, like when we play for a national team in Olympiad and European Team Championship.
And he did confirm yesterday in an interview with Take, he did confirm that he's extremely funny. He said that he agrees with you, he's extremely funny. I think we should move to a different game right now because we have Arian here in the studio. Maybe we can go to Hikaru versus Caruana.
I think that is a great suggestion because we want all the insider information that you can spill, Arian. Anything that is not under an NDA with Fabiano, anything that is not too confidential. We would love to hear your thoughts about today's game. Once again, to our viewers, Arian Tari, Grandmaster Arian Tari is here to work with Fabiano as his second. In chess, a second is a coach, a trainer. But we use this term second because you yourself are a strong chess player. So you still compete, you compete very actively, but you are here helping Fabiano, and it's usually a mutually beneficial work relation that you're here helping him, but because you're working with a strong chess player, it's also helping your own chess. Is that how you see the relation?
Definitely, I feel like it's helping my own chess as well. So, of course, I'm very grateful to be here. I mean, Fabiano has, in my time as a chess player, he's always been a top player, and I've always had so much respect for his game. So, I usually like to say that Fabiano is the #1 human player in the world. Because Magnus, I feel like sometimes is from another planet, actually. Like, it's very hard to understand what he does. But Fabiano is more understandable, I feel like. Yeah, I mean, it's been great, honestly. Like, I've played a lot of blitz with him, and also seeing how his brain works. It's been exciting. And so if we're going to talk about this game, it's been going well for Black so far. If we go a few moves back.
Sure, let's take it from the beginning, excuse me.
And since we had Hikaru's confession about the opening, that he was like, oh, Fabiano, I expected him, he's going for the Sicilian, it's sharper, you know, he wants a fight. And then Hikaru goes describing the game, and then he also describes how he is trying to kill the game in a way, that he's going for this capture on e5 to steer the game toward a boring, dull position. Do you think it's his strategy to intentionally try to poke the beast and go for something that maybe Fabiano doesn't want to make a draw? He doesn't want a boring position.
Yeah, so what happened in this game was that Fabiano surprised him in the opening, and Hikaru was...
E5 was sort of the surprise.
E5 was definitely a surprise. But also in this tournament, Fabiano played pawn to E6 earlier in this tournament against Wei.
Yes.
And so I guess Hikaru was prepared for that based on that game, but this move D6 probably came as a bit of a surprise, but the big surprise was later this move E5, as Christian pointed out. And now Hikaru did play this logical move pawn to C3 because he wants to support his center with pawn to D4. But we had fortunately prepared this line, and Fabiano reacted very accurately here with bishop to G4. And this move pawn takes E5 is definitely showing that he's not too ambitious. Like pawn to D5 instead was like the critical move that
I
would
think this is what he was mentioning, bishop to E3 and just going for this type of
yes, but
much more imbalanced.
I think it was a practical choice by Hikaru. He was surprised and he decided to try to get out of Fabiano's preparation and go into the solid territory. And right now it's a symmetrical position where Black doesn't have any problems. I mean, he has developed his pieces on good squares, and but at the same time also white is okay. So it's been pretty balanced. Right now we have seen some trades. I wouldn't be too shocked if this game is going towards a draw.
And I think this is what he was mentioning. He was saying that he wants to sort of force Fabiano to make a mistake just by making the game boring. And this is what he seems to be doing with H3, all these trades. But right now, if I'm not mistaken, Fabi is a pawn up.
Fabi's a pawn up.
Something has changed, yeah, in this one.
Fabi's a pawn up, and Hikaru has to prove in the next few moves how he's going to react.
There's a very clear way to take the pawn back. Rook D to B1, and then just pick up the pawn on B7. How do you see this one? Did you analyze it before you came on the show?
So what is interesting here is that the queen has two squares to go to. It can go to D2 and to C2, but it's very important that you pick the right one, because if the queen goes to the C2 square, slides one square to the right, then suddenly rook to A2. It's a really nice tactic where we can see that the queen doesn't have any
queen
square.
trap.
That's a
That's
queen
what we
trap.
were talking about yesterday. We had Huga on the show, and her newest song is called Queen Trap. Now we have it on the board. Queen Trap.
Yes.
So I really hope that's not going to happen, but that's a nice trap there.
I have a feeling if he plays rook b1, probably we're going to see queen d2 in a matter of 2 seconds or less.
Yeah.
So queen to d2. Let's say I get this pawn back, and finally I reestablish material balance. What's the situation here?
I don't see black having problems here after, let's say, the bishop on e7 is hanging right now, so if you put that on c5, activating the bishop, and black doesn't have any weaknesses, and he has his pieces on these.
But maybe even better for Fabiano. Do you see this one maybe going Fabiano's way? Do you think Hikaru might be stretching it with this way of playing boring chess?
I still think white should be okay here after developing the rook to d1. Still
Straight in
feels like
center.
white has his pieces on decent squares enough, but it's quite a solid position.
Just want to point out, this is an option as well. So things are becoming a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, white has to be precise now. Probably has to move the king. But maybe now you can move your queen to the e3 square.
Definitely still within the realm of probably equality. Nevertheless, black seems to be preferred in this one.
Fabiano is definitely comfortable here.
Yes.
So it's been the opening has gone black's way.
And what's the strategy? Like, was Fabiano going into this one knowing that he just lost against Hikaru? Does he want revenge at all costs? What's the strategy given the situation in tournament right now in the standings, and also this head-to-head matchup between himself and Hikaru?
So Fabiano has been struggling against Hikaru the last couple of years. It's been a tough opponent for him. I think he lost a couple classical games. The first round here, but also in the American Cup actually a few months ago in St. Louis. So he definitely wants to take a revenge, but at the same time, at this level, having the black pieces, it's kind of not always in your hands. You kind of need to get chances. You cannot exactly create chances out of nothing. So if it will be a complicated position, Fabiano would get the chances, he would definitely go for it. But right now, Hikaru just chose to play very, very solid with white, and then there is little Fabiano can do. But Fabiano is a very ambitious player, so if he gets the chance, he always goes for it.
How far did your preparation go, if you can reveal any of those details about today? Yeah. And was this d takes e5 somewhat part of the plan, even if it wasn't the most ambitious? Did you guys look at it as an option?
Yeah, we briefly mentioned it, that like if white is surprised, he might bail out with this move. So this was something we thought could be an option. I think we kind of just ended somewhere around knight to f6 for black, and concluded that it was okay. So
I have a question for Arian. I know that working with Fabiano Caruana is very pleasant because the Spanish Grandmaster Miguel Santos told me about that. But coming back to your experience with Magnus, in a deep interview with him about 10 years ago, we were comparing himself with Kasparov in terms of their very different, I will say, opposite approach to chess. Kasparov had a military discipline on everyday basis. I get up this time, then breakfast, then swimming, then openings, then lunch, siesta, I don't know. Then Magnus told me, I hate that. But I am thinking on chess the whole day. I could be skiing or walking in the street, and my brain is analyzing a position. So regarding his team, is he asking you and other grandmasters to have a discipline on your work, or you can have some flexibility?
With Fabiano, yeah?
With Magnus.
Personally, I've actually never worked for Magnus.
Okay.
I've just been like as a friend discussing sometimes chess with him, but I was never his second, so I'm not.
I misunderstood. Sorry.
But yeah, I think his seconds are generally working quite very often, like finding ideas for him. But what you're saying is very true. He's very laid back style in terms of like working on chess. He doesn't work 8 hours every day sitting at the chessboard, but he's more like chess is in the back of his brain all the time. He's constantly thinking about chess. So he's very unique in that sense that it's very hard to define chess training. But for Magnus, it's just like he thinks about chess all the time. So he's very curious.
And with Fabi, you have discipline.
With Fabi, yeah, I mean, more discipline. I think Fabi has much more discipline than what Magnus has, actually. I think he's more waking up and working hard. And yeah, here it's more before the games. Let's say we wake up at the same time, we have breakfast, and then we go for a walk, and then we work for 2 hours, and then we have lunch, and then we work again, and then he takes some rest before he's going to play at 5 p.m. So it's we usually follow the same routine.
And to add to that, I feel it's discipline by example coming from Fabi, because Fabi also just loves to work on chess. So he will work on chess, and that means that you will have to be by his side and work on chess as well. Magnus is a bit different because very often he just wakes up, goes to play a soccer match, or goes to play something else, some sort of sports. At the same time, as a second of Magnus, you probably have to stay within the confinements of your hotel and just work on chess while he's having his own fun. So it's a little bit different, these two players, I feel.
Yeah, I actually have a funny story that I've only been on one training camp with Magnus. So I was never really like a second, but he did invite me back in 2018 to go to Oman for a training camp. And I was 17 years old at the time. And I went there, and I was expecting us to work a lot on chess every day. And I was really excited to be able to discuss chess with Magnus. But when I went there, we almost didn't work at chess at all. Like, he just wanted to swim and play football and play other games. It was maybe working maximum 1 hour every day. So Magnus is just very unique in that sense. I think it's just like he's thinking about chess all the time, and that's chess training for him, but he doesn't really sit down and work on chess. It's just very different from everyone else. So when I went to Oman for like a week, it felt like a holiday because...
Did you get paid for that?
No, I mean, they did pay for my flight ticket and my hotel.
That's a good gig right there. I mean, you go there, you play some sports, you get some swimming lessons.
Yeah, get a bit crushed in blitz for Magnus, but it was just very casual. So I don't know. It was always very puzzling to me how different he is from everyone else.
Exactly.
Very different. What's also very different today on our show, by the way, that usually there's 3 regular members of our team, Christian, myself, and this 5-time World Chess Champion called Viswanathan Anand. Arian, you are sitting in his chair. Did you know that? That's Vish's spot.
I know. I have big shoes to fill in.
Very big shoes. We are missing Vishy today, and he's missing us. He sends us pictures from Italy. He's saying he's so sad. He really wishes he was here. You can see tears in his eyes. Poor Vishy. He's in Italy, and he has actually a very special match today. He is competing against the youngest international master of all times. They call him the Messi of chess, Faustino Oro. He's only 11 years old, and he is a prodigy from Argentina. He's facing Vishy today in fast time controls. I am so excited to see this clash because it literally is a clash of generations. Vishy is 5 times older than Faustino. 5 times. I'm not saying Vishy is old. Vishy is not old. Faustino is very young. That's how I can put it. This clash, the huge gap between the generations, the gap in experience, the gap in knowledge. But Faustino will try to make up for it. And Leoncio, you met Faustino. What can you tell us about this Argentinian prodigy?
This is an amazing case. I visited him also at home near Barcelona. I can tell you as a summary that in my career, my 42 years as a chess journalist and my 53 years in chess, I have never seen a 10-year-old, I mean, I'm talking about 1 year and a half ago, a 10-year-old playing so well as he was playing then. But, however, it doesn't mean that he is the biggest talent, the biggest 10-year-old talent in the history of chess, because there is a very interesting comparison here. Think about, for instance, Fischer or Judith Polgar or Kasparov. How many chess positions per day were crossing their brains every day? And now compare with today. Faustino has 4 different coaches for 4 different sides of chess. He's working online with the 4 of them, which means he's seen hundreds of chess positions just working with his coaches. But he's also playing a lot of blitz online, and he's watching games of other players as well, and he's solving tactical puzzles. Now, can you calculate how many chess positions he's seeing every day when he goes to bed in the night? Probably several thousand.
Yeah.
So the progression is much quicker.
Yeah, also, when you're saying it, today's generation, they're playing so much blitz online. It's very different from when, let's say, Kasparov was growing up. Like the way, let's say, Alireza and Hikaru, they just grew up playing online blitz. And Faustino, he always, when I log into chess.com, I always see he's
always there.
He's online.
Yeah.
So it's just definitely a different time, and these kids love playing so many games every day, and it keeps them sharp.
Mm-hmm.
What do we predict for the match? Will Vichy show who's the boss, 5-time world chess champion? You know, Faustino is a prodigy and very strong player, but will Vichy give him a masterclass?
You have to beat them while they're young. And while you still can. And Vichy, I'm sure he's abiding by those core principles that we all know so well. And yeah, I do think that he's going to win it.
I think it's going to be a great experience for Faustino to play two rapid games against Vichy. I still think Vichy is a favorite, but he has some years.
Leoncio, what do you think about the clash?
Well, Vichy is a genius with capital letters, and well, he was called the Rapid of Madras. Madras is the old name of the city of Chennai, so this was that was for something.
Yeah.
He has been always extremely fast.
The lightning kid.
I remember an anecdote with him. His first Linares tournament, his first, let's call Wimbledon tournament, he was about 19, 20 years old. And he was playing the top players in the world, I mean, including Kasparov, Karpov, whoever. And Vichy was playing extremely fast. I mean, he didn't need these 2 hours for the whole game. Just for half an hour or 1 hour was enough for him. And then during a rest day, I interviewed him and I asked him, why you don't spend more time? You could play better. And then his answer was, no, because if I think, then I make a mistake.
That's an interesting way to, and maybe he was right. Maybe he was actually right. And just to correct you, before we started the tournament, yes, Faustino was the youngest international master. In the middle of the tournament,
What?
we got
Yes.
we got a Russian grandmaster that became an international master. Excuse me, of 10 years of age.
Yes.
Goodness me, they keep getting younger. They
smashed
keep getting
Faustino's
younger
record.
during Norway
Smashed it.
Chess.
The name starts by S. I don't remember the family name.
Shogziev.
Yes, Shogziev, that's right.
Yes,
That's right.
Roman Shogziev from
Goodness
Russia.
me. So we're going to see 5-year-olds becoming international masters and
Please,
7-year-old
no.
grandmasters. I mean, this is where we are heading. You're right that there's access to playing online against some of the top players. Faustino has played hyper bullet against a lot of the field here. He has beaten Magnus in a hyper bullet game already in his career. And how that would have been possible in the past, especially before the internet. Like you had to be invited to the same tournaments to face the top chess grandmasters.
Exactly, and because all their training material was just on paper. I mean, chess magazines, chess books, or chess newspapers. That was all.
Yeah.
It's another world. It's a completely different world.
Very different world. Speaking of whether Vichy and Faustino will play fast, Hikaru usually plays fast, but now he has been thinking for over 23 minutes. Arian, as a second, how do you feel when Fabiano's opponent is in deep thought, 23 minutes already spent on this decision? Is that a good feeling?
It's a good sign for sure. Actually, before the game, I was telling Fabiano that he should be careful about his time when he plays against Hikaru. In the first game, when Fabiano played with white against Hikaru, it was a very sort of equal game throughout, but the reason Fabiano lost that game was because of his time. So getting too low on the clock against Hikaru is really dangerous. He's a very practical player who is very good at like moving around with the pieces and asking questions. So now I'm very happy to see Fabiano being ahead on the clock, but also his position is easy to play. Definitely, this game has gone Fabiano's way, and it actually feels like, as Christian said, like maybe Black is a bit on the good side. Black is a pawn up at the moment, and White has to prove himself.
The onus is definitely on Hikaru right now to prove his compensation, but also from his body language, it feels like he's not very happy about his position. And it seems like he's misfiring a little bit in the last few rounds. He started off tremendously well, but then he lost against GUKESH, and then he started losing some Armageddons as well. If I remember correctly, he defeated Magnus, of course, in the second round, but he lost against Wei. He lost yesterday against Arjun, had a great position in Classical, but lost in the Armageddon, and lost in a silly manner as well. He was winning and then misfired, missed something, missed a simple tactic and lost that one. So perhaps right now Fabiano can try to take advantage of that. Of course, it's still a big clash. He did find the best move, Rook D to B1.
He didn't blunder his queen. He did not step into the queen trap. Can we show it one more time? It's just so instructive.
As we sort of expected it, right? It happened in about half a second.
I want to see that rook there and why the queen cannot move. This is beautiful.
Well, the knight is protecting this square as well as this square in the center. You cannot touch this pawn on e4, but this rook is attacking the queen, and the other rook is doing a marvelous job protecting this square, this exit square. So all of those combined, and the queen, by the way, defending the knight, which defends everything else. It's just looking like the queen is trapped. There's no way out.
Queen trap indeed. Fabiano immediately placed the queen on the other square. There were two options, one losing and one okay. He goes for the one that gets him the exclamation mark. And Hikaru is thinking again, is that he's just double checking what he calculated? Because he spent so long on that rook move. And now he's thinking again. Is he just verifying that his calculation is okay?
That's surprising that he's thinking again, because he definitely expected Fabiano to not blunder his queen. So he should have had his move ready once he played rook to b1. But he's double checking.
He's just about to take that pawn.
As we expected, he eliminates the pawn on b7. So now
bishop c5 should come quite quickly. You don't have a lot of other options. I mean, you really don't want to defend it passively with rook to e8. Get this bishop to a better diagonal. And discard d4, if you can land there and create this beautiful pin against the knight and pressure on f2, this could spell trouble for white.
Looks like Fabiano is about to make his move.
Yes. And these are somewhat easy moves, right, for both of these players. Only later we will see some more difficult decisions coming along. Let's see. And after this move, perhaps we'll move to a different game as well. But let's see this final move, bishop to c5. And then I'm sure Hikaru will continue thinking and trying to find the best move.
Will he think after bishop c5?
Yes,
Do you guys think that
so.
he will then spend a good bit of time again?
I think after this bishop lands here, it's somewhat of a critical situation because Black already has some immediate threats. Bishop takes f2 and bishop to d4 are screaming to be played in the next few moves. So you do have to find a way to combat that.
White indeed has to be very careful here. That line we looked at earlier with rook to d1 looks very natural here to kick away the black queen. But there is this tactic with bishop takes f2. So we can see here like the bishop can be taken with the queen after bishop takes f2. But White's problem here is that the queen was defending the knight on c3. And if you take that bishop, you lose the knight. And now Black ends up with a pawn up.
And that bishop is on c5 as we expected. And we did get an immediate move. Okay. This is somewhat unexpected. Wow,
rook to a2. We didn't anticipate that.
No, we didn't.
Played
we were looking at rook to
immediately
d1.
after the bishop move of Fabiano. What are we making of this? So Hikaru spent 23 minutes earlier on that rook move attacking the queen. And now This is what he wanted.
The idea is very clear. You do not want to allow bishop takes f2 because this whole variation that we're looking at just simply doesn't work anymore. Because with this rook, you have an additional attacker against the bishop on f2. So you just swing the king towards the corner. Now you have to move the queen anywhere. And then I'm going to capture this bishop. You're going to be in a losing situation. So this is the whole idea of this move rook to a2 compared to the move rook to d1 that we've seen previously.
So now Fabiano is forced to move his queen, and the question is, where should you go with the queen? Going back to d6 looks very natural.
d6,
now,
maybe d8, but d6 seems very natural.
The rook on a2 is not doing much, I have to say.
Yes, you would love to be on the d file and maybe swing all the way to d7. The problem is this knight is beautifully taking control of those squares.
Nevertheless, black is very comfortable here, and I think the pressure is on Hikaru on the clock, and also his rook on a2 is a bit odd, so he has to play accurate in the next move. Still, I think the game is heading towards the drawing territory because it is very symmetrical, and also in chess it's like if you have opposite colored bishops, it often leads to drawing tendencies. The reason for that is that in endgames, these bishops basically neutralize each other, and no side can really make progress. But I mean, here there's still rooks left, so some things can happen.
By the way, trying to activate the white's bishop on f1 is not so easy, I understand, with the rook on a2, because then the first rank is a bit weak, right?
Absolutely, and now after this move queen to d6, you're also setting up an attack against the pawn on a3. This is what we have, this is the position right now. We'll leave it with this one. Anna, where should we go?
I think there's a man who wants that the spotlight is on him again because his name is Magnus Carlsen and he went back to the confessional booth.
Well, I know that Gukesh is a very ambitious player, so I kind of figured he would go for something kind of optimistic here. I just, I don't completely understand what his concept is here. It seems to me that I just have excellent play. I can potentially open up play on the king side, and I'm doing all right on the queen side as well. Because of those pawn exchanges, I have counterplay down the b file, and yeah, knight can come to f4, possibly knight h7, knight g5 as well. So it seems to me that I'm probably not better, but at least practically speaking, it feels a bit easier to play black. So yeah, we'll see what he comes up with.
Magnus Carlsen liking his chances. Let's point out, wow, Christian, you have been coloring, taking some impressions of from the art of Vishy's son. We had such an awesome segment yesterday about chess and art and the art pieces of Achil, Vishy's son, who is a very promising painter. I think Christian was inspired, and this is your art.
Thank you very much, Anna. Yes. And I think this is where we left it after bishop to b7. And what he was mentioning was that this d5 closure of the position, instead of what we sort of expected, and Magnus expected as well, to take on a5 and go into the endgame, this d5 opens up the opportunity for somewhat of a more ambitious type of game for both players, by the way. a5, bishop to e3, looking at exchanging the dark squares. And after bishop to c8, b3. This is the position that we currently have on the board. Magnus seems to be very happy, and I've been covering Magnus's games for quite some time now. I've been analyzing his games, but what still strikes me is how accurate he is in his assessment. Like, he comes to this confessional, and it's like he's reading off the engine lines. He knows exactly where he stands. And right now, he's better. At this point, right now, after b3, if he takes on e3, specifically with the ideas that he was just mentioning, getting this rook to b4, maybe looking at this pawn on e4, getting the knight backwards to jump to g5, do that scorpion sting type of maneuver, and then potentially opening things up with f5 at the right moment. This is what he wants, and these are the type of positions that Magnus just squeezes you in. And it's not looking great right now from a practical perspective for Gukesh. He was a bit afraid to say, hey, I'm not sure if I'm better. He is better right now.
Magnus indeed loves these kinds of positions. He likes when it's a slow maneuvering game. He doesn't necessarily like wild complications, but here he definitely has gotten what he likes. We don't see fireworks in this position. It's more like a stable structure, but his rook, as Christian pointed out, has potential to get active on b4, and this White's bishop on a4 looks rather strange at the moment. It was fascinating that Gukesh decided to play the pawn to d5, but he's definitely an ambitious player and wants to get his revenge after losing to Magnus in the first game.
And yeah, he does enjoy this type of, let's say, slow-moving positions, but he's not going to shy away from a tactical battle if he needs to. He can say, if you want some problems, no problem. We will get to that as well. So this is exactly what we're seeing from Magnus.
I would like to emphasize what Arian was saying, because at the beginning of the round, we were talking about psychology, how important it is. Well, Magnus' statement is a clear demonstration. He said, I know Gukesh is very ambitious. So knowing that also influences the Magnus' approach to this game. He knows what his opponent is thinking about. And this is a very important factor as well.
Very true, very true. And it's similar to what we said about Fabiano and how in that first game against Hikaru, he pushed it a bit too much. He didn't want to make a draw. And in Gukesh's case, Magnus said Gukesh is quite optimistic, and maybe that is the factor that Magnus needed. The position, I guess what we could compare it to, Christian, if we want to look at the position from earlier, is the pawn push when White has more options, and how this compares to what Gukesh went for. Why is this more optimistic or ambitious, and what would have been the alternative?
So the alternative was just to go into this endgame, which seems to be extremely dry. But still, with these two bishops, you're sort of accepting a worse position, a worse endgame, without much prospect for an advantage as White. So you have to start looking at ideas of bishop to d2, bishop to c3, but still those two bishops, it can get unpleasant, especially if you don't like the endgames. Now, d5 is something a bit more ambitious, as Magnus just pointed out. He's going to be looking at putting a lot of pressure on the pawn on a6, maybe find a way to remaneuver this bishop to d3, and that's why what Magnus did was a5, get this bishop on the dark square, so that this bishop can defend it. Bishop to e3, and now we're seeing the battle between these two weaknesses. What Magnus seems to believe is the differentiator in this position is the fact that he has more play on the king side, on the right side of the board. And he was mentioning this idea of knight h7, get this other knight to g5, maybe jump with this knight all the way towards the king like that. And at the right moment, open things up with the move f5, break the pawn structure. And he seems to have those options, while White does not really have any combating options on the other side of the board. Like, if you get to this pawn, I will get to this one as well in return. So this is going to be sort of an exchange. Now, on the other side of the board, on the king side, on the right side, it seems like it's all black right now.
I can tell you that Magnus has a lot of experience in these kinds of positions. I mean, personally, I've been studying Magnus's games from his youth many times just to take inspiration, and he's played these slow Spanish positions. This is coming from Roy Lopez. A lot of times in his youth, many games against Vishy Anand and against many other top players. So he's I don't think Gukesh handled this very practically, because he's really playing into Magnus's hands. And Gukesh is an optimistic player, but I do think he should have thought more about the fact that Magnus is extremely experienced in these types of positions.
I think that's a very important point, the difference between both of them. Magnus, I know, has studied deeply the classics, all world champions. I'm afraid Gukesh didn't. How important is that in your opinion?
I do think it can be really important, especially in the types of positions like this. So the newer generation doesn't necessarily study the world champions as much as the older generation. You know, these days we have so strong engines and so much material online that you know, if you look at the old world champions games, you do see a lot of mistakes if you look with the modern engines. But at the same time, you can still take a lot of inspiration in terms of ideas and maneuvering. And I think today's new generation feels like there is no need to study the old world champions. And we can see that to some degree. They're getting really far, but I still think it can be beneficial. And Magnus really believes in studying the classics. So.
Especially because by studying them, you can see the evolution of the ideas. I think this is important.
That's kind of been Magnus's main strength. Magnus has seen so many games, and I've never met someone who has a better memory than Magnus. So he remembers whatever he sees. Like every game he sees, he just remembers. And I have a funny story because I remember back in 2013, I was 14 years old at the time, and I played the European Team Championship. Norway sent a youth team to the European teams. And then after the tournament, we had sort of like a meeting with Magnus. It was kind of the first time we got to have a meeting with Magnus where he went through some of our games. And this was right before his match against Vichy. And I remember that we didn't necessarily remember our games like we need to find the score sheet, but he remembered all our games from the tournament from start to finish. And I mean, we were playing those games, but he just watched it once and just remembered the games. So Magnus's memory has definitely been helping him a lot.
How do you think it helps him in the heat of the battle, this progression of ideas that you were mentioning, Leoncio? How do you think that helps Magnus whenever he's meeting some of these new players?
Well, because if you start studying chess from the 19th century, the romantic play, the only important thing is to give checkmate and so on, then you pass to Capablanca, for instance. 100 years ago, a very positional player, he was able to understand the core of the position just by looking at the position in 10 seconds. Then you go, I don't know, to Botvinnik, the first one, I mean, the father of the Soviet school, the first one who understood how important not only technical preparation, but also physical preparation and also psychological preparation was. And then you follow all the ideas, and then you understand the current chess, the 21st century chess, better than if you have been born with computers and you have been working only with computers. I don't know if you agree with that. You are too young, maybe, to agree.
Can I actually ask a question related to that? Because I think we have a key moment here. Gukesh has just moved the bishop to the yellow square we are pointing out, c6. And according to the computer, Magnus has a chance to sacrifice his bishop against the pawn of white in front of the king, capturing it and getting 2 pawns for his piece, but eliminating some of the defenders from in front of the white king. Why is the engine getting so fascinated by this piece sacrifice? Let's break it down. Is this actually like a really strong sacrifice, and Magnus might play this?
That is a very good question, Anna. And to be honest, I'm looking at it with the help of the engine. I still don't understand it. I don't think he's going to go for it. It's very deep. So first of all, you're just going to take these 2 pawns. Now the question is, where do you put the king, right? You can go to f1, you can go to g2. Most likely, what you have to do is attack this knight on h3. You cannot allow this knight to live on h3, because if you do decide to go king to f1, a bit more peaceful decision, then I can just simply go knight to g4. That's going to attack not only your rook, but also is going to soften up the pawn on f2. And this seems to spell trouble for white. Not only that, but the queen is ready to jump on the f-file as well. This is looking bad. Now, you can go to g2 and immediately attack the knight on h3, at which point I will go back to f4. But I also have an additional option. And perhaps if we could go into Magnus's mind right now, maybe he's looking at it. And that is knight to g4. Wow. I'm saying, you know what, I'm leaving this knight. Humpy, you can take it if you want, but I will take on f2. I'm going to take the pawn. And next, this is what we call a fork. We've been looking at forks for a very long time. I'm going to pick up this queen on d1. At the end of it, we're going to end up with this material balance. You have 3 pieces, and I have a queen and a lot of pawns on this side. The problem is, these pieces are not really related to each other very well, especially this bishop on c6. How do you get it back? How do you get it back next to your king, next to your other pieces? You don't really have a lot of ways to do that. It's going to stay there. It looks pretty, but it doesn't do much in the position. In the meantime, I can go g6. I can start pushing my pawns and kicking your pieces backwards. If he sees this one, and maybe this is what he's looking at right now, if he sees this one, he has a great opportunity to get the advantage in this game right now.
I'd be very surprised if he decides to go for bishop takes h3. As I know Magnus, it's not his style to try to force the game and go to tactical territory like that. Because when you look at the sacrifice, bishop takes h3, pawn takes h3, knight takes h3, like from a first glance, it really doesn't look.
It's not clear.
Like, it doesn't look like black has enough, and this move knight to g4 is really nice. So if he sees the move knight to g4 here, he might consider it. But this is more. If you're going for this sacrifice, the game switches from positional territory to calculation, and this is sort of like Gukesh. Gukesh's strength is calculation. I feel like he likes to keep the game more slow and positional. However, maybe he gets fascinated by the idea, but it's definitely very unusual and not something that Magnus would necessarily go for.
Very unusual, and I tend to agree with you. I don't think he's going to go for it, just for the simple fact that, as you mentioned, he did come into this one with a clear idea, and that is to sort of keep it more of a strategic, more of a maneuvering game. And this is exactly what he's getting. And he has options. Like bishop takes h3 is not the only move. You can go g6, you can go h5. This type of slowly improving moves that Magnus is so good at. And I think he's probably going to go for those.
He seems to be looking in that direction. We are going to let the world number one think it out, think it through. He was even considering whether to have still or sparkling water. So this is a key moment. Critical decision for Magnus. We're going to let him think it through. We're going to go for a short break. But while we are on a break, we do have an interview with the second of Gukesh Domaraju, that is Polish Grandmaster Gregor Skajewski.
So you're currently second of the running world champion, and we have a question to you. How did it actually started with you with Gukesh? Because we know you have been in the previous weekend there with him, but how did it actually all started?
Well, we started working together as part of the WAKA Chess Academy, world-renowned academy coming straight from Vichy. So we worked for a couple of months online along with some other talented kids, such as Prague, Arjun, etc., etc. And well, at some point, Gukesh had asked me to help me preparing for the Tata Steel Masters, and we decided that I could also help him during the event. And it was, of course, remote work, but it kind of clicked during the tournament, and we had some funny adventures together during that event. So after that, we kept working together. And actually, here was the first time we came together in 2023. And then we liked it enough and decided to keep it as a permanent arrangement. And since then, we could say I became his coach.
So basically here in 2023 at Norway Chess, it was already official that you're going to be his second.
Yes.
Amazing. You're also, as you mentioned, you're working at the WAKA Chess Academy. Also, you have been second to Anand. How different it is working with Gukesh?
It's very much different because Vichy was, when I started working with Vichy, he was already a man who achieved it all. 5-time world champion, a famous player and a legend. So it's kind of a different situation because what can I really teach him, right? And so I was basically taking care of his repertoire and trying to set new goals so he could stay ambitious, which obviously was tricky for the man who achieved it all already. With Gukesh, it's pretty much different because he's so young, he has so much to learn and so much to achieve, so they're in completely different points of their careers.
Yeah, so actually, what's the biggest challenge to working with someone and helping someone who is still building his chess identity, not only the opening repertoire?
Everything is a challenge at this age because nothing is formed really. So he's not yet complete as a chess player. He's not yet complete as a person. And every year there are some smaller or bigger challenges waiting for you. So yeah.
Gukesh has had a very rapid and historic rise. How do you actually manage his growth together with protecting his mindset?
In what sense?
So basically he's growing as a chess player and he's having this ride, but you also have to protect his mindset psychologically.
I think the biggest trick here is to somehow find a balance between the urge of immediate results and the long-term goal, which is basically improve as a player, because I think this is the key here. And of course, he's a world champion already, but we should not forget he's only 19. He's been 19 for like 2 days, and there is so much he has to learn yet. And for me, this is a priority. And if he wins some world championship matches as part of the process, that's great. But the key for him is to improve.
There are many also other chess prodigies, especially also in India. How different is Gukesh to the other chess prodigies in the world?
I think what was special for him was his ability to learn and to draw conclusions from his own errors. He had many ups and downs, but whenever he felt, he was able to take the best lesson from this fall and use it to his advantage in the future.
And has there been already this moment, and when was it, when you already could say he's not a prodigy anymore, but he's already a real contender?
I mean, obviously, after winning the candidates, it was clear to everybody. We were going there with huge ambitions, and we were actually, it was our goal to win, because you don't go for such tournament to gain experience, you just want to win it. But of course, to want to win it and to actually win it are two different things.
Was the candidates and World Championship match the moment you will never forget in working with him together, or were there other moments as well?
Yeah, I used to say it was candidates tournament, but after the Singapore match, yeah, that's the moment.
I wanted to ask you another question. Gukesh is hardly playing any Title Tuesdays, and among the young players, it's actually pretty uncommon because many young players are playing Title Tuesday. Do you think it contributed to his success, in a way, not playing so much online blitz?
I think his ability to control is what helped him to achieve his success. I don't think that playing Title Tuesday actually hurts, but if someone plays Title Tuesdays for 20 weeks in a row, it probably means Title Tuesdays are not the only online chess games he's been playing. And if you accumulate all those games, perhaps it would be a little bit too much. In this sense, Gukesh is very disciplined, and he did actually play a couple of Title Tuesday recently, but that was just his will to play a little bit of different formats, just to have some fun and just to have some change. But yeah, I don't honestly think that playing a little bit of blitz online damages your improvement.
And final question, what is currently your focus with Gukesh in helping him?
What do you mean on my...
Like, focus, what you're focusing right now, because there was a question asked to Gukesh, like, is he here to prove something? And he said he proved already it in Singapore, and he's taking game by game.
No, our focus is just to play good games and enjoy victories, learn from the losses, learn from the victories as well, and gain precious experience. And of course, this is the best place in the world to do so, because we are only surrounded by the world's best players.
Thank you so much, Grzegorz, for all the insights. We wish best of luck to you and to Gukesh.
Thank you, it was a pleasure.
Welcome back to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day 6 live from the beautiful city of Stavanger, and the action is heating up. I think we need to go back to the world number 1's game, Magnus Carlsen. He's facing the reigning world chess champion GUKESH, and there was a critical moment just before we went on a break. We left it with a cliffhanger. Was Magnus going to sacrifice his bishop? Because the computer was getting very excited about this piece sacrifice. Let's analyze it one more time, Christian, and show what happened in the game.
Absolutely. So bishop takes h3 would have been a possibility. Take, and now wherever you go with the king is going to be the same move by black, and that is bring the other friendly knight close to the king, close to the rook, close to the pawn as well on the king side. Knight to g4. That would have given Magnus a very decent position. Nevertheless, it's not that practical, especially with the way this game has been developing. Magnus wants a quieter type of game. That's why he played the move rook to b4, and this makes a lot of sense because he's looking at the pawn on e4, he's increasing the pressure, and right now the rook on e3 and the knight on g3 are having a clear employment in the position, and that is to defend this pawn on e4. Black is attacking, white is defending for the moment, so this is why Magnus increased the pressure with this move rook to b4. But queen to c2 is on the board. Again, I'm seeing it as a typical Magnus position. I'm also looking at the clock.
Oh, actually,
because,
sorry,
yes.
we need to interrupt because we do have a game ending right now, and that is the game between the two American US champions. It is a draw. I don't know if we have the moment of the handshake, but we were analyzing that it was petering out into this boring position, what Hikaru called boring, but draws are good here. It's good news. It means there's more chess. So Hikaru and Fabiano will be back in about 15 minutes' time to fight it out in Armageddon.
Absolutely, and that's why we lost one of our co-commentators. Arian has left to meet his boss, Fabiano Caruana, in this tournament, and they will get ready for the Armageddon. They will try to come up with some ideas, some new ideas to maybe not necessarily get an advantage, because once again, with the black pieces, Fabiano right now has drawing odds. So all he needs to do in the Armageddon is make a draw, at least make a draw, if he wants to get that extra half a point. Speaking of this game, though.
No, we cannot, because there's another result. There's result of the result. Ju and Jun and Lei Tingjie also agreed in a draw, meaning that there will be yet another Armageddon coming up soon. Now we have a moment to talk, Christian.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, things are happening very fast here at Norway Chess, and it's a bit surprising because there's still plenty of time until the time control and until those time trouble situations, but it is what it is, and we're getting a lot of chess. More chess right now with the Armageddon. Queen c2. What is this? Leoncio, what do you see? I want to hear your thoughts about this position.
Well, I think it's easier to play with black pieces here. I will feel more comfortable having black pieces. Whatever the owner of those pieces is Magnus Carlsen or not, I think it's easier to play with black here.
Absolutely. I agree with you. I agree with the assessment of both of you. And just to highlight how it's equal material, it's all the same number of pieces, even the same type of pieces, 2 knights, 1 bishop each, 2 rooks, 1 queen. It looks like white has more space. The structure in the center is that white has more space, but it doesn't always mean an advantage having more space, especially in a structure like this, where the base of the pawn structure is this central pawn that is highlighted by Christian beautifully in red, and that's a target. And if you don't have a pawn that can protect that other pawn, it doesn't have a pawn friend to help them out, then it's a problem. It means that white's pieces are tied down to the defense. You don't want your knights and rooks and queens to have to be protecting a pawn. They would prefer to be attacking, being active, instead of having to hold on to the defense of your pawn.
Absolutely. I think you painted a beautiful picture and very precise picture as well, and what black can do in the meantime. And the only imbalance in the position, by the way, everything is equal, everything is even. The only imbalance, even in the pawn structure, is these 2 pawns on different files. Nevertheless, again, you're not getting very easily to this pawn, and even when you do, I will get to your b3 pawn. So right now, black is just enjoying a more comfortable position for the simple fact that black has moves. Magnus has moves. He can play g6, he can play h5, he can play king g7, all this type of improving moves that Magnus is so good at. While Gukesh, I'm not 100% sure. I don't see them. I don't see the improving moves for Gukesh. So it's a much more difficult situation for Gukesh to find the right moves. And especially with the clock ticking down towards those last few minutes, that's when everything gets decided in this competition. Those last few minutes. And that's why Gukesh, despite the fact that this is not his move right now, he just made his move, look at him. He's deep in thought. He's trying to use Magnus's time on his behalf. So definitely a very intriguing matchup is developing in this big clash.
Yeah, very much so the situation, and I think that will give very good chances, practical chances to Magnus. We do see the bar, the computer thinks that black has a better position, but I think from the human perspective, the Norway chess bar would say it's even more of an advantage for black because of the human perspective of how it is easier to play black's position, as you said, Leoncho.
Exactly. We can also add, Christian, correct me if I am wrong, but I think the spirit of the sacrifice on h3 is eventually there. I mean, you can sacrifice later on in better conditions or in time travel.
He's looking at it. He has it in the back of his mind. Like at some point he's going to, he has considered it. I think he just couldn't make it work. It will come at some point. And the thing is, I don't actually see a great way to completely eliminate that sacrifice. If you're white and you're trying to defend, you know that bishop takes h3 might be an opportunity. But how do you stop it? I'm not seeing how you stop it. You cannot push this pawn because then you're giving me some beautiful square on g4. So if you don't have those opportunities, then how are you going to stop
What
this
about
bishop?
placing the king on h2?
That is a good question. That is a good question. And I was thinking about it. First of all, let's make... I don't even know. Let's go like this, right? Let's make a random looking move. King to h2. I was indeed considering at some point just taking and then trying to swing my queen. To try to get to your king, but you do have a nice defense.
Right.
All the way with the knight back.
Yes.
Yes, and that's a problem. That's a problem, or it might not be a problem.
Oh, goodness me, a double piece sacrifice. First giving up the bishop, then the knight, hunting down the white king with 2-piece sacrifices.
How exactly do you defend?
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't see the defense.
Wow.
This knight on f4 is a monster.
It is a monster.
Absolute monster.
Absolute monster. It could very well be where the game is heading. That sacrifice is still in the air. Will Magnus Carlsen sacrifice his bishop will be one of the big questions of this game. And why we let him think, because this is already 8 minutes. Magnus has spent a good bit of time and he still is thinking on this decision, critical moment. I think that gives us a bit of a chance to analyze this also from the perspective of computers and AI, the role of AI in chess. Leoncho, what has artificial intelligence brought to the world of chess? How has it changed what we see as competitive chess nowadays?
Well, I'm going to give a lecture on that on June 4th here in Stavanger, but...
Let's explain to the viewers the occasion. What's happening on June 4th?
There is a conference about things related to chess. I mean, chess is very well connected with fascinating fields of human knowledge. One of them is artificial intelligence. For instance, the current Nobel Prize in Chemistry, Demis Hassabis, owes very much of his Nobel Prize to chess.
He was a chess prodigy.
Exactly.
He was a very good player, Demis Hassabis, but his ambition got broken when there was this other player in his field called Judith Polgar, who won the tournament ahead of Demis. And in a way, Demis owes his career, in a funny way, to Judith, he said, in London, because that broke his chess career in a way, and he went toward the computer science areas and artificial intelligence. These are all tweets by Demis Hassabis. By the way, he is still so passionate about chess, and he is the creator of AlphaZero. AlphaZero, in 2017, revolutionized the world of chess and how this AI taught itself how to play chess and learned by those games and started seeing chess in a completely different way. Leoncho, what do you make out of some of these tweets and simply the fact that AI has changed the world of chess as well?
Well, what is behind this? Demis Hassabis was graduating himself in Cambridge University precisely in 1997, when Kasparov lost to the computer Deep Blue, created by IBM. Then IBM took advantage of what they had learned by beating Kasparov, and they were starting to work on different fields where the common factor is molecular calculation, like producing very complicated medicines or planning agriculture or weather forecast and things like that. Why? What is the connection between these two apparently very different things? The key point is that the number of different games you can play on a chessboard is bigger than the number of atoms in the known universe. The number of atoms is 1, followed by 80 zeros. The number of different possible games is 1, followed by 123 zeros.
Wow, that's a big number. That's a very big number.
So, Demis Hassabis got the Nobel Prize because he and his team were able to understand the structure of proteins. Protein is a key element for life, and the biggest experts in biology say that it will be impossible to understand the structure of proteins until the 22nd century. But they did it in 2020 because proteins are composed by amino acids. There are more than 3,000 amino acids, and the number of possible combinations of amino acid is an even bigger number than all the numbers I have said before. That's why chess helped them a lot to understand proteins. And actually, this is coming from 1947, because the early fathers of artificial intelligence, Alan Turing and Claude Shannon, understood already then that chess was going to be a fantastic field of experimenting artificial intelligence.
And so they did. Congratulations to Demis for winning the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2024. It was a pleasure to have him at the World Championship in 2018. He was our special guest on the show in the match of Magnus against Fabiano, and what a match that was. He's still such a keen chess enthusiast, and it's so incredible to see how he has used his chess experience and knowledge to conquer the world of artificial intelligence and make such developments for science and the future of humankind.
I think Anna, we should be very thankful to Judith Polgar for beating Demis Hassabis when they were 12 years old. Because thanks to that, Demis Hassabis chose science instead of chess. And now, for instance, the latest discoveries against liver cancer are due to what Hassabis' team has done with proteins.
Wow, that is fascinating. It's fascinating how they solved a 50-year-old problem with AI. And there's so much more that I believe AI can do for the world of science, for the world of humankind, and it has done so for chess as well. From the chess perspective, Christian, you certainly have, I think, insider information, because it was the match of Fabiano was shortly after AlphaZero has taught itself to play chess and became stronger than any known computer engine at the time.
Absolutely. And in fact, Demis worked on that, worked on AlphaZero.
Absolutely.
And he did not release it before the match or during the match because it could have influenced the preparation of the players. So we were having, at that point, I think, Leela, something called Leela, an engine called Leela. That was the first iteration of these neural networks. And we were using it. It wasn't as good, but we understood. The history is in the making right now because it's changing the whole concept of how we think about chess and how we think about opening preparation. In every single line that we were adding this new element of Leela, we were finding new ideas. Sure, it couldn't calculate as well as Stockfish at that moment in time, but you could still feel it was a revolutionary moment because, and it was. After that, we obviously got all Leela, and now we're using other engines as well. So Obviously, at that point, Demis not only revolutionized biology and got a Nobel Prize because of that, but also revolutionized chess without even being in chess as much due to Polgar. So definitely a historic figure, that is.
Absolutely.
And it's Sir Demis Hassabis. I think he has
Demis Hassabis.
he has that title as well. So yes, it's just incredible.
Congratulations to Demis again on the Nobel Prize, and we will continue looking at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. I would love to switch to the ladies, but I do want to take a look at this final move before we move on. We were hinting at the bishop sacrifice for Magnus Carlsen. He still has it up in the air, so that will be potentially in the position for the next couple of moves. He so far has pushed his g-pawn. Christian, let's break down the idea behind this move, and then we go to Norway Chess Women.
Yeah, I mean, he just played g6. We were sort of discussing about this move for a very long time. It's one of those Magnus type of moves, just simply improving the position at the right moment. You will be playing h5, trying to push the knights back. And this is just, I wouldn't call it sad situation, but it's an unpleasant situation for the current world champion, GUKESH. He's going to have to be fighting very hard to stay in this game. What I do see as somewhat of a positive for GUKESH is that Magnus did spend a lot of time on this move g6. Right now on 32 minutes against 42 minutes, so definitely GUKESH has built up a time advantage, but his position remains very unpleasant.
It is unpleasant, and GUKESH's teammates from the Olympic team of India are competing against each other, the gold-winning Indian team. They won both in the open section and in the women's section, a historic moment for India at the Chess Olympiad last year, and two of the members of the Indian women's team, the gold-winning team, are now facing each other, Humpy being the tournament leader, but Vaishali is trying to get that classical win. She won yesterday. She could start a streak if she manages to get an advantage again. And this last move of Humpy seems to be a mistake, Christian.
Absolutely. I'm seeing, well, an immediate opportunity for White to continue her attack and her expansion. That's what I mean by an attack. It's not an attack against the king, because the king is extremely safe, but an expansion where you have the majority, and that is on the queen side. Bishop takes b7, we're exchanging that bishop, and then immediately, I don't have time to waste, because if I waste one more move, you're going to control that. I'm going to go c5. And this seems to be quite good, in fact, for White. If you take with a pawn, if you recapture with a pawn, first of all, what you cannot do is just stay like this, because my next move is going to be c6, that's going to be a fork, and that's going to be a very unpleasant pawn to deal with. You have to eliminate the pawn. If you eliminate it with the b pawn, then I'm just simply going to take on a5. I'm going to take this pawn, not the pawn on c5, and that's going to mean I have connected passed pawns, and this is going to be pretty much all she wrote. I'm going to go knight to c4 next, and then start pushing my pawns. That's it.
So in other words, maybe we are in a turning point in this game, because
huge.
Black is not anymore the owner of the c5 square.
No more. No more.
And that's a key point, right?
Absolutely. Give her one more move, and this is what she hopes to achieve. She hopes to get this rook to c8 and be the owner of that square c5, as you just mentioned, but you're not having the time to do that.
A great chance for Vaishali. She doesn't have that much time, so she will need to start speeding up because time pressure is approaching, but position-wise, she is doing very well, and she might be getting another classical win. We do have an interview with the man, the one, the only streamer of our tournament, Hikaru Nakamura, who is heading to his Armageddon game against Fabiano Caruana.
It seems Fabiano has come pretty good out of a lot of the games in this tournament. How did you feel about his ideas today?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a bit of a joke when people say that Fabiano is all preparation, nothing else. Of course, he's a very, very strong player. So, you know, I think this is modern day chess. What I would say is Magnus, myself, and a few others have gotten very good at finding positions that are maybe slightly dubious according to computers. But if your opponent's not perfect, you're completely fine. And I mean, I went for something extremely boring in this game today. Perhaps I should have played d5. Who knows? I mean, it could have worked out very badly for me. I will say that. But yeah, Fabiano is obviously very good, and it's just a usual sort of boring game. So I'm not happy, but that's life.
What do you prefer in Armageddon, black or white?
I think in general I would prefer black. The thing I will say about the Armageddons here is I felt that maybe it's just because the game's been very long, but there's been no good rhythm. It feels like I'm moving way too fast. I think my opponents are moving too fast. So I think both colors are fine, but in general, if you're using your time well, I think that playing with black should be an advantage.
I won't keep you too long, but do you think that is on the account of you just haven't played a classical game that you can't find the rhythm?
Probably it's probably more the long, stressful game, I would say, than anything else. And again, against Magnus, it felt like neither of us knew what we were doing with our time. Arjun was much the same. And in my game against Wei, I was blitzing every move with white too. So it's just been very, very choppy. And I think it's probably the long games combined with just sort of, this imbalance. And you're not really sure what to do.
Good luck.
Sure. Thank you.
Hikaru Nakamura talking about that boring game in Classical, but now they are fighting it out in an exciting Armageddon. Let's break down real quick the format. I think we just remind our viewers of the time advantage of white being 3 minutes, but that costs you the draw. In case of a draw, black wins the game. So black has draw odds, white has more time. This is a sudden death. This is the imbalance. According to Hikaru's interview, his thoughts, he would prefer usually black in an Armageddon, but in this game, he's got the white pieces. He has to try to win the game at all costs.
And I tend to believe that Fabiano is sort of the same principle, that black has a slight advantage. Nevertheless, this is very individual-based. So Fabiano enjoys playing with the black pieces, enjoys playing with the white pieces and trying to get that advantage, but he wasn't very successful yesterday against Magnus. So definitely right now, he's happy to try his hand with the black pieces.
Let's take a look at the opening. This is not what we saw in the Classical game.
No, completely different. And it's pretty obvious what Hikaru is trying to do right now. He's just trying to get a long maneuvering game. And by that, he's going to try to put pressure on his opponent's clock. He does not believe that he will have any good chance of getting something out of the opening. It seems like, everybody knows Fabiano is very well prepared. All prep, no talent. But, of course, that's a joke, and Hikaru has mentioned that as well. Nevertheless, he wants to get Fabi out of his opening preparation and just simply play a game of chess. But as the bar shows right now, it is Fabiano who's enjoying the spoils out of the opening.
Enjoying the spoils and enjoying his time advantage. This is huge so far. Of course, both players have been playing very fast, meaning that it's still a very big difference on the clock. This is the first moment when Hikaru is spending a bit of time to think.
Well, he did everything that he could have done to improve his position. The queen and the bishop created what we call a battery. We've been talking about the battery for a very long time. But right now, the question is, how do you increase the pressure? And the answer is not very clear. Black is just setting, as you can see, this last move, queen to a1. Why did he play this move? I'm not 100% sure. I think what he's setting up for is b4 and not having to get hit by the knight coming to a4. Nevertheless, at some point, white is going to have to do something drastic, something radical in this position. And it's not very likely that he's going to find that radical step.
Retreating with the knight and offering a bishop trade, Leoncio, how do you see the development in the game?
Well, I think Fabi achieved a very comfortable position. Objectively, he's not worse or even a bit better.
He's better, yes.
But psychologically, I don't know, because he knows that in any kind of rapid chess, Hikaru is supposed to be stronger than him. But on the other hand, as you mentioned very well, Hikaru knows that he's forced to win. So all that is not easy to manage from the psychological point of view.
And this is what he said, Hikaru, when he played against Magnus and he won in the Armageddon. He said that at some point, you just have to move the pieces. You just simply don't have time to think about, complex strategies and try to calculate everything in the position. You just have to trust your instincts and move the pieces.
Yeah, moving the pieces very fast, and there is now a pawn push on the left side of the board, so there will be even more opening of files as well. The c5, where the rooks are placed, both for white and black, is about to open up. But if white does not take, Black can also consider to push that pawn one step forward, gaining more space on the left side of the board. And the other pawn push that Christian is highlighting, I would love to get that pawn push in the right moment. Right now, it's at the cost of that pawn in
That's the
center. So it cannot happen as of now, but in the future, if Black can play it, that would be, of course, a key move.
Bishop to a5, lashing on the left side of the board at the rook on d8. But where do you go? Do you go rook to d7? Do you go rook to e8? Rook to e8 is his decision. Simply, this pawn on d6 now feels a bit soft. Nevertheless, how can you get to it is the big question, right? You have the rook on d file, but you don't have a knight jump available to c4, try to get to d6 and create this beautiful fork.
The advantage of Fabiano, according to the engine, that bar we see on the left side, seems to be increasing with each and every move. It feels like Hikaru is not playing very accurately. It's hard to play, of course, 100% accurately in fast time controls, but it's just really liking what's happening for Fabiano. Why is that, Christian?
That's a very good question. And again, let's not forget, they don't know that. They don't have access to the assessment of the position.
Oh, they certainly don't. Question mark move now by Fabiano, a mistake.
Fabi's position, and I wouldn't call it necessarily a mistake, maybe a missed opportunity. Knight to e6 would have been very strong. With a knight towards d4, if you try to defend that, then I'm starting to look at knight g5. It's all about consequences of your moves. But let's get back to the position. Whoa, 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 whoa. I saw a double question mark. I saw a double question mark for a second.
Wait, now it's thinking is double question mark. Earlier it was one question mark.
It's not a double question mark move. Again, let's not forget, Fabi can make a draw. If he makes a draw, he wins the match. A draw or a victory, it's basically the same thing.
Yeah,
in Armageddon, it's all the same, exactly.
Exactly. And in any case, the only White's objective advantage right now is on the clock.
Yes.
But Fabi still has 4.5 minutes, so this is more than enough time to be comfortable in the position.
The problem is that White can just simply take the pawn right now. White can actually just take the pawn, a rook takes d6, and then say, you know what, prove the compensation.
And what is the compensation?
compensation?
Does Fabiano have something planned, something up his sleeve?
Let's see if he goes for it, first of all.
It's happening.
Yes,
the pawn is gone. White is up a pawn. Hikaru with the material advantage. Where's the compensation? Fabiano needs to find it.
This is move 25 also.
Is there any way to activate the h6 bishop?
Yes, and that's that's not the right move. That is not the right move. King to f1, and now it's unclear. Bishop b takes c4. That's just simply going to be, well, an extra pawn to the good.
Why is he doing that? He wants to trade and then capture the white pawn?
I think this is what he wants, and perhaps it's not that easy to assess, but this position is very good for white after rook to d7. Let's see if he goes for it. Yes, b takes c4.
It's happening.
They're
going for that endgame.
That might not be good news for Fabiano. Knight to e1. Somewhat of a soft approach by Hikaru. It's time to get this knight back. It's time to get this knight back closer to home.
Yes, it's very much out of the game on the edge of the board. We say a knight on the rim is dim. You gotta bring it back closer to the center, activated.
Things have changed, and I would say have changed definitely in Hikaru's favor. Because right now, again, Fabi is dropping down to his last 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and he needs to find the compensation. He is a pawn down. We see the bar still very close to equal right now, but you need to prove it. Rook to a4, and not with this move. Look at the bar, jumping up and down.
Not liking that move. I do want to quickly mention, by the way, that the Armageddon between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie is underway, and we also have another result. Arjun Erigaisi against Wei Yi is a draw in the classical game, meaning there will be an Armageddon between Arjun and Wei Yi as well. There's so much action.
And I should correct myself, there's no more extra pawn for white, but what the compensation stands for is the fact that I'm going to invade via the 7th rank. I have the better pieces, I have the more active pieces as white.
So as we said, we are not going to get bored never in this tournament.
Never.
Not today.
No. Especially not around this time of the day. Bishop d8. Whoa. What is that? Is the question. He's really trying to arrest this knight on h3. Get it back. It is time to get it back.
Fabiano really should, and he's not in a hurry doing so. He's offering a bishop trade. That's how he wants to bring the knight back, by trading the bishop.
Bishop takes g5, knight takes g5. But Hikaru says no. We're keeping more pieces on the board. Bishop c7.
And now that black bishop is occupying the spot where the knight wanted to jump.
Give me one more move. I'll take that knight. King to g2 is a big threat. Bishop to e3.
Making space for the knight so that it can retreat.
By the way, I really like this move from a visual perspective, because I'm setting up for this bishop to d4 and going towards the center, and I'm ready to jump back with the knight on g5 and save that knight from h3. Fabi, you need to get this knight back. This knight is not doing anything anymore.
And that's what he wants to do. I believe he also did look up the screen. There are screens above them, and he looked up because you can see the move number on the screen above you, and he knows he still needs to make 8 moves to start getting an increment. There's a 1 second increment from move 41 onwards.
He will definitely make those 8 moves. He still has 2 minutes and 45 seconds against 3 minutes and 50. It does feel like slowly, but not so surely.
He's still not moving the knight. He's pushing a pawn, trying to trade.
I'm not convinced about this one. I'm not convinced about this move. Mostly for the simple fact that I can immediately attack this bishop with knight c2.
White can just ignore h4, right?
He has to ignore h4. There's no reason to take. There's no reason to push, because then you're offering me another square for my knight.
And there is no threats?
No.
So
And that's what Hikaru is doing exactly. Attacking the bishop, kicking it out of that beautiful location.
Where do you put that bishop is a big question right now. And you don't have bishop c1.
Attacking the rook, but that's also looking like the pieces of black are scrambled all over the place. There's no harmony.
This is not looking good.
Harmony, lack of harmony is the key word in this position, I think.
Rook b8. Hikaru is looking for some trades. What Hikaru is hoping for is this checkmate right here. Bishop takes e5, followed by rook to c8,
That
rook
would be
h8.
huge. That would be huge if he gets the bishop onto the diagonal, and what a checkmate pattern that would be. Trade of rooks on the back rank, and Fabiano protecting the pawn, that's key.
That's why he did it. That's why he did it. Otherwise, you get checkmated. You cannot allow that.
Hikaru with the better position, but what I was just going to add, that the time advantage at least is evaporating. He had 3 extra minutes at the start of the game, and now it's getting closer and closer to even.
And the material is getting more and more limited, and that's going to play into Fabiano's favor, because he will have ways to maybe even give up one of the pawns, but keep the material limited, and that's going to get it closer and closer to a technical draw. Knight to e3. He is looking to jump towards the black king. We exchange a pawn, and now, hey, why don't we take this pawn on a2?
Definitely. Let's capture that pawn. That must be what he's considering. That's a free pawn.
But not that.
Oh, no, he moves the knight first. Okay, that's also good.
Finally.
The pawn is still hanging. It will be there for next move as well.
I could hear how that knight was crying.
Indeed.
It was indeed, yes.
I mean, he was a cowboy a few days ago. He needs to understand these things. You know, that knight, that horse was in need of care, love, and he's doing it. He's finally giving the attention it needs.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. But still, as you can see by the bar, White still has an edge. Knight to c4, good move. Bishop to a1, that's a tremendous move. You don't see this very often. a3, I don't like it. I don't like this move, bishop to a1, allowing this pawn to survive, to stay on the board.
Yeah, that pawn should have been gone moves ago.
Yes, Black's position is getting more and more uncomfortable now. Yeah.
Yes, indeed, especially with the last minute and 40 seconds or so remaining for both players. e3.
Hikaru is keeping as much material on the board as he can. He's in a must-win situation in Armageddon. That is the rule. And he's doing his best to keep it as complex as possible.
Get this king towards the center. This is what you should be going for. Bishop to... Whoa.
Another inaccuracy by Fabiano.
That is a big problem right now. f5 is coming. f5 is coming, and the knight does not have a nice outpost anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Pain on the back rank, but the computer is still very critical now about both players' choices.
The computer doesn't like rook c8. such a natural move.
It is time to make some more space for the king, and is the only way. Or you can go forward with the king. Let's see if he finds any of those two moves. If he doesn't, he's in a losing position. F6 to make space for the king, or king to G7 to get off this pin.
Yes, king
A7.
He moves the king, but to the wrong square.
Bishop
No.
E5. Bishop E5 finishes the game right now. If he finds it.
No, he
Hikaru
didn't.
plays something else. He's pushing the pawn.
He didn't.
The game is still on.
Knight to
Missed
G5.
chances by both players.
When you take on F8, I take on C4. That is the idea that Fabi has in mind. You take my bishop, I take your knight. That's why this game is still going and Fabi hasn't resigned. You're not losing a piece right now.
40 seconds advantage for Hikaru.
Yes.
That is a
40
big one.
seconds or
And there's
so.
only a 1 second increment that Fabiano gets every time he makes a move.
Bishop F4. Bishop E7 would defend both of the pieces right now.
And he needs to. He needs to defend both pieces.
Oh, knight H3. Bishop to E5.
What? Oh, the knight is back where it was. It doesn't belong there. It's so poorly placed there on the edge.
Fabi is making his life very complicated.
Bishop to E5, bishop to G7 has to be played.
Move.
And bishop D6. Hikaru right now is starting to find the best moves in the position.
The knight is coming back. It's the second time this knight has to be safe from the edge of the board.
The pressure is bigger and bigger.
Oh, he's looking
Huge
at bishop
pressure.
bishop B4 followed by knight some or knight B2 perhaps to trap this rook.
But Hikaru also misses his chance to seize the advantage, and now the pawn is hanging.
Knight F3, knight H4 was a very cunning maneuver.
Wow.
Yes, the knight is not crying anymore.
He takes the pawn because the other knight is hanging too.
Yeah.
Trade of pieces and pawns. The less material, the better for Fabiano and his drawing chances.
Bishop to H6, he's looking for rook to C3 and looking at this pawn on E3. How do you defend it?
There seems to be no way other than trading the bishops, but the rook endgame seems to be too drawish as well.
Rook to C2 is a threat as well. Rook to A6, king to F5.
Tricky, trying to get a discover check, but the king moves out of it.
King to E6, king to G4 as well works.
Now the drawing chances are more than reasonable.
But don't take on C5.
Absolutely.
Don't take on C5. That's going to be a difficult defense.
He takes. He's not listening to you.
He's still fine.
Yeah.
In fact, the way to do it is just bring this. Oh, this is easy actually. This is easy.
Okay, easy. So the king reaches the right squares.
He can take this pawn right now, next move, and just bring
the
the king.
corner of the color. This is a special
That's it.
endgame in chess, and that's why they shake hands. This is a draw. Missed chance by Hikaru Nakamura, but we don't have time to break it down because we have another Armageddon to cover. The reigning Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun against Lei Tingjie, and shortly after that, we also have another Armageddon. There's just so much going on here right now in Stavanger.
Fabiano takes it against his arch nemesis who has been defeating him for quite some time, Hikaru, but right now we have this one, this big battle going on. Ju Wenjun with an absolutely commanding lead on the clock. 3 minutes against a minute for Lei Tingjie.
Oh, yeah.
And the position looks pretty good as well for white.
Yes.
Rook to C8, get the other rook on A8, double up on the 8th rank. It's looking tremendous for the world champion Ju Wenjun.
So it's equal material, but white has a lot more space, and white's pieces are also very active. While black is struggling to create counter chances, black's pieces are trying to do something about the king side, about the right side of the board, attacking the white king. But there isn't really a weakness where you can get to the white king.
Yeah, this looks like a total domination.
Yes, yes, dominating position for sure. And even in an endgame, white is still going to be much better.
And we do see a happy Arian Tari walking by. We do need to give a shout out to the second of Fabiano Caruana. Congratulations to Fabi. Arian was our guest earlier on the show. What a game that was. We will definitely go back to it, but not now.
Whoa, what is
Double
this?
question mark.
Double question or, because if you take, I take on D8 and now I'm not going to take back. But in fact, I will take on F3 first.
What?
And when you take back, I will take back on D8. This is a complete melee right now, but it's in black's favor. Knight takes d5 was a huge, huge mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, because now the total domination disappears completely.
Completely.
Now black has a lot of play. Yeah.
Completely. This is right now black's game to lose. It is no longer white's game to win. It is black's game to lose. Rook takes f3. The king also, in the absence of this pawn, becomes much weaker as well. So right now we'll have all sorts of ideas to get to your king. Huge missed opportunity for Ju Wenjun.
And you can see that she missed this move. She missed that the rook can capture the pawn and only then take the rook. An intermezzo. Vishy loved showing some of those examples in previous days. What a turn of events now. It's a balanced position. Still more time for Ju Wenjun, so the time factor is crucial.
Yeah, but you know, when something like that happens to you, you are wondering yourself, how can I be so stupid? This question is flying your brain all the time.
And it's so hard to put that aside in the heat of the battle. And there's no time. There's no timeout. You need to keep going.
What you can do right now is exchange the queens if you really want to, with queen to f1. Let's see if she goes for it. 20 seconds for Lei Ting-je. She's starting to get pressed by the clock. Let's see if she goes for it. She's calculating it. 15 seconds left.
She has to speed up. There's only going to be a 1 second increment. There's nothing.
No, she decides against the queen trade. But leaving this e-pawn right now, with ideas of rook to e3 to pursue that, yes. Oh, queen takes h4.
But it's not being played. Ju Wenjun also misses the chance.
That this looks very dangerous.
It does indeed. Queen takes h4. You have to take the pawn on b4. But now rook to e6. And I'm starting to get closer and closer to your position.
I think this, from a practical perspective, for Lei Ting-je is very tough. No time, and she's on the defensive side.
But why the computer is saying equal, or almost equal?
It does seem like black has enough compensation and enough ways to get to the king. Like I'm going to go queen to b1, then queen to f5, and I will always have ideas of perpetual check.
I see. Okay.
But in a quick game, this is so hard. I think the human bar would show more advantage to white. From a practical perspective, it's easier to play as white.
It is indeed, but what I have to do, and Lei Ting-je knows exactly what she needs to do, is push this pawn, force you to take it, and then take on e7, take the other pawn, h4. And that's exactly what she does, as you can see. b3, and now
Very
queen takes
accurate play
e7.
by Lei Ting-je.
I think this is easy enough. I think this is easy enough right now.
That was key. You are right, Christian, that by pushing the pawn, she got to eliminate the tension.
Yeah.
I don't think she can lose this one anymore.
Trade of queens. Now we are in a rook endgame where it's all even material. Ju Wenjun will try. She has to. She has to win this game.
Get this king up. Get this king up.
Oh, she's trying and she's getting it.
Yeah.
This is winning now. This is easy win.
Yes.
My goodness.
Wow. What a turnaround of events.
These two
again.
pawns are winning, yeah.
My goodness. Just get the rook behind this pawn and start pushing the other two. What a turn of events.
Whew.
What a turn of
Heartbreaking
events.
game.
Heartbreaking game indeed. Yes.
Goodness me, Lei Ting-je.
But Ju had 2 seconds.
Close.
Ju right now has 2 seconds on the clock. Wait a minute, this is not over.
And she's spoiling it. Now the black king is
not
active
over.
too, and the pass pawn is marching.
Yes.
And again, white is winning. Oh, goodness me. They're both queening.
Oh my goodness.
Queen versus rook.
Wow.
And game over.
Wow.
Wow.
Ju Wenjun won because she got the queen, but there were so many swings along the way, and that's because they were both playing on 1 second. They were just playing on increment.
That was so tough. The time pressure on both of them, mistakes back and forth. But in the end, the 5-time Women's World Champion, reigning Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun wins the Armageddon. We do need to head back to the game of the day. This is the reigning World Chess Champion GUKESH Domraju against the world #1 Magnus Carlsen. This is the rematch. Can GUKESH take revenge for that first day loss against Magnus? Magnus with the pawn push. This is still their classical game. We need to mention that while some of the players are in Armageddon, for GUKESH and Magnus, they're still in the first game of the day, the classical game. And we are witnessing that it's getting harder and harder for Gukesh.
But before that, let me say something. There are some people saying that chess is a very boring sport. Well, after what we have witnessed just 1 minute ago, how can you say that? Okay.
Crazy.
And end of my comment.
No,
That is
absolutely
a very
crazy.
good point, Leoncho. I've been on the edge of my seat for the past hours, and this game too is so exciting, even if it's not yet the Armageddon. In classical chess too, we get to see a very different side of classical chess. No increment until move 40, so more time pressure, more mistakes, more human factor. And what a game this has been by Magnus Carlsen, putting so much pressure on Gukesh and continues to put a lot of pressure. Christian.
It's so insane to me. I feel like I'm watching a game that I've been seeing so many times play out in this fashion. And I think Arian was making, when he was still with us here, he was making a very good point. He studied this type of positions from Magnus. Magnus has played this and has made a career out of this type of positions and this particular pawn structure of the Ruy Lopez. I've seen this. I've seen Magnus win this specific pawn structure. And the game plan and the blueprint is very clear right now. I'm just going to, with the last move, I'm going to be looking at pushing it even further down the board with the move h4, and then you will lose this pawn on e4. You will lose this pawn on e4. And once you lose this pawn on e4, you will lose the pawn on d5 as well. It's bad. In fact, this is just losing right now.
Wow.
After queen takes a5, rook takes a5, I do believe that is on the board right now.
It is happening. The pawn has just been captured. Queen
h4
takes.
will come. There's absolutely no... Magnus is going to push that pawn immediately right now, as we see him do it. And the knight will have to drop back somewhere. But the question is
Doesn't have many
where?
squares.
Yeah.
It barely has where to go.
I feel sorry for Gukesh because he has been tortured for almost 3 hours already.
Yes, that's a very good word to use. He has been tortured right now. The good thing for his position is that, in fact, he does not have to move this knight. Because when you take it, I will take back with the pawn. Then if you move your knight, you lose the bishop on d3. So he still has that saving grace. But the question is, what's your useful move in the meantime? What is your useful move? Because I get rid of this knight and I take on e4 next. So the transitions don't seem to be working in Gukesh's favor. Difficult position. You can see the bar yourself all the way down. Black is completely winning right now. And Magnus has all the time in the world to try to find the way, the path forward and finish this off.
Leoncho, I'm being told that we'll need to say goodbye to you because you have journalist duties to
I have
fill.
to write, yes, I have to write very quickly now.
What are your final thoughts on the rounds so far up to now? What would you highlight?
Well, what I have just said 2 minutes ago, chess is a fascinating sport. It's not boring at all. If you get passionate by chess, then this is a guarantee that you are not going to be bored in your whole life. Not only because of the game is passionating, but also because all the culture connections of chess with many interesting fields of human knowledge. So that's my final message. And of course, I have to underline as well that working with you both is a big pleasure indeed.
It was a great pleasure to have you in the studio,
Leoncho. Likewise, it's been a huge honor, and what a beautiful message to our viewers. Thank you for joining us. All the best with the column every day. You can check out Leoncho's column in the El País, the Spanish newspaper that has had the most chess content in the history of journalism, I believe. Thank you so much for joining us, Leoncho.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we continue with our Day 6 action. There's classical games, Armageddons to look forward to, and an interview with Wei Yi preparing for his Armageddon game shortly.
Wei Yi, great result with black pieces here. You get the draw. Are you happy with your play?
Okay, I'm not sure what evaluation of the position after d1.
It does, based on my memory, it does seem like the position has been quite equal most of the game here.
Then I decided to go for first in line, knight b4 and knight a2. And I spent quite a lot of time to calculate it and maybe it's still equal after that. Yes, I think it's not so bad again.
Do you feel like you're in a good place chess-wise right now?
Sorry?
Do you feel like your chess is good these days?
Not really. Not really.
Where do you feel like it is not working the way you want it to? In what part of the game?
I mean, in this game?
No, in general. What do you feel is not working as well as you would like?
I think when I want to win, then I spend a lot of time. Then I was low on time, and then after time trouble, just somehow I blundered. For example, in the second classical game, yes.
Well, you still have gotten away with a lot of points and a lot of good results. And when it comes to the real-time trouble, Armageddon, you have been great. So good luck in yet another Armageddon.
Thank you.
Wei Yi already ready for that crucial Armageddon game against Arjun Erigaisi. This is it. Arjun with 3 extra minutes on the clock, but he has to win. In case of a draw, Wei Yi wins this crucial battle in Armageddon today. And let me welcome our special guest. We have had the pleasure to have so many guests today. Dr. Mehmet Marsh from the Game Theory Corner of Norway Chess. We will talk to you, Mehmet, about the Norway Chess Bar and your assessment of the players' performance. But for now, your prediction for this Armageddon game, please.
Just from my amateur perspective, so it's still early in the game. Obviously, White has to win this game because it's an Armageddon game, right? It's really hard to say, but White seems to have an initiative at this point, and Arjun has won 2 out of 2 Armageddon games so far. So he's going on 100%.
So has Wei Yi, hasn't he?
He has won.
I believe he has won at least 2. He has won against Magnus, he has won against Hikaru, and I do believe he has won against somebody else
GUKESH
as well.
3 yesterday.
3 Armageddons. I think this is the battle of the players that are on 100% score in Armageddons. So whose 0 will drop?
They would be on 100%, but on day 1, Arjun Erigaisi beat Wei Yi in Armageddon.
Oh my.
That's the one game that Wei Yi lost in Armageddon. He beats Magnus, he beats Hikaru, he beats GUKESH, but he did lose to Arjun. So is this revenge time?
So Wei Yi needs his revenge right now. He wants his revenge right now with the black pieces. And I'm somewhat puzzled by the way White has approached this one. Nevertheless, that knight coming to d6 is looking pretty good. And it does seem like it has surprised Wei Yi. Wei Yi's spending a lot of time. 5 minutes for the Chinese, 9 minutes 41 seconds for Arjun Erigaisi with a check coming. And that king is going to lose the right to castle after knight to d6.
Wow.
Wei Yi is still blitzing out his moves. What is happening? Does he still know? Is this still theory for Wei Yi? Sorry, for Arjun.
Wow. I'm surprised why didn't White give a check?
Oh my goodness, take a look at this. If you do castle, I capture your queen.
Another queen trap.
I trap your queen.
So
oh my
many.
Goodness.
Ever since Huga released her song, we keep seeing these queen traps.
Guys, we might be seeing a master class of how to approach the Armageddon because Arjun, right now, 9 minutes 30 seconds against 4 minutes. Wei Yi has been completely outclassed in the opening phase right now. Arjun is still in theory. He still knows exactly what to do. King to e7. And this is winning. Right now, Arjun has a winning position. He got a winning position out of the opening with his absolutely stellar play. Queen to c1 is the move, and he finds it.
My goodness.
Rook
Does
to
he
a3.
still know this position?
Oh,
is this still
over.
preparation?
This is still prep. This is still prep. This is over right now. This is a winning position for White. Queen to c1, he knows exactly what to do. Rook to a3 is coming. You can take my knight, no problem. I will take your queen. Knight takes b7. It's over. It's absolutely over. Knight comes back to c5. I have the pawn. I have the compensation. I have everything right now in the position as White. And Wei is going down.
What an incredible preparation by Arjun Erigaisi, and this is an Armageddon game. We are in move 20. This has been his preparation for 20 moves. Like, that's crazy. He's in a completely winning position from preparation.
Completely winning. I mean, you can see it. 9 minutes and 21 seconds. He hasn't spent almost any time against 3 minutes and 15 and counting. Wei is lost. That's it. He went straight into the home-cooked preparation of Arjun Erigaisi.
What was this game? It's incredible. I need to study this game to be able to understand it.
Everybody needs to study this game. Mehmet, not only yourself, everybody needs to study this game and his approach on how to deal with the Armageddon. Hey, get this type of obscure, let's say, sideline, know it to the best of your abilities, and sometimes you actually get lucky. And your opponent just simply goes straight into your preparation and you get a winning position.
And this is exactly what we are witnessing. I'm still just trying to understand how this even happened and what move was where he went wrong. It all felt so natural, the moves that he played. And that is the very dangerous side of these variations. What we are talking about, the preparation. All these top-level chess players, they spend a lot of time studying chess, but they also spend a lot of time trying to find variations or opening lines that they can play in certain situations, like an Armageddon game today against Wei Yi. Arjun's preparation was a very tricky one. Wasn't the main lines, wasn't something that was the most expected, but that's why it worked. It was a surprise.
After knight c5, followed by knight takes c6, folled by rook takes c6, I think you're just simply going to be a piece up. And I repeat myself, but there is no compensation. This is over. Wei knows it. Arjun knows it. Maybe it's time right now to just simply stop and calculate everything. Make sure that you're not messing anything up. You should know, if you are Arjun, that you're just simply in a winning situation right now.
Basically.
What a masterclass this has been on Armageddon preparation. Wei Yi, unfortunately for him, has walked into exactly what Arjun wanted.
Yes, knight to c5, just drop back, pick the bishop on e6. He's going for it. Pick the bishop from e6, then pick the knight on c6 in the next move. And that's all she wrote. Okay.
The queen pins the rook, so temporarily avoiding that the knight can be captured.
And right now, I will not pick up that extra piece, but what I can do is just simply take, and then go castle. Finally, hide the king. You have to move the knight, but then I have checks coming your way. My king is perfectly safe. I'm not an extra pawn, by the way. I did sacrifice my pawn, my extra pawn. But the position is absolutely overwhelming right now. In fact, if you move the knight, you get checkmated.
Yeah.
We have something else, guys. Knight to a6.
A fork attacking both the queen and the rook.
That's
very
pretty good.
tempting.
that is pretty good. That is pretty good, if I might add. Queen takes b2. That's a piece, if you want it. You can take on c6 and just be a piece up.
Piece.
He can take the knight, he can take the rook. The knight is the one that will give you the most value. If you capture the rook, the knight will be taken, so you get what we call an exchange up.
Yeah. This one is overwhelming. Overwhelming right now. Rook takes c6, we believe, is the easiest way. Just pick up that knight. And the thing is, the knight on a6 is completely cemented on a6. You cannot push your pawn. You cannot try to claim that you might have some compensation like that. There is no compensation. Just take on c6. The pawn is not pushing. I'm a piece to the good. Yeah, this one is all Erigaisi right now.
He has all the time in the world to double check his calculation and then takes the knight. What a game by Arjun Erigaisi.
He takes it. He takes it.
Queen trade.
We go into the endgame and rook to b2.
All that black has to compensate for the knight of white is a pawn. A pawn could compensate, but only if it's a very advanced pawn. That pawn would need to be very close to promotion to compensate, and it cannot be pushed, is the problem.
what he wants to do is, by setting up this rook on the second rank, he wants to bring the other rook on the second rank, and that's going to create a battery of rooks. Knight back, rook to c8, pinning this rook. Now you can go bishop to d3, perhaps, so that you can start looking at castle. You cannot castle right now because you're leaving this bishop on e2 unattended. So first you need to move the bishop. Move the bishop away and then go castle, finish your development, and make use of your extra piece. That seems to be the easy way out in this position, just the simple bishop to d3 move.
Yeah. So I first thought knight e3 just to exchange the rooks, but
Yes.
I'm not sure if this loses a little bit of the advantage.
It's possible, but now I get to go a5. And finally, it seems like my pawn is doing something, right?
Yes.
Let's see if he goes for it. Yeah, he plays the best move in the position, bishop to d3. That's why they're so good, Mehmet. These players are really good.
If I could play a game in classical time control like this, that would be my best game in my life.
The same for me. The same for me. I guarantee you, these players are so good compared to us, I guess, compared to us.
Well, compared to me, definitely, but Christian.
What a heartbreak this game
A5.
has been for Wei Yi. The preparation that went extremely well for Arjun.
Extremely well is an understatement. No. There's no better way the preparation can go in chess.
He's completely winning
That's
out
it.
of his own home-cooked preparation. But it's still a game. He could still make a mistake. It's unlikely. But because there's not much time, it could still happen. We have seen big mistakes, even on this very high level of chess.
And not only the problem is that he has a losing position, he also has a losing situation on the clock. 40 seconds against 5 minutes. This is not good, and it's not getting any better right now.
And there is
Wei.
no increment yet. There is no increment until they complete move 40. So there's still a lot of moves for Wei Yi to be played. He's down a piece, down on the clock. Very tough situation for China's number one player.
He will get the increment. There's no doubt about that. But the position is absolutely hopeless right now. Rook to d2, he's trying to find something. The problem is I'm just simply going to eliminate that bishop from the board, and then I'm going to cover the second rank. I have the extra piece. I have all the time in the world to make it happen, to calculate everything precisely. This is over. This is over, guys.
It is. And it is just, again, an incredible preparation by Arjun Erigaisi, the only player who is in 100% score in Armageddon.
And he might remain so. He is the Armageddon king. Right now in this tournament, Arjun Erigaisi, despite the fact that he's struggling in classical, he is the Armageddon king right now.
And it used to be a title that belonged to Magnus Carlsen. He won last year's Norway Chess in Armageddon.
He won in 6 games. He won 5 Armageddon games.
Last year, indeed. This year, he's not doing that well in Armageddon. He's doing well in classical. So, of course, that what gets you more points. Let's catch up with these last few moves. But the situation, unfortunately, for Wei Yi is still the same. Down a bishop. He only has...
Oh, this is nice.
The rooks
This
on the
is
second
nice.
rank to compensate. Let's show it,
Look at
Christian.
it. If you take on f2, I don't know if he's done it already. He has done it. Bishop to b5, check. You cannot capture that because you lose the rook on f2. This is going to be over. You get checkmated right now. King to d8, rook to a8. You have to go to e7. Rook to a7. I'm going to set everything up for the checkmate to be delivered. Let's see if he goes for it.
18 seconds left for Wei Yi, and there's still no increment.
Just give a check on a8, follow it up with another check on a7. And then you always have the opportunity to just simply go bishop f1. You can go bishop f1 right now, which he does.
Yeah.
Guarding the pawn, that was the last chance of black to capture that pawn and start giving checks to the white king.
Let's go for it. Rook a1. You cannot cover this pawn on a5, he goes check first.
And way he resigns because there is no chance anymore. We do need to run back to the game of the reigning World Chess Champion Gukesh against world #1 Magnus Carlsen, because this is it. This could be another classical win for Magnus.
He is absolutely busted. The world champion is busted right now, rook to a7, and it does seem that after the very powerful move, rook to d4, setting up all of these discovery attacks with the bishop against the knight on d2, I'd only need to destabilize your knight from d2. After that, it does seem like white just simply doesn't have any more moves. You're running out of moves. Take a look at this knight. It's been it's been attacked for a very long time. Why is Magnus not capturing that knight on g3? Is for the simple fact that if you do capture, I will take back with the pawn. And now, if you do move the knight, you lose the bishop on d3. If you don't move the knight, then I'm just gaining my knight back that I just sacrificed. So what Magnus is doing right now, he's just sitting. He's just sitting with his pawn on h4, with this threat always looming in the background, which simply paralyzes your pieces. The knight is completely paralyzed. You cannot move any of these knights because you lose the pawn on e4. This one is a very, very sad situation, and rook to d4 would just increase the pressure. I'm going to increase the pressure because anytime I move the bishop, you have to worry about the knight on d2 after that. That's one way, not the only way. Not the only way, but that's the most precise way. Let's see if Magnus finds it.
He was about to make a move, and while he is thinking, I do want to ask you, Mehmet, we do see the bar, the stockfish bar here on the left side, showing a lot of advantage for black, a winning position. You have revealed that you have been working on a more human factor when it comes to evaluations. What does the Norway chess bar think? How winning is this?
So I've just checked this position with the Norway chess bar, which takes into account not just the objective evaluation of the position as we see over the board, but also the time situation as well as the players themselves. So in this case, it does agree with the stockfish, the chess artificial intelligence evaluation here, which gives Magnus Carlsen here about 90% winning chances and 10% draw. So it's just it basically says that that's a two-result game. Gukesh very unlikely to win from this position, and Magnus will probably win this game. It's very, very highly likely. As Kristen...
What's the percentage?
90%. 90% winning chances for the world #1. And this will be the second game he wins against Gukesh. He won on day one. Every player plays against their rivals twice in this tournament with both colors. Gukesh already lost on day one against Magnus. Today was his chance to try to take a revenge, but it's not happening. Magnus has found a way to steer the game into a strategic battle that favors him. He has been enjoying this game a lot. It was a very Magnus-style game, and this is clearly on the board. Again, why Magnus Carlsen is the world #1.
That is an absolute statement. If he wins this one, if he goes 2-0 against Gukesh, against the world champion, in their first encounter after Gukesh became the world champion, that is a statement result. And he plays rook d4. Absolutely impeccable delivery by Magnus Carlsen. I don't know if we can pull that tweet, that X situation that he delivered after he won the first game. But if we can get that, you can understand what this means for Magnus right now. Rook to d4, knight to f3,
he doesn't even move his rook away. He captures the knight now, and in case we don't have time to show the other variation, and Gukesh has taken back. So now both the black rook and the knight are hanging. Everything is up in the air, but Magnus has calculated this with precision, and he knows that he's winning. He knows it.
Yeah, right now you're just simply going to take this pawn on e4. And now white has a couple of options. One of them being, hey, why can't I just simply take on d4? But then I will take back this knight. Now I have two pieces for a rook, and you just simply don't have enough time to capture this knight on f4. So if you move the rook, then I just simply take on g2 or take on h3. It's going to be a situation where I have two pieces for a rook, which is already an advantage, but also I have this absolutely beautiful passed pawn that is going to mean a lot, and it's going to be decisive, basically. So that is one of the options. The other option, after bishop takes e4, is to take the knight, and I do believe that he will take this knight. But now I can do something called the intermezzo. Once again, the intermezzo, an intermediary move, give you a check, get out of the attack of the knight on f3. You have to move the king up. And now I can just simply take this pawn. You move this one, you move the rook because you're under attack. I will take on d5 or take on b3. The position is absolutely dominant.
Let's go back to the live board. Knight takes pawn.
Good enough. Good enough. Still completely winning.
So he's giving up one of the pieces that was about to be captured.
G takes h3. And now we believe the idea being that why he took this pawn on h3 is because it emptied out this diagonal. So what I can do, there's no more pawn on g2. Now I can just simply capture with a bishop and establish what we call a pin. And this is a complete pin. You cannot move this knight because you lose. Well, it's just illegal. Moving the knight is illegal because the king would be in check if you move the knight. So once I do this, next I will take on f3 or d5 as well, and I will just be a pawn to the good. I will have this beautiful pawn center, and your pawn on b3 is not really useful. So this is a technical win right now for Magnus. He knows it. And if anybody can deliver and can finish a game in a technical winning position, that's Magnus. He's not going to miss.
It just looks like a paralysis, as you put, Christian.
Yes.
I mean, everything just works in favor of black here. And black's moves seem quite straightforward.
Complete paralysis. Complete paralysis. You also, again, look at the quality of the pieces, guys. The bishop versus the bishop on c6. The knight ready to jump in the center, take the pawn on d5, versus the knight that's not doing anything on f3. These rooks are set up for the attack against b3. Your rook is beautiful. The rook on the 7th rank is beautiful. It's the only good piece you have as white. It's truly the only good piece you have, and even that doesn't have a friend to work with. You cannot do everything by yourself, and that is what this rook on a7 is trying to do. It's not looking great. It's not looking great, and by that I mean Gukesh is completely losing. Magnus is steamrolling the world champion right now.
Yeah. Maybe Gukesh was hoping to use this bishop on e8 to capture this f7 pawn. However, there is, knight is protecting the square as well as, black's rook. So Gukesh really doesn't seem to have any counter chances here either.
No, he doesn't. He simply just doesn't. I guess what he could be trying is get this king up and then hope that maybe you'll get another chance to go knight to g5. And guess what? I'm not going to give you that chance. I'm going to take that knight away, and then I'm going to go probably to b4. Yeah, guys, I mean, this is a masterclass, an endgame masterclass by Magnus.
And I don't even... This whole game, Christian, it really has felt like Magnus was enjoying the game from an early stage of the opening. It was a very different story than his game of yesterday.
Yes, and I think you hit the nail on its head. He was enjoying his game. That's the problem. This is something that you really try to avoid. You should try to avoid whenever you're playing Magnus. You cannot let him get the positions that he wants. Because once he does that, he has such an incredible understanding of where exactly he needs to place his pieces to get the maximum squeeze, to get the maximum opportunities out of the position. And this is what we're seeing right now from Magnus. We've seen, an exemplary way of handling this structure and handling the Ruy Lopez with the black pieces. So if you play the Ruy Lopez, if you are trying to learn the best ways to deal with this, study this game.
Yeah. I have to say, we need to give credit to Gukesh as well. I checked the middle game in this, the middle game position in this game, and the Norway chess bar was giving a 3-way result at this point. meaning that Gukesh had some winning chances, Magnus had some winning chances, and there were some drawing chances. So Gukesh has actually chosen also to fight Magnus in this game. At least that's what I can infer.
I think you're very much right, and we did catch that moment on camera when Magnus came to the confessional and he said, Gukesh, I know he's an ambitious player, and that's why he played this d5 move. We will maybe show it later on. We don't have time to go all the way back to that moment right now, but there was this moment when Gukesh could have killed the game, and by kill the game, simplify the position, go into an endgame, make a draw, force the Armageddon. He wanted the fight. He offered the fight. Unfortunately, right now, this just simply is not going his way, but that's truly why he became the world champion, because he's a fighter.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is the mentality that he's bringing to the table, and you made a very good point. He's a very ambitious player. He's not going to shy away from the fight, and even if that fight will end up with him being on the losing side, I'm sure he's going to enjoy that. He's going to enjoy the challenge, the opportunity to play against Magnus, and he's going to learn from this
experience.
Yes.
And that's so important. That's exactly what his second, Gregor Zgajewski, pointed at in his interview, that yes, we have a very young world champion who still has a lot to learn in a way, because he's so young. He doesn't have as much experience as Magnus or the other world champions before. He's the youngest world champion of all times. But he really does take it as, I'm ambitious, and even if it doesn't always go my way, I'm gonna make the most of those games and learn from it. And that's key. That's key that he has this approach. And that's exactly the mindset you need, because that means that he's gonna only get stronger and stronger with all this experience.
Absolutely, absolutely, no doubt about that. Now we see bishop takes d5. Okay, that's another pawn. And I don't know what the answer to this is. If you have to take and I bring my knight, now I'm an extra pawn, are we going to see resignation?
Connected pawns in the center.
Connected pawns, you have to stay very passive with this move, rook to e2. I'm not going to take, this is something that I will not do. So this would be one way in which you get an opportunity for something. If I get greedy and take your other pawn, then you jump with the knight, and suddenly you have some sort of compensation in the position. Somehow this rook finally found a friend to attack my position, black's position with. So instead of that, I will just simply try to find a way to stop you from doing that. One of the good ways would be to just improve my position even more. Knight to f4, you go back to e3, now I go knight to e6, and I control this g5 square. I will push my pawns, you will not. I also have an extra pawn. This one is looking dominant for Magnus right now.
Black knight seems to have really very nice squares to settle.
Oh, so many, right? Yeah. f4, e6, f6, you choose. You choose. While the knight on f3 doesn't have an outpost. At some point I will be able to kick it away, kick it back. Yeah, this one is looking good. Let's see what he played. He did take. Magnus is thinking. And you can see knight takes d5, rook to e2. They're following the line that we just shown, which was sort of forced at that point.
Knight f4 here seems just very natural.
That's one of the moves.
As he pointed.
One of the moves. You have many moves in this position. To be honest, knowing Magnus, he might choose king f6. Just to stop this knight to g5 and preserve the action of this beautiful knight that he has. So king f6 is definitely an opportunity as well.
Yeah.
You're spoiled for choice. That's it at this point. You have many ways to win this position. Magnus will just have to find the most precise one.
It's taking a bit of time, but he does have the opportunity. He even has more time on the clock. They are still not at move 40, but in 2 moves' time, both players will start getting a 10-second increment bonus each time they make a move. Unfortunately for Gukesh, that doesn't change the evaluation of the position. It is a lost endgame for the reigning World Chess Champion.
His time situation is not getting any better either. He has 5 minutes right now against close to 8 minutes for Magnus. So that will become a point of contention as well for Magnus.
Yeah.
Let's see. What will he do? Knight to f4, king f6, opportunities abound right now. Knight f4, he chooses.
What a beautiful spot for the knight. We call this an outpost. The knight has a location where it's also guarded by a pawn, and it's such an amazing spot. It's attacking a lot of the key squares around the white pieces and around the white king as well.
And the pawns don't move backwards. You would love to be able to move g4 to g3. Unfortunately, that's not how chess works. And this knight will stay here forever.
If I remember, was it Kasparov who said a knight on f4 or f5 for white is worth an extra point in the game?
Yes, it's such a beautiful square. It's one of those extremely unpleasant squares to deal with because it's close to your king. It's close to your king. It supports the attack of the rooks. If I manage to land the rook on the second rank, coupled with the action of this knight on f4, I'm getting close to delivering the checkmate as black. While the same cannot be said for white. Good luck planting a knight on f5. That's not going to happen. I have my pawn on g6. All I have to worry about as black as Magnus is dealing with the pressure on f7. As long as that is taken care of, everything is fine. He's looking at invading via the 7th rank. That's something that I really want to avoid. And he's also looking at knight to g5, which is the square that can control both from.
Yeah.
A little quiz for you guys. Which is the square for black that can control both the square g5 and the square c7?
Ooh.
It's e6.
That is correct. So I'm going to put an knight there, and I'm going to defend against both of those. It's a fork, but I'm not attacking anything. I'm not forking anything. It's a defensive fork.
It's a prophylactic
I'm inventing
fork.
new ideas.
Yes.
Defensive fork is really, I heard for the first time.
This is the first time
It sounds really cool.
I'm saying it myself. So we're just playing around, of course. It's a fork because you're controlling these two squares.
And we have talked about this in previous broadcasts as well, that a lot of times a really strong move means that it's a move with more purpose. It guards the c7 square, it guards the g5 square, it's relocating the knight, it's doing a lot of things all at once. Strong moves are like that when they have a lot of cool things that they can carry out in one move.
Yes, and Anna, you said prophylaxis, prophylactic move. I guess it means it's the move that prevents your opponent to take advantage in a position.
Very, very good point, and thank you for explaining it, because we have not yet brought up the chess vocabulary on that, prophylaxis, and what prophylactic moves are in chess. They indeed prevent something that your opponent is trying to do. So you defend against it before it can happen.
Let's see if he goes for it. And it's also one of those very typical Magnus moves, right? Knight to e6, just controlling everything. He loves to not give his opponent any opportunities for hope. He loves to take hope away from his opponents. He decides to do it in a different way. He goes king f6.
Okay, so that was your previous suggestion, Christian.
Yes, king f6 with the same idea of just taking away this square. Big question is, what do you do after rook to c7? And I think the answer is, I would take, you do take on f7, but then my king starts running. I'm going towards the center.
Yeah.
And maybe that's not a good idea, but I do feel like I'm just a couple of moves away from checkmating you. I will go rook to d2 if you don't pay attention, followed by rook to b1. So let's just make a random move. Give you a check. That forces you to go on the first rank. And then
It's
the very
just game over.
Interesting pattern of controlling both the 7th and the 8th rank with my rooks.
And that's so instructive, because that's in fact how you give checkmate with 2 rooks. If you only have a king each and 2 rooks, you are the one with 2 extra rooks. This is exactly how you give checkmate. 1 rook needs to cut the king, make sure that it stays glued to the edge of the board, and the other rook delivers the check.
Yep, And that's exactly what's happening right now. This could be an end to our game, but Gukesh, h4, lashes out on that side and says, you know what, I'm going to go down swinging. I'm coming for your king. I want to go knight to g5. Give me 2 more moves. Give me 2 more moves, and I'll give you the checkmate.
Wow. Wow, what a pattern that is. And the spirit. You know, Gukesh is in a really tough position. We have been explaining how his position is lost, that there is no hope. But he's finding the last drops of hope that there can be. He's trying to create that one chance to make a comeback. The fighting spirit is there no matter how difficult his position is.
And Magnus says, I'm not giving you any chances. Sorry, Gukesh. Nice try.
He's cruel.
Nice try, but...
and he's also the world #1 for a reason.
But I'm not going to give you that chance. King to e6, he's trying to run away towards the center. So, for example, right now after knight g5, I go towards the center. And
he doesn't mind the pawn. He's giving up that pawn, but the king runs away.
He's giving that pawn, and he's trying to get the other one. He's trying to get the pawn from b3.
This is very instructive. I would try to protect the f7 pawn, but Magnus just makes a king walk basically, because he realizes that actually if he captures this b3 pawn, the game
it's over. Yes, he needs to get this b3 pawn, so he's happy to exchange the f7 for the b3, because if he gets the b3, not only that he gets a pawn, but his rook invades, and after his rook invades, it's all over. Let's see if he can get it done. Look, Gukesh is going to fight. Gukesh is going to fight until the end. This is the trademark of a great player and a trademark of any world champion that ever existed.
Very true. And so instructive, by the way, this king marriage, because we do know that in chess, the objective is to checkmate the opponent's king. So we tell our viewers, we tell our students, protect the king at all costs, castle, and then keep it safe and tucked away. But an endgame, the last phase of the game, is very different. When there are few pieces left on the board, your king actually becomes a very active member of your army. You want to bring it up and close to the rest of your pieces. It could be the decisive factor that the black king is the active one, where the white king is on the edge of the board. It's one of the factors that makes black's position so good.
And Mehmet, I will have to put you on the spot on this one, because I was just seeing the assessment of all the other positions. And right now, just to keep up with the game, the check on a5 has happened. King goes up. Vaishali, yesterday you told us she's at 3%. She might be winning her game right now. Look at the bar right now against Humpy. And if she does that, she's going to surpass, I think, Humpy. And if she doesn't, she's very close anyway. So
that would be her second classical win in a row. Vaishali could
why
very
did she
well
have
be
only
on a
3%?
streak.
3%. I called you yesterday out and I said, you know what, Mehmet is great with all these statistics, but if I would be a betting man, I would go for Vaishali right now.
Yeah.
I did hear about that, and I absolutely agree with you. Vaishali is a streaky player.
She is, indeed.
Let's remember last year she lost a couple of games, but she also won a couple of games in a row. And in the women's candidates,
yeah,
she was losing 4 games in a row and then won 5.
Exactly.
Yes.
By the way, new result in Anand Muzichuk has just won her Armageddon against Sarah Khadem with a draw in a rook endgame, which gives the win to black. And that was Anna having the black pieces in that game. Only Vaishali's game is still on, other than the game we have on the board. So both of them are classical. We have seen Armageddon. And we do have an interview with Anna, I believe. No, we don't. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I misunderstood what I'm being told. Anna Muzichuk is the leader of Norway Chess Women at the moment, and Humpy Koneru seems to be in trouble. Actually,
she's back.
She's back in the game. Anything can still happen. Anything can still happen, but it's less likely that anything can still happen in Gukesh's game. Unfortunately, for the reigning world chess champion, this is big trouble.
Look, I understand he's lost. But I also understand that with the clock ticking down, both players are somewhere around the 2-minute mark right now. Still, anything can happen. Gukesh is putting a good fight. This is all I can say. A few moves ago, if Magnus would have played that move knight to e6, that felt a bit more compelling, a bit more controlled. Right now with the king all the way in my layer, in white's layer, it feels like some things can go wrong, and we do have a result. By the way, Vaishali did make a draw against Koneru Humpy.
Big miss.
And
She
they will
had
be
winning
going
chances.
for the Armageddon, yes.
Big miss by Vaishali in the classical game that could have given her 3 points if she had won that game, but instead we will have even more Armageddon.
Look at the bar. Look at the bar creeping up. F6 was a mistake.
Magnus making a mistake. Just when we said that Gukesh's position is so tough, it seems that there is no chance.
I don't know, guys. Rook to f3 is suddenly becoming something. Suddenly becoming a way to fight.
And both of them are down to their final 2 minutes. This is now a blitz game.
Absolutely, absolutely. You have to cover up. And now I give you a check. Knight to e4. I'm not convinced. This is starting to become extremely difficult to convert.
With players so low on time, really, anything can happen, as you said. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. This would, if he manages to survive this one, if Gukesh manages to survive this one, and you can sense that he's feeling something. Look at him perking up in his chair.
He knows. He knows that he has been given a chance and he's taking it. And that's another trademark of a great player, that even when they are on the defensive, even if he was in a lost position, he knows that now he has been given a chance and he's taking that chance, that one single chance.
Let's see. Maybe he can survive this one. Maybe he can put a fight right now after rook to f3. He needs to find rook f3. 45 seconds for Gukesh. 2 minutes for Magnus.
He needs to find that check, and that could lead to an Armageddon if this is a draw. It could be all Armageddon games today.
And that is a very experienced move by Magnus, drinking water. That signals the fact that he's feeling safe.
It's signaling.
I don't think he feels
Gukesh.
safe. I don't think he feels safe, but he wanted to signal to Gukesh that he thinks he's just simply completely winning. You have to give up, just give up. Gukesh says, no, I'm not giving up.
Gukesh doesn't believe that. Acting performance by Magnus Carlsen. The check is on the board, and that was a key move. Gukesh had to find this move to have chances in the game. He plays it with 31 seconds on the clock.
I think Gukesh has serious chances right now. I'm going to go ahead and call it. I do think that Gukesh has some serious chances of surviving this one.
And he knows it. You can see it on the body language, as you said, Christian. He knows it. And Magnus knows it too.
Yes, yes. I think Magnus maybe underestimated this move, rook to f3. And finally, right now, he's realizing, wait a minute, I'm making my life extremely difficult right now.
Yeah.
And sometimes frustration kicks in when that is the case. You can see it a bit on his face. He's not happy with the way this game has progressed. King e2.
So now the knight cannot move because the white rook would be hanging, but white has further checks to follow up this line.
There is a very beautiful way to continue, but it's not easy to understand why, because now you're giving up a piece, and after rook to f2, connecting the rooks on the bottom on the second rank. Apparently, this is fine.
He gives a check from the second rank. Let's catch up with the game.
Of
rook
course.
trade, knight check.
Yes, this is good. This is good. This is what we sort of expected, right? And I'll show you that other line later on. But this one is still what we expected. King to e2, attack the rook on f3. You don't have time yet to pick up one of the pawns. You have to defend the rook on f3, which he does. He's playing a marvelous defensive game right now. He feels it. He feels there's something. He feels there's an opportunity to maybe save this game.
Down a pawn, but Gukesh is threatening 2 pawns of Magnus at the same time. So one of them is bound to fall.
d5, I'm going to, well, you're forcing me to take that pawn on f6. I will say, I will oblige. I will take on f6. And then what Magnus wants to do is continue pushing the pawn. This is his idea. Knight takes f6. But d4, in fact, would be a tremendous mistake, because now I can start picking up your other pawn. with the move, knight to d7. An opportunity for a miss for Magnus right now if he gets greedy and pushes the pawn. The best move is either rook to f8 or rook to d8. Rook to f8.
Wow.
This one will go down the wire, guys. This one will go down the wire.
32 seconds left for Gukesh.
You might be wondering, why can't I just take on d5 and get the pin, right? You take on d5, I take on f8. But I'll give you a check first, discovery check.
And the black rook.
He played check on f2.
Oh God, the black rook was about to capture the white rook in that line. This is still Magnus Carlsen's game.
You have to go king e1. There's no other move. There is no other move. What is Magnus thinking?
And he finds it. He plays it.
Otherwise, knight takes d5 was going to come in the position. g5. Cement this knight on f6. Cement it right now.
Both of them are playing so precisely and with no time on the clock.
Knight d7.
Gukesh jumps away with the knight instead of pushing the pawn. Attacks the black pawn.
Rook to e8, you have to defend that. You have to defend the pawn on e5. Rook to e8, if you do take on e5, then I give you a check, intermezzo, and then I pick up the knight on e5. Oh my goodness, this is a barn burner right now with 3 results. To be honest, I can see 3 results.
What an end game.
What is the magical bar saying, Mehmet?
When there's 20 seconds for both players, Magnus Carlsen making a big mistake, a blunder.
Oh my goodness.
He's blundering away.
Magnus is losing right now.
Oh my goodness.
Magnus is in a lost position right now. Knight to e6 is winning for Gukesh. Knight to e6. Knight to d7. The problem for Magnus is that any knight move, almost any knight move, wins in this position right now.
Did he blunder that he cannot promote the pawn? What did he miss?
Oh my God, what a turn of events. This is historical, ladies and gentlemen. Knight to e6, he finds it right now.
The reigning World Chess Champion about to turn the game completely and beat Magnus Carlsen.
After d3, I will continue attacking this pawn. d2, knight to e4, you get the queen, but you get forked on c3. I take your queen and then I pick up your other pawn and start pushing my pawns. Gukesh will get the victory right now. I think Magnus realizes Gukesh will get the victory.
He knows it. He miscalculated. He blundered in the heat of the moment. The tension was so much. No time on the clock. Magnus Carlsen from a winning position is now completely losing.
Oh my goodness. King to e3 is the last chance, the last hope.
And
King to e3 and he plays it. If you take right now, take, and then my e-pawn is going down the board. So you have to find knight a4. Knight a4 is the only winning move right now.
And Gukesh has 27 seconds to find it.
Will he find it? Will he find it? This is an absolutely nerve-wracking moment right now for everybody involved, especially for the players. Knight to a4, only move, and he finds it.
He played it, the only way to win the game.
Wow. Wow. He found, I mean, this is why he's the world champion, guys.
This is it.
e4, and now start pushing your own pawns. Now it's time to start pushing your own pawns. You're going to be the first one in this race.
The white knight comes back in time to stop the black pawn, and the white pawns are marching to promotion. Magnus Carlsen knows it. He blew it.
Push it to win it. Right now, Gukesh knows it, and look at him. Look at the tension between the two players. G takes h5 with anger played by Magnus.
He's clearly upset, having blown a completely winning position. It was a Magnus-style game, a winning endgame, but he didn't play it with the precision that we know of him under the time pressure.
Knight to b2 is the only move, or knight to b6. Knight to b2, wow.
And Gukesh plays it. He is so accurate.
e3, knight to c4, and take the pawn on c4, and I think, take the pawn on e3, I think that might be it. h6, no, king to f4.
And look at that reaction by the world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. Gukesh also cannot believe it. He's so upset. You can see everything on Magnus Carlsen's reaction. The body language, the gesture. He is furious.
This is a game that will live in history. This is for the history books right here, ladies and gentlemen. He knows it, Magnus knows it, Gukesh knows it, guaranteed, and everybody, the world of chess knows it right here. Gukesh, the world champion, is back.
This has been such an incredible game. We have
Look at
already...
him. He still cannot believe it.
He's still in the playing hall. Gukesh sitting down back at the board. He still cannot believe it.
He's back at the board. He had to get back his wits. And right now he's back at the board. He cannot believe it. It's like he's still playing the game right now. He's still in the game right now. He cannot believe it himself.
So unbelievable. And the emotional turbulence they have gone through, both of these players. Gukesh coming back from the dead. He had a completely lost position earlier in the game. And he found hope when it felt there was no hope left. He kept fighting.
And by the way, that was a pawn that just fell somewhere. Somebody threw that pawn, and Gukesh was like, "Where's the pawn?"
Somebody could have been Magnus Carlsen. He is so upset.
Incredible.
What a game. And this was classical chess. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time that the reigning world chess champion, Gukesh Domraju, beats the world #1 Magnus Carlsen in classical chess, writing history on this day in Stavanger, in Norway. What a game!
Magnus was making a statement. He was winning this game. He would have gone 2-0 against Gukesh. After Gukesh became the world champion, he would have been the king. But right now, the world champion is back. Gukesh is absolutely back in this rivalry right now. Look at him shaking his head. He knows it.
Those were the final moments in the game, and the frustration of Magnus Carlsen.
Incredible. And he said good game.
He said
good game.
He is always such a good sport. Even if it's a very upset Magnus, he is always such good sport, and he always respects his opponents. We need to appreciate that, because it's really hard to do this when you are
let's see
furious.
That once again. Let's see that fist on the table and then the good game immediately after, because that was an incredible moment. We see this type of emotion from Magnus, but generally he continues being upset. Right there.
He did say good game. You are right. He is furious, but he is furious with himself because he made a huge mistake. Actually, it was several inaccuracies that led to chances for Gukesh, and then the crucial blunder. Christian, if we have a time to show that moment of the blunder, but we're going to have a replay and Magnus's reaction with the good game. You can read it on his lips. He said good game to Gukesh. He knows that Gukesh fought his way back into the game. That was insane, the fighting spirit of the world champion. Just when everybody thought that his position is lost, the computer said he's lost. We all said he was lost. His position looked terrible, but he found chances. He kept believing when it was already so difficult to believe.
I'll tell you one thing. Vichy was all sipping champagne, happy that he's in Italy in the Italian sun. I guarantee you he's going to be mad he missed this moment right here, because this is such an incredible moment for his countryman, the world champion Gukesh. All of India right now is celebrating. I can guarantee you that. And Gukesh will be having a good night tonight.
What a day for India. What a day for the fans of Gukesh Domraju. The youngest world champion of all times wins his first ever classical game against the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. We gotta show what happened in today's round at Norway Chess. Here are the results of day 6. 2 Armageddon games we have witnessed. Arjun Erigaisi, the only player who has won all his Armageddons. He beats Wei Yi. That was a home preparation, very well done in Armageddon. Beats the #1 player of China. I'm losing my words. I'm catching my breath. Fabiano Caruana has won his Armageddon game against Hikaru Nakamura. But the game of the day was between the reigning world chess champion Gukesh Domraju and the world #1 Magnus Carlsen. And Gukesh coming back from the dead in a really difficult position where it felt like all hope was lost. He finds chances. He kept believing. He kept fighting. And he wins the game against Magnus Carlsen, writing history today here in Stavanger, Norway. What a game, and congratulations to Gukesh, who has just joined us. But we are going to the standings first. I'm too excited. I want to introduce our guest of the day. In the lead, we have Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, both on 9.5 points. Gukesh now is in third place with 8.5. What a day this has been here in Stavanger, Norway. We do have in our studio, I believe now I can introduce the reigning world chess champion, Gukesh Damaraju.
Gukesh, congratulations.
Congratulations.
What an incredible victory.
What a day.
Sum it up for us. Sum up your emotions right now, because this is what matters right now. You just went through an absolute roller coaster of emotions. You probably knew that you were losing at one moment. Then you got some chances, and then you delivered that finish. Just incredible. Tell us your emotions right now.
No, I mean, I don't know how to describe this game. I mean, from the start, I guess I was a bit careless with the queen side play, and he got a lot of play on the king side. G6 was like super strong move, which I had missed. And after that, okay, I just got slowly outplayed. But but I guess after that, yeah, I mean, he had probably like 100 ways to win, but just tried to get this knight g5 in the endgame. And luckily after king f6, h4, already it's not, I mean, it should still be like clearly winning, but at least I get knight g5 and some checks are there. And okay, time scrambles there.
It is the first time that you're defeating in classical chess Magnus, if I'm not mistaken. This is obviously an incredible moment for you in anybody's career as chess player. You are the world champion, you just defeated Magnus Carlsen. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm still like kind of shaking from the crazy game, but I mean, not the way that I wanted to win the first classical against Magnus, but anything works, I think.
How do you manage? We have talked so much today about psychology in chess. What was going through your mind in the position when it's already an endgame? Magnus has more time, Magnus has a winning position. How do you keep fighting, keep the hope in you that you can find a way back in a game when it's lost?
I mean, basically I had no hope. But okay, I mean, I could resign very well. I could very well resign in that position, but I just thought I'll play some moves. I mean, okay, 99 out of 100 times anybody will lose this, but okay, things happen. Yeah, I guess it's also the thanks to the time control in this tournament, because although it's a classical, it's pretty much like, I mean, after like 3 hours, it's basically a rapid game. So, I mean, and yeah, faster time controls, anything can happen.
Everything finished so quickly. It went from losing to winning, then the bang on the table and the finish, the shake of hands. You left the board for a second, and then you came back. What were you thinking in those seconds after you left the board?
I mean, it was just, I mean, the time scramble, my heart was just going crazy. So I was just trying to calm myself down. And like a good 2-3 minutes after the game, I was like shaking. So, I mean, just trying to calm myself down.
Were you trying to soak all of those emotions in? Is that something that you are experienced doing?
Yeah, I was like, okay, I did not lose this game. And then 2 seconds later, I realized, okay, I won this game.
And we do have those moments captured. If we can have a rewind on the final moments of your game. These were the final moves.
This is when you knew.
Magnus, clearly furious, but he did say good game. We could read it from his lips that even though the world number one is very upset because he made a huge mistake and he had a winning position earlier, he blew it, but he's upset with himself. And he said good game to you, which is, of course, obviously a very nice gesture that he knows you fought hard and you fought for this. You kept the game going. Mm-hmm. How did that feel? And still, like, I know you're still probably trying to process all the emotions, but if you see now this clip, what's going through your mind emotion-wise, and how do you see that moment of the game, the final moments?
I mean, I guess only after knight c4 I realized, okay, probably that was also the only winning moment. Yeah? I think king c2 was just a draw, maybe.
No, after knight b2 you're winning already.
Oh, knight b2, king c2.
After knight to b2 you're already winning.
Oh.
Yes.
If he goes king e2?
King e2.
No, that
King
makes
E2,
no
then
sense,
you just
yeah.
push the pawns.
Yeah, King C2, Knight
I don't know if
C4.
we can bring up the board,
Yes,
maybe.
yes. So I think after Knight B2, King C2,
King
you
C2,
go
Knight
Knight C4, right?
Okay.
And you
I mean,
put the
I
knight
was
on
just
A3.
making moves and suddenly I was winning. Yeah, I didn't realize.
Yeah.
Now we have our chessboard, so we can show to our viewers as well the variation you were saying, Gukesh.
If he goes King...
I think
it's just winning. Yeah.
Yes. And Knight A4, this was a big moment when you found this move. Knight A4, let me see if I can
Was the
find
only
it.
way.
Yeah, I mean, Knight D3 is just a draw. Yeah?
It's a draw,
But I
yes.
thought Knight A4 actually it's
the only winning
I mean,
move.
I didn't know if it was winning, but I
Of
just
course.
thought, okay.
Yes, Knight A4. He did make it difficult. He didn't make it easy by any stretch of the imagination. And once again, Knight to B2, the idea of getting Knight to C4, you could do it from B6 as well. But Knight B2 was the only way.
But why not Knight B6? Okay.
Knight B6 also works. The same idea, get the Knight to C4. What would sum it up for everybody else? Not for yourself, we understood, but what does this mean for Indian chess, for your parents to finally get that victory against Magnus? What do you think that means?
I mean, yeah, right now, like what means the most to me is that I didn't lose this game. But yeah, I mean, win against Magnus in any way, any time control, anywhere, any place, it's special. So yeah, for sure, a special day for me. And for my parents, yeah, I guess one thing that, I mean, I haven't done in classical is beating Magnus. So yeah, it's a nice feeling for them, I'm sure. And yeah, for the tournament, I was on -1, I was struggling. Now, okay, I'm 50%, not that bad. So, yeah. Just more interesting games.
You're reaching peak after peak in your chess career. Congratulations, Gukesh, for another amazing victory.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Gukesh. June the 1st, 2025, reigning World Chess Champion Gukesh Domraju beats Magnus Carlsen for the first time. I bet this is the first, but not the last. Congratulations, Gukesh.
Thank you.
And we do have one more game to cover, the compatriots of Gukesh, Vaishali and Humpy Koneru, the final Armageddon game of the day at Norway Chess Women. Everything is at stake. Vaishali had a winning position in the classical game, but she made a mistake, ended up in a draw. And now we see Vaishali with more time, but Humpy with the draw odds in Armageddon.
Absolutely, and let's see what we have right now. What I'm seeing, and by the way, it's so difficult to catch our breath after those historical moments in the world of chess that finish between Gukesh and Magnus, the excitement, the emotion, and everything in between. But we still have some chess to be played.
Yeah,
we
and it's still
Vaishali
happening
versus
around us, of course. I think
Humpy.
Our viewers might hear that there's quite the crowd around Gukesh right now. What a moment.
Oh, if you would be able to see around us, there's maybe 100 people just waiting to get the autograph, perhaps shake the hand of the world champion after this absolutely historical moment in Stavanger, Norway. Queen to E4.
Oh,
Let's get back to
we
chess.
do have the camera.
Oh,
Our
we do
production team is on it. That is right now, or moments ago, just moments ago, around our studio. We are right there with the panel. You can see us. We are trying to focus, but it's so hard.
This is live.
It's so hard when everything is happening around us. So many pictures are being taken right now with the world chess champion who has beaten Magnus Carlsen for the first time in classical chess. The first, but definitely not the last one. Last game, though, of the day is between Vaishali and Humpy Koneru. Humpy started the day as the leader of the tournament. Anna Muzichuk, in the meantime, has already won her Armageddon. So if Humpy doesn't win, we have a new leader, actually shared lead, Anna and Humpy. If Humpy wins the Armageddon, she will remain the sole leader of the tournament.
While this game is still not in those hot few last moments, I do want to take the time and acknowledge how much it mattered for Magnus as well. How much this meant
it
for
cost.
Magnus as well. He really wanted this victory. Again, it would have been a statement, and you could understand, you could see it from his... We don't get these emotions from Magnus very often. There's very few times in history when we've seen Magnus deliver those type of emotions over the chessboard. We've seen it sometimes in Blitz, sometimes in Rapid World Championships. I don't remember him doing this in Classical. I actually do not remember Magnus getting so upset in Classical. But you could see how taxing that swindle was for Magnus. And once again, Gukesh kept his composure and delivered when it mattered.
What a game and what a day it has been for India tuning in, and all fans of Gukesh from around the world. There's still a huge crowd around Gukesh here right next to our studio, but we do have, as we mentioned, this final crucial game of the day. By the way, today is the only day where almost every game went into Armageddon except one. And that one, the one game to be decided in classical chess, was the victory of Gukesh Domraju against Magnus Carlsen.
Back to the game. Back to chess. Vaishali versus Humpy. How do we see this one? Queen to b5. Black has the extra pawn, but this is not as easy as you would be thinking. You would be thinking like, you know what, maybe white will be able to get back the pawn, and then it's going to be an equal position. Not so fast, because this bishop pawn g2 is such a powerful piece. And if I do manage to get this pawn on c4, and we do go into the endgame, then this bishop is going to be comparably much stronger than the bishop on c8. So this is what Vaishali is envisioning right now. This is what she's trying to get. And the one goal for Koneru right now is to get this bishop out, play the move bishop to d7, or play the move e5, lengthen the diagonal of this bishop, get the bishop to e6. That's the way to try to get equality. And in fact, this is the best moment. Rook to c1, go e5. Lengthen the diagonal, accept the fact that black will be able to enter this endgame. And then this would be I wouldn't call it an easy draw. Nothing is easy. But this would make life much easier for Koneru. And let's not forget what's happening in the Armageddon. In the Armageddon, white starts with more time than black, 10 minutes versus 7. But black has drawing odds. So Koneru right now is looking for an easy game, a transition into the end game, and try to keep it simple. Try to keep it close in this one.
Mehmet, from the human perspective, I don't even dare to ask for the Norway chess board, just your own opinion as a human being who loves chess. What do you think will happen in this game? Can Vaishali find a way to spice it up, because she needs to play for a win?
Yes, so it does seem like a balanced game to me. First of all, as an amateur player, what I do is just to count the pieces.
That's the perfect start. That's what we should all do at any level. Count the pieces. How are we doing in the number of pieces?
So there are 4 pawns on the king side for white and black, and 2 pawns on the queen side for both sides. So it does seem like a symmetric pawn situation right now, with a slight difference. And at this moment, with the bishop, with the light squared bishop, black threatens to capture a2 if, white rook just let's suppose goes back to c1. Obviously, you don't want that. And a first move that comes to my mind would be a rook a4. I just want to, just to protect this pawn. This is the first thing that would come to my mind.
They're going to this variation because right now bishop e6 is on the board. So we do have this position on the board.
And
you could be thinking, and to be honest, right now, this might be the best path forward. If you go rook a4, it just feels too easy, right, for black. I think you have to go on c6, take on c6, sacrifice, and hope for the best.
Yes.
Get on c6, take the pawn on c6, try to create some imbalance. If you don't do this, then from a practical perspective, you make life too easy for Koneru.
That's very instructive, Christine. I think I had not thought about this.
She's going for it.
She's going for it, yeah.
It's, again, the position objectively, you can see it by the bar. It's still completely equal, or somewhere along those lines. But at least it's a bit more practical to play for white, because I have the easy moves. I will take on c6 next.
Exactly. So in a must-win situation, we must try to sort of unbalance the situation.
Complicate the position as much as possible. Absolutely. Exactly. Absolutely. That is the strategy. and that is what she's doing right now.
She answered our question, how to spice this up. She goes for that sacrifice.
There it
she
is.
gives up the rook for the knight, gets a pawn for it, and now she has the minor pieces, the knight and the bishops, that will compensate for the lack of that rook. Black has 2 rooks, while white has an extra knight. A knight and a pawn to compensate for the rook. The way we basically explain the value of pieces is as follows. The pawn is 1 point. The bishop and the knight, they are 3, and the rook is 5. So mathematically, black is ahead because the rook is 5, white has a knight and a pawn, that's 3 plus 1, 4. 5 is more than 4. But white's pieces are so active that the mathematics don't matter that much here.
Absolutely, and bishop to f6, knight takes c6, now it's 5 versus 5. It's a rook versus a knight and a couple of pawns. Bishop takes a2. Let's take this pawn on a7. If you are Vaishali, why not? And then start looking to push this pawn. That is the goal right now. The one problem that you have is that once you do take this pawn on a7, I'm probably just simply going to pick up this pawn. So it does seem like Humpy is getting very close to equality. She does still have a way to continue this game, which is b4, and then bishop to c5.
Which will pick up the rook, but it's time for Humpy to maybe try to give it back.
This is not easy, by the way. This is really not easy to see, and I don't think she's going to see it. I think it's quite difficult to see. It's a difficult tactic. I think she's going to go for b4 right now.
Yeah. So
no, she goes for something
rook
else.
to c1, activating the rook.
Interesting.
Setting up a trap. Why don't you take my pawn? Take this pawn as well. That would be very bad news because you move one of the bishops, you lose the other one.
The skewer.
That is a skewer, yes. We've been kind of debating what a skewer is. This is a skewer, yes. a5.
So you can no longer capture that a pawn. That's why Christian was pointing out that white probably could have taken that chance earlier to get rid of the pawn.
Yes, but it wasn't easy. It really
It was
wasn't
not.
easy.
It was not easy.
Because then you allow the rook to come to b8. Let's see. She wants to maintain this knight on c6, but the problem is she also needs to do something with it, right? Like, sure, you can keep the knight on c6, but in the meantime, I will start pushing the pawn. Once the pawn goes to a4, then I'm starting to threaten take on b2, because then I can defend that bishop with my pawn on a3. So rook to c5 feels a bit slow. I do think that we're going to see a4.
Yeah, it looks like if the pawns in the queen side are exchanged, then I don't see much winning chances for white.
And in fact, I might have made the mistake. If you do go a4, I think knight b4 might be the idea.
Oops.
You attack the bishop, it's a double attack the rook on a8 as well. This could be how things go wrong for black.
Yeah, oopsie, yeah.
And she played bishop e6, getting that bishop to safety. Very, very good. Very good move.
And on the side, by the way, we can still see Gukesh being followed by cameras. Reigning world champion has just beaten Magnus Carlsen. Historic moment for Indian chess, for Gukesh. First but not last win for sure. What a day. What a day this has been.
Absolutely, absolutely. Bishop to e6. Again, this is the first time Gukesh defeats Magnus in classical chess ever. Never done it before. Obviously, it feels quite satisfying for him and for his fans, especially after the position that he had. He had a bad position, but this is one of his trademarks. He hangs on, and he gets repaid very often. And today, he got a very nice pay.
Absolutely.
Rook to b8.
I'm looking, is there a way to save the b2 pawn? It doesn't seem to be...
Nope. I think this is easy. I think we're sort of seeing this game peter out somehow, because I really don't see how white can have an advantage here.
Yeah. It's just one reason is that all pawns are on the same side and they're going to be exchanged at some point.
And I'm an exchange up. I'm still an exchange up as black. Rook to c3. Rook to b5.
One sort of rule of thumb is that when you're ahead, and if you want just a draw, just feel free to, for our audience, just exchange the pieces.
You would love to exchange the pieces. If you manage to exchange these rooks, or one of the pairs of rooks, maybe the rook on f8 for the rook on b5, or the rook on c7 for the rook on b5, then it's over. There's no way to lose. With a rook on the board, you can still somehow get yourself in trouble if you don't cover the 7th rank. And that's exactly what she's trying to do right now with this move rook to c7. Vaishali under tremendous pressure, she knows it, but somehow it's not yet over, because she will be starting to push her pawns as well. She will be going e4 at the right moment. She does need to be careful, because that's why she played rook to c2, setting up a nice attack on the 2nd rank and looking at bishop to d4. Bishop to... I don't like this move.
G5,
I'm going to
attacking
say
the bishop, but
right
it's risky.
now, I really don't like this move. I'm going to say it right now. I think this is not the correct approach.
It is weakening the king.
Yes, and first of all, you have a tactic right now. I can go bishop to e4.
Wow.
And then I pick up the pawn on g5.
I think that's a tactic that Humpy missed.
Wait a minute. This might be problematic.
It's
she
happening.
finds it.
Vaishali has just played it. She realizes that she has a chance here, not moving her bishop away. She's counter-attacking with her bishop move, attacking the rook. Now the pawn is hanging.
What Koneru should be doing is go rook to b2. Try to eliminate the rooks. Eliminate the rooks. Sure, you're going to lose the pawn on g5. There's no way to save it. That's it. You lost that pawn. Eliminate the rooks. Go rook to b2. That's going to force the trade of the rooks. You will take the pawn on g5, but there's no more rooks on the board. She played rook b2. That is a professional move. That is a world champion's move right there, because Vaishali is the current defending world rapid champion. Yeah. Rook takes b2, bishop takes b2, and bishop takes g5.
You mean Humpy being the world rapid champion?
Yes. What did I say?
Vaishali, but Vaishali will be the future women's world champion in rapid blitz,
Did I say
perhaps
Vaishali?
classical too. Vaishali is such a promising player, but at the moment, the experienced Humpy Koneru is the women's rapid champion, the world champion in fast chess.
It's been a long day, guys.
It has been a very long day.
It's been a long day.
I don't even know my own name anymore. It's been a long day.
Yes, but of course, right now, it's going to be very difficult to make any significant progress for white. Without the rooks, it's very difficult. You're not worse, you're probably slightly better as white, but you don't have enough firepower to create any sort of problems for black.
And a reminder that this is Armageddon, so Humpy only needs a draw. With black, you have draw odds in Armageddon. You start with less time, but in case of a draw, you win the match in Armageddon. That is the format, and in...
Whoa.
What?
Whoa!
Humpy has just hung her rook when we said that there is no chance. She has hung her rook. She places the rook on a square where it can be captured by the bishop. Crucial blunder by the leader of the tournament. What a day!
My goodness.
Apparently,
what
we are not the only
happened?
tired ones here.
That was the commentator's jinx right there, because we did call it almost. We were like, yeah, this is over. There's no way for black to make a mistake. And she did. She made the worst mistake, the worst move that, in fact, she could have played. Rook to b1, just simply forgetting that bishop can move backwards and capture that rook. And after bishop takes b1.
Can we show it real quick? Is it possible to bring the board back?
Absolutely. So this was the moment.
What a day.
We were having just some shuffling with the rook and the bishop. And at this point, she played this careless move. Rook to b1, forgetting that the bishop can just simply drop back. A full rook. I'm going to capture that. And this is game over, because I have an extra bishop and a couple of extra pawns. And Koneru probably is not very happy right now.
Huge blunder by the women's world champion in rapid chess, and Humpy Koneru goes down in Armageddon against Vaishali in an endgame where it felt like there was no more chance for Vaishali to look for something to play for. But mistakes happen in the heat of the battle, under time pressure, tremendous nerves. Humpy Koneru blunders her rook and loses her Armageddon game against Vaishali. What a day. Let's take a look at the results at Norway Chess Women as well. Christian.
Absolutely. Stark them losing the Armageddon. They made a draw in the Classical. Then Anna got the lead in the Armageddon, 1.5 points. That keeps her at the top of the standings. Vaishali, 1.5 points against 1 for Koneru. Just defeated Koneru in that incredible Armageddon. And of course, Ju Wenjun, the world champion, takes the victory against her compatriot Lei Tingzhe. How about the standings?
Wow, with that loss in Armageddon, Humpy Koneru is now joined in the lead by Anna Muzichuk. And in third place, we have Ju Wenjun. Vaishali is going up on the standings. She won yesterday in classical chess. She won in Armageddon today. She could still win the tournament. She's on a streak. And we do have an interview with Vaishali right after the game.
Vaishali, did you feel it was too risky to try your luck in the blitz?
So
By repetition.
in classical, you mean, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Like I was, both of us were low on clock, and I did not assess it well. I didn't see the breakthrough. Like I spent few minutes, but I didn't see how to break through. Also, like I was remembering my first game against her, like where I had like 2 result position, and I over pushed and I lost that game. And suddenly when those thoughts were coming, I could not make myself to continue that position. I just settled for the draw.
Do you feel like you got a kind of a revenge for the first round which you had against her, where you blundered, now she blundered her work?
But it's not the same. This is just Armageddon. But anyway, it's I was just lucky in the Armageddon. But it's nice to win a game.
What are you feeling right now? What are you feeling more confidence for tomorrow?
I'm just curious about my classical game. I have to check because computer showed I had advantage in the final position, but I didn't see a clear way to break through. I'm just curious about that game for now.
Okay, Vaishali, best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Vaishali with a missed chance in classical. She almost got 3 points today, but she ends up being rewarded in Armageddon when Humpy Koneru hung her rook. What a day this has been at Norway Chess. At Norway Chess Women, both events. We also have an interview with Anna Muzichuk after her Armageddon win.
Anna, congratulations on a victory on your match. Can you please take us through the game today?
Yeah, thank you. The first game was, I would say, a bit tense because maybe it's around equal, but it's not so easy to play for both sides. So in the end, it was a draw. I think it was a normal result. And in Armageddon, I managed to hold. But in the end, I was winning.
And if you can tell us what happened in the Armageddon game from your perspective.
Okay, I deviated from our classical game. I opted for another plan with rook c8 and c5 immediately, and I don't think she reacted so well because I think after knight e4 I don't have any problems. But okay, still it's like a blitz game, so anything can happen, and and then we just play.
Anna, the closest opponent of yours who's in a race with you is Humpy. And I just wonder during the games if you are glancing her position and if you're thinking about this competition with her that you have.
I'm watching when I have time in the classical game, but not like specifically Humpy's game. I'm watching all the games because I believe some interesting idea can happen at any moment. So I'm following it when I have time. But I think about like the standings. It doesn't make so much sense to speak about it now because even one game, one win in the classical format can change the situation a lot. So.
Yeah, right. Well, thank you very much for giving us an interview and best of the luck for the rest of the games.
Yeah,
With that win in Armageddon, Anna Muzichuk is now in joint lead together with Humpy Koneru. Matching sweaters, Mehmet. How did that happen, the coordination?
I noticed that, yeah. So this is Norway Chess wool, and that's a sweater, and I love it.
Very stylish. I need to get one myself. I need to get my Norway Chess swag. And Norway Chess, the main event, I think we got to look at the standings too for what has happened today and how we're looking after round 6. Christian.
I just want to point to the fact that the two standings look identical right now, especially for the top 3. 9.5 points for 2 players, Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano, and GUKESH right now, after losing her first, was it the first 2 classical games? If I remember correctly,
yes.
He lost 2 in a row. He did not get a single point out of the first 2 games, and right now he's sitting very closely behind the 2 leaders, Magnus and Fabiano. Just an incredible turn of events here at Norway Chess. Arjun and Hikaru sharing 4th position with 7.5 points, and Wei Yi with 6.5 points in last place. Yeah, just absolutely incredible day of chess, an incredible day of results and unexpected moments here at Norway Chess.
Absolutely incredible turn of events, and anyone can still win the tournament because the format is so exceptional. There's so much action. The 3-point award for the classical win, I think, is huge. Anyone with a streak can still win the tournament, both at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. And I do believe we have an interview with the now tournament leader, shared first place owner, Fabiano Caruana.
Fabi, congratulations on a victory. That was a roller coaster for the fans and the viewers. Can you just take us through the game?
Yeah, it was, of course, a very close call. I think I was losing. I had a really comfortable position at some point. I thought I was clearly better after I got knight g5. But maybe I shouldn't trade queens. That was probably a mistake. But in Armageddon, it's hard to not trade queens and go to what feels like an equal endgame. But then he was really pressing me very hard. I think he played very well for a long stretch of moves. And then only when it became, I think, close to winning, he didn't take his time maybe at some moment when he had to. And instead, maybe he thought that he'll just flag me or didn't want to get down to a 1-second increment. I understand that too, but I was kind of relieved when he let me off the hook after I got my knight back and my bishop back also, because I was afraid I was losing a piece at some point. But I don't think it was ever super easy for him to win.
Right, Fabi, talking about the pieces, our commentators were not happy of the knight on h3. They didn't like that move, and they said that as a cowboy yourself, that you were a few days ago, you should not treat your horse or a knight like that. Can you just tell us what was your thinking process? Did you consider this piece not to be at the right place?
Well, it's a slightly weird place, but sometimes this can be a really powerful knight because it can create a mating net. In this case, it's just not a mating net at all because he has the squares covered. His king goes to g2. I thought that with his knight on g2, his king would be a bit stuck, but then he just moves it and he's completely out of the woods there. So yeah, it was a mistake, but I have seen patterns before where the knight is really powerful there. So I thought maybe in this case it would also work out. Of course, I should probably just either take on c4 or maybe go for something for the attack, because with the queens on, maybe I have some attack, bishop f8 or e4, something like that. But it's a tough choice to make because in Armageddon, like winning is not really the idea. Yeah, you just need to draw. So going for the win can sometimes be a good idea, but you never are really sure.
Fabi, there is now the race between you and Magnus, and he was observing your game in a classical chess, and in the confession, but he said that he's quite surprised how well you're prepared at this event. Is it easy to surprise your opponents at this point that you guys have played for many years and hundreds of games?
No, it's definitely not easy. Of course, it takes a lot of work to get the first surprise in. Like we saw earlier, Wei Yi against me got the first surprise, and that's one of the reasons why I switched my line, because I also didn't want to run into Hikaru's preparation. And it was a very inspired and good opening choice. It worked out very well. The funny thing is he had actually played this line against me in the Champion Chess Tour finals in Toronto in 23. So I knew he would have some familiarity with it. But of course, it's different if you've checked it 2 years ago or if you've checked it today. And yeah, and this particular idea we had in mind. It can lead to very interesting positions. Of course, the way Hikaru played, it's normal that he tried to just find equality and get away from my preparation.
Well, that was a really good match, and once again, congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
Fabiano Caruana is now in joint lead together with Magnus Carlsen after that crucial win of the reigning World Chess Champion GUKESH Dommeraju, beating Magnus Carlsen in classical chess for the first time ever in his life. What a day. And we have been missing our co-host, five-time World Chess Champion Viswanathan. We do have his chair. There's Vichy. That's his spot. But he was in Italy today. He had an exceptional match to attend where he played against 11-year-old Faustino Oro. How did he do? Did Vichy win the match? We have a tweet.
He did indeed. He did indeed. He clinched with a very emphatic 2-0 victory over Faustino Oro. I expected this one. Look, Faustino is a tremendous player, but Vichy, the five-time world champion, he brings the experience and he brought it to this match as well. Still plenty to learn for young Faustino, but I have a feeling we're going to be hearing a lot about this name for a very long time to come.
The Messi of chess, they say. He's one of the youngest international masters in the world. And what a chance it was for Faustino to play against Vichy today. Vichy said, you need to beat them until you can, before it's too
That's
late.
what I said.
Before it's too late. You also said it, Christian, earlier.
I said it and I stand by my words. You have to beat them while they're young. Yes. Just an incredible day of chess. And I'm sure Vichy, when he will be back tomorrow, he will be quite sad that he missed this type of moments, but also very happy with his victory. And we cannot wait to get him back in the chair. But what a day of chess we've had, both in the women's section, but the moment of the day came from that match between GUKESH and Magnus. The banging on the table, the emotions for both of the players. Everything happened so fast. They both couldn't believe it. They both couldn't believe that the pendulum swung so quickly from a winning position for Magnus, the type of position that we almost never see Magnus miss. And he did. He missed this time, and GUKESH takes the first victory against Magnus in classical. Just an incredible turn of events. And right now, we have a tournament. We have a tournament because if Magnus would have won, he would have went into the lead. Right now, Fabiano catches him, and GUKESH is right a step behind. The last four are going to be amazing.
Anyone can still win this tournament. Mehmet, we will be so looking forward to your predictions and the game theory corner, how the probabilities change after what happened today. We cannot wait to see it, and we so appreciate your insights, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much. It was an incredible day.
And what a day we will have tomorrow, because the excitement continues. Round 7 tomorrow will feature GUKESH Dommeraju, who has now been collecting point after point, beating Magnus Carlsen today in classical chess for the first time in his life. Tomorrow he's facing Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun has not been an easy opponent for GUKESH. You see the head-to-head being 6-0 in Arjun's favor, but I think GUKESH is in great shape, and this is his moment to take a revenge also in that match.
Magnus Carlsen playing against Hikaru and Fabi playing against Wei. And in the ladies section, we have Ju Wenjun. Look at that score against Sarah Kadem. That's going to be a big one. Lei Tingzhe against Vaishali. Koneru Humpy against Anna Muzichuk. That's the battle of the leaders right there.
This is what's going to be on the menu tomorrow. We're gonna have Vichy back tomorrow on that empty seat. We so appreciate your presence. Thank you so much for joining us, and we see you tomorrow, same time, same place.